Well, hello. Good morning, and welcome along to the first round of the BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Two-Wheel Drive National Championship. We're here at sunny Potteries. I say sunny. It's April. It's sunny. There's no need for VAR or anything. This is sunshine. Yeah, I'm thinking of taking my coat off. I can see planes in the sky. I can see clouds. And I can see an orange thing that's making me blind. So, no. I can also see another orange thing, and that's Lee Martin. He's just heading off down the straightaway for this is their first round of practice on this track. He's not been here before, but won't take him long to get used to this track. And as I say that, I've given him commentator's curse straight away. I've got that out of the way. So sorry if you're tuning in and hoping to hear Tom Cockrell this morning. He's not here, unfortunately. What you have is the Temu version of Tom Cockrell, and that's me, Adam Skelding. I used to do racing. I now just do vintage racing. And good guys at RC Racing TV, who are covering this year's off-road national championship, brought to you by the BRCA, asked me to come along and do some commentary. I'm not sure who's going to regret that most. You, the listener, or Matt, later on in the day. But we're here, the sun's out, and the track looks good. Really well presented track by the Potteries Car Club. They've only been going since 2022. Did a bit of research before the meeting. They've only been going since 2022. And this off-road track has only been here since 2024. So only 2 years, and looks great. Had a quick walk around this morning, did a track walk and met up with a couple of the guys. And grip level seems it's not too high, it's not a super high bite track. It's a little bit like one of the other meetings we used to go to, Torch. There's not much sand on the Astro, and the grip level's kind of nice. It's just that little bit loose, so you can get away with like drifting your car around as Lee's doing right now. And again, I've given him the commentator's curse, and he's crashed. But yeah, it's a really nice laid out track. Couple of good big features, nice double back-to-back tabletop underneath the rostrum, and it's going to be a challenge for the guys here today. I'm predicting it's going to be pretty close. Track like this there's no real bumps to catch people out that I've seen, so I think it's going to be a close foot qualifying battle between the guys. I don't think there'll be much in the times in the top heat. We're going to have a look now at where everyone went in practice and see who was the fastest guy. So, I'm just quickly flicking through while I get used to this screen. That doesn't seem to be updating. Don't know why. So in that Heat 12, Josh Holdsworth took Heat 12, practice round 1. Best lap 24.2, average lap 25.2, so we're going to be looking around 25.2. Let's have a quick look what we're going to be looking at the end of the day. We're going to be somewhere in the 12-13 lap bracket by the end of the day. Fast guy is going to be into the 13 lap over a 5-minute run.
Matt. Adam.
Yes.
Matt, Adam.
The ambient mic and the dulcet.
Here's a wanker.
The good news is we're live.
How sensitive is that?
We could hear you and we're live.
Here's over there.
Nah, we won't be able to hear any of the associated. It's great. So that was, for those who didn't know, that was the dulcet tones of Mr. Craig Drescher, team manager for Associated, who are really close to us this week, and he's dealing with the aftermath of Neoland. I think all of you guys know about what went off with the e-buggy race at Neoland. Well, the 10th guys, hopefully they're all well behaved today, and we'll have some good racing. I've just go and find my heat sheet, which I dropped out, and see if we can get some of these guys who are... So this is heat 1 now. These guys are your F5 and F4 drivers from your Formula gradings. Formula gradings that they get the Nationals, you can only get 2 gradings from a National Championship. You can only get your F1, which is the top 33%, I believe, or is it top 20% of the total entry who've done 4 rounds or more. So that normally ends up being around 40, 42 drivers. Then you can get your F2, so that's the next band down. And your F3, 4, 5, so from your regionals. You start off at your, when you join the BRCA as an F5, everyone starts off with the same license, and to move up grades you go through your regional series. Most people start off at a club and then work their way up through the regional series, and by finishing in a championship position, you end up with the higher up you finish, the better you can, the better F grading you get. So from F5 you move up to F4. You can just jump straight to an F2 if you are, well, some racers do. Been racing in the past, they've just jumped straight from F5 straight to F2 and straight to F1 the following year. Some of those guys are now making regular A finals at national events here in the UK. So in this one we've got Jamie Careless, Dominic Morby, Martin Lee, Riley Butler, Simon Hall, Nicholas Harwood, Mark Keane, Charlie Hall and Richard Hipkiss. Cam's now following one of the guys around. No one's got numbers on in practice, which makes it hard for myself and our cameraman to find them. But he's just following the guy that's going down the straightaway now, so we'll take you on a lap of track, so around a hairpin, over a small little speed bump, over the corner tabletop, taking it nice and safe there, over the humpback bridge, round again to the back part of the corner tabletop again, taking it nice and steady, not jumping corner to corner like some of the fast guys are probably going to be doing later on, and risking that, over this ski jump and onto the main straight, and that's a pretty smooth lap there from whoever that was. Need to find out who that was, but I can't see because the screen is really... So as you can tell, we're just ironing out, this is what practice is for, just as much the drivers as it is for us. We're ironing out some technical glitches where we're getting quite a lot of sun bleed through. This is just not what we're used to, the sun bleeding through onto our screen in April. So it looked like taking that round was Riley Butler, 7 in 3:10, average lap 27.2. So a couple of seconds down on the fast guys, but still nothing to be nothing to complain about. Then best lap of 26.09. So decent correlation between his best lap and fast lap. Only a second difference. Need to ideally, you need to get that down, that difference between your best and fast lap down to a smaller gap as possible, and then you'll do your best time. Like I said, this track does look, a couple of jumps maybe where we're going to see people make mistakes and time lost, but the rest of the track looks nice and flowing, and get some feedback from some of the drivers throughout the day. So in practice 2 we've got Mark Mitchell, Jonathan Fluke, Dave Flanagan, Lee Spate, Jack Mills-White. Now that's going to be someone we're going to try and grab a word with later on in the day. It's his first national, a young driver from the North East region who's really come on leaps and bounds over the winter. Trevor Follington, Stuart Robinson, Paul Steadman and Nathan Stanmore. So going back now to try and grab a look at the monitor and see who we're following around again. We can get over the small speed bump, up the corner tabletop, still not jumping that corner, over the humpback bridge, round back onto the back side of the tabletop, over the little speed hump and round to the ski jump section coming onto the straight. So see who that is as they cross the line. Oh, it's like Lee Spate, 27.34 last lap. Lee's on, nice and smooth, not making any mistakes, and car looking pretty tidy. Maybe a touch of understeer in his car. Little lazy, could do a little bit more direction change maybe. He comes out onto the straight for another lap, and that is a 27.05 that time round. Dropping back a car, it's a blue and white car. Again, I want to get the numbers. This would be really helpful, but I'm not particularly familiar with the guys in the bottom or the lower heats, the earlier heats of this round. Oh, collision on the straight. I heard a late call there, but someone's parked up on the straight and collected another. That's disappointing. End of practice there. That guy heard the call of straight, but wasn't early enough for the guy behind to avoid him, unfortunately. So I'm not sure, Cam, if you can hear me, if you can try and find the pink, blue and white car of Jack Mills-White. I'm running quite close to the end here. Yeah, that's the guy. Good camera work there. And this guy that we're going to... So this is Jack's first national this year. And first national at all. Been doing really well over the winter at Workshop Series and also in the York Club Nights. I'm going to try and get a chat with him later on today, see how he goes, or see how he's going and how he's finding this first national. So we're now moving on to practice 3 of this first round. In follow of car 1, Paul Tonks straight away. So he comes on it now. Try and just follow them around by number order. They're going off in number order. Practice, so we'll follow Paul around for a couple of laps or so and then see how he's getting on. No, it's not. It's not Paul Tonks. It's Sean Thompson we were following around. Apologies there. No, we're not going off in. Must be going off in the order from the previous round. So Sean Thompson from Mid-East region. Previous Mid-East region chairman and rep. Come back to racing with his lad Freddie like a couple of years ago. Shall I move back to the track and find it? 'Cause I can't see the screen at the minute, so I'm going to move back to the track.
We've got both of you.
Yeah, why not?
What is it? Just got what's it got? Not the breeder, not the breeder, but the people. I use it everywhere. Different breed.
Well, guys, just bear with us a minute. We're just ironing out an issue with seeing the timing, which we're really struggling to do from our position. It's making it a little bit challenging to know what's going on the track, but we're going to resolve that issue and we will be back with you very soon. Well, I'll tell you something. Talk about doing new things. Never in my however many years, 20 years of covering RC, have I moved a live stream mid-air, but we have we've literally picked everything up and moved it from one location to another to try and get a bit more shade to actually be able to see the screens.
Yeah,
Is it better, Adam?
So I'm just going to try and sit down and have a look. So it's just this orange ball in the sky that's causing the problems. It's really...
We're just not set up for that, are we?
No, it's really hard.
We're not set up for sun.
No, it's really hard to see the screen still. I think without actually putting something up above the...
What we need is like you can sit underneath a blanket. like those old-fashioned photographers that used to like go underneath a hood.
Yeah.
Pinhole camera type things. So yeah, still just practice. You got Heat 5 on track now for the second round of practice. And
Yes.
we're getting everything set up so that by the time we start qualifying, we'll be able to know who's doing what times on track, which is kind of important, isn't it, Adam?
That's the idea, so I can commentate and not look like a complete loon. So Cam,
I don't know if that's going to change.
I know, I'll always look like a complete loon. So Cam can hear me now. Alright, so we're getting to some of the guys that I know, and one of the guys is coming around by the corner tabletop, just coming over underneath this guy here with a purple, yellow and orange body with yellow wheels. That's Matthew Dodd, who's making a return to national racing for the first time in quite a while. Matthew's previous A finalist back in the day, and we just come to this end of the heat. But yeah, Matthew's previous A finalist from 2000, late 2000, early 2010s, that sort of era. It was good to see Matt back racing. Heat 6 coming on next. So in Heat 6 we've got Lee Charnock, Neil Tinsley, Rhys Trewartha, James Dixon, Charlie Rhodes, Cameron Wells, Evie Thames, James Proctor, Paul Jenkinson and Michael Halsey. So some easy cars, nice bright colours, still no numbers, but they'll get that sorted for qualifying, as we'll try and get our timing screen issue sorted.
As soon as we get that resolved, do you want to know what you want to know?
So while the guys try and sort out our timing screen issue, we're not going to go on lap times, we'll look at that later, but we need to get that sorted. So with Cam, most of the guys I know on here, so if we follow away the first car, I'm not sure if that's from, it'll go on qualifying, from the order of practice 1, or whether they're just going to go in number order. So it looks like they have gone off in number order. Following car 1, that's a good old friend of mine, Lee Charnock. Blue, orange and black winged associated B7.1, I'm guessing. Known Lee since I started racing. And he's a small error, but made regional A finals in the past. Never a national A finalist, but for national B finals, and good to see Lee back racing again after a few years off. Like quite a few of us who started in the 90s took a few years out and came back again, and picked when we got some disposable money and decided, and families were all sorted, we came back to racing again. Lee making it down the main straight, round the sweeper at the end, through the hairpin, over the small little speed bump, up the first part of the corner tabletop. Still not seen many people doing that yet. Over the backside, over the sleeping guy, and if we drop back now, one cam to another cam, Cameron Wells, another guy from the Mid East with his pink, orange, and green associated B7. Cameron, another young lad from Mid East region, very fast, starting to found some good speed in the last couple of years, racing in the Mid East and club meetings. Again, I've given him commentator's curse and need to get rid of this before qualifying. As long as I've got the commentator's curse out of the way now. But Cameron there throwing whips, which the kids can do. Those old guys like to jump in straight lines, keeping wheels straight, and the kids now can do whips and skids for giggles. Just not my type of driving, but Cameron, I guess, will be one of the guys who I think saw him out the corner of my eye pushing the corner tabletop and trying to cut the corner. Car's nice and high, probably trying to get some traction out of this fairly low grip Astro surface that we're on. No, he's not jumping the corner either. Thought he might have done. I'm pretty sure I saw him jump the corner last lap. He's trying on the exit, so it looks like the exit one's probably a little bit safer. I think that it's more of a 90-degree corner, so it makes it easier. It doesn't have to jump quite so far. If we can drop back and find... let's drop back and try... a guy coming down the straight now, Jim Dixon. Mr. Smooth. So orange, white and black Schumacher car coming up over the corner tabletop now. Round over the hump. Up to the backside corner tabletop. Yeah, Cam's got him. Mr. Smooth. Jim Dixon, been racing years, very rarely makes mistakes. He is Mr. Smooth, Mr. Consistent, Mr. 6 inches away from every apex, every lap. Just the kind of driver that you want to be when you're doing qualifying. You don't want to be pushing the car too hard, especially these guys in the lower heats. Try and get a clean run in. Trying to get a clean run is what they want to be doing. They're not going to have the outright lap speed, so it's all about not making a mistake, getting a solid run in early doors. So now we move on to practice heat 7. In this we have Keith Halsey, Hattie Thames, Craig Lomax. Good morning, Craig. You'll hear this afterwards. It's Craig. I hope Sean's looking somewhere. Craig Lomax, Brett Birch, Luke Thompson, Ruben Russell, Scott Foddington, Andy Manning, Jacob Tomlinson and Matthew Hodges. Previous A finalist in this heat, Brett Birch, 1A final to his name. Now it's something I found out over the... I was doing a little bit of research for this. There have only been... there's been 222 A finalists ever at BRCA National. So if you make an A final, become one of quite an elite group. Then, if you win an A final, you become one of only 44 people to have ever won a national A final, and that is an elite group. We'll go into some of that a little bit later. See who Cam's following around. Nip back to the timing screen and see who Cam's following around. Looks like it was Keith. Yeah, it was Keith Halsey. So stick with Keith, Cam. Orange, white and yellow fade. Car coming up over the corner, and he's going for it. Straight into jumping the corner tabletop. Looks like a Schumacher, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Schumacher, so it'll be in LD3, part of the Schumacher team. That'll be Tris Neal here this weekend to help the team along, and some of the young guys get their cars sorted. Keith cruising around, and he's pulling away from the guys. A little tiny bit of understeer in that car, but Still looking good, and he's leading this practice from Hattie Thames, Luke Thompson, Matt Hodges, Andy Manning, Scott Follington, Brett Birch, Ruben Russell, Raya Glomax, and Jacob Tomlinson. We're now down into the 26s, 26-second laps, so these are the guys that are going to be getting close to the, well, they're going to be under the 12, they're going to be in the 12 laps, end of 5 minutes, not quite at 13 lap pace, which I believe the top heat are going to be getting close to. I think is that Hattie Thames we've dropped back to. Sure it is. Just following who Cam has got on camera right now. Yes, that's Hattie Thames jumping up to second. Looked like it was a bad lap there for Hattie, 30.3. But her average lap is, well, best lap 26.09. Matt Hodges from Wales now jumps to the top of this. Car 10, which you won't be able to see because no numbers on there, but he's jumped to the top of this, and he's the 25.75 last lap. Hattie Thames correcting that earlier error now with a 25.44, so new hot lap for her. And for this heat, I know Luke Thompson 25.41 as the best lap for this heat. So finishing 3 minutes of practice, we've got Matt Keith Halsey, the guy that we followed early on with the orange and white car. He takes that with 7 in 3 minutes 4. Not going to get any where that's going to put them overall, but an average lap of 26.29. So now we move on to heat 8.
Some nice comments to read out.
Oh. What do I need to
Thanks to everyone who's watching along.
yeah, sorry, I've not.
Great to have you with us. Yeah, loads of comments coming in. Hi, Adam, from Martin Owen.
Oh, cheers, Martin. Cheers, and the Emperor. I should bow.
Yeah, lots of comments. Go Riley Butler. Good morning from Denmark.
Yeah, good morning.
Jason Bing says traction looks low.
Yeah, traction is low. It's not your typical Astro track, this one, I don't think. Having walked around it this morning, there's not much sand in it, and it's the kind of Astro. We have a couple of tracks in the UK like this, Torch here and Boughton, where cars are a little floaty, but nice. It's nice to drive on tracks like that. It's not a grip roll fest city, horrible, nasty indoor. We race on carpet through the winter. We shouldn't be racing on carpet through the summer.
No.
We want
Should be racing on dirt.
Ideally, yeah. I mean, I did think about that. This was one of my puns for this weekend, was if we are in the Potteries, with famous for pottery and clay, why are we not on a clay track? They should have an abundance of it round here.
Yeah, get some clay.
Yeah, get some clay. So also puns.
Wet clay's not nice though, is it?
Wet clay is not nice. No, that's just car cleaning forever afterwards. But yeah, really nice, really well presented track. I mean, considering the club's only been going 2 years, this is super nice. It'd be nice to have on your doorstep. Now we've just dropped into heat 8. So in this one we have 3 previous National A finalists and a national winner. Dave Burton, national winner. He's coming onto the straight now, or was coming onto the straight now-ish. Don't know where he's just gone to. Let me just see if I can pick him up again. I'm just watching where he's looking on the rostrum. Yeah, he's coming up over the corner tabletop. Let's have a look. It's just. So here is the blue and yellow and red associated car. just coming around over the ski jump now onto the main straight and down the straight. So Dave Burton 21 National A finals and 1 win. Pretty sure that will have been at the old Hampshire Racing Centre. Him and Tony F. Doka, our chairman, great forces down there. You literally went into their back garden and you got your backside handed to you on a plate when you went down there, because they had the local knowledge and their cars and driving was amazing down there. It's super well presented team associated car of Dave Burton. TMG Speed fame, so if you want, go onto his website. He's got loads of option parts and stuff on there, but runs a little engineering business. Does pistons, anodizing, and makes your car just very bling worthy. Another National A finalist in this one will be Trish Neal, who I'm going to have a look. He's just coming round. Oh no, yep. Come on Trish, don't let me down. Yeah, so Trish Neal, National A finalist, a guy I did battle with back in 2009-2010 for the F2 Championship. And we had a good year-long battle, but he's not having the greatest practice in circulating super well, but he's got going now. Find someone else to so into closing time for practice heat 8, practice 9 on next. So, practice 9, we've got Kevin Hodkinson, Callum Trewartha, James Helliwell, 7-time A finalist. James Pritchard, 2-time National A finalist, and Gareth Stanton, 1-time National A finalist. We also have Ben Stevenson, Seth Shillito Everest, a guy from the northeast who's really starting to get quick. Does a lot of driving up at MB models, and proper quick guy. Did really well at the end of season final, or the indoor BRCA Masters a couple of years ago now, where he bumped up in the open class. I think he bumped up all the way to the A final, if I remember right, from like the E or D final. Just really under qualified, but with a bump up system, bumped up into the A and nearly went and won the whole damn thing. Ewan Mulcahy, Reese Ward. Now Reese, unusual to see Reese for me driving something that's modern, because I normally bump into Reese at vintage meetings, where Reese, although he's basically younger than all the cars that we are driving, is a real force to be reckoned with. So hopefully they're going to go off in number order. So now it's Pritchard leading us off from Ben Stevenson, Kevin Hodkinson, Reese Ward, Ben Elliott. So we're following the 4 car at the minute of James Pritchard. Like I mentioned, one of the National A finalists. He'll be over from this side of the country, the Midwest. Maybe he was more of a Northwest guy, for like Southport and Bury area. But James always has really nicely prepared cars, and can still wheel it, because he's in Heat 9. So he'll have been top of the F2s, or I'm not sure if it was an F1. Let's check. No, F2 from last year's results. So carries that forward to this year. We have got a good mix of F1s in this heat as well. Also an F3. We follow James's car round. So if you drop back a card, must be reading my mind camera. So drop back a card to Ben Stevenson now, multicoloured purple and always very bright. Fast guy from northeast region. Through the little chicane, coming onto the ski jump, back onto the start, finish straight, and that lap is a 26.1. Down into the 25s now in this heat. So this is where we're going to be getting closer to 13 lap pace in qualifying. Still Ben Stevenson, let's see who gets on. It's up 26.1 last time by 25.98, so back into the 25s. Almost jumping that corner over the humpback bridge up to the backside. That's the problem. If you try clipping or cutting the corner, you're always in danger of hanging a tyre up on the pipe onto the ski jump, so that will cost him 2-3 tenths maybe. As he, what's that, 26.1, so didn't really lose too much time, but only got to hit that once wrong in practicing rollover, and you're going to lose a bunch of time. Maybe just get that first round in by jumping up onto the top, stepping off. Just like I like to do was get a good first round in, then you're not chasing your result for the rest of the day. You've got one already in, and rather than needing 2 from 3, if you've had a bad first round, you only need 1 from 3. You can always keep improving. Probably the biggest thing any young racer out there will be, if any meeting you go to, try and get the first round in, because now with round by round, every round counts. No good throwing it away. Just try and get a decent run in, and gives you confidence then for round 2, 3 and 4, rather than having to chase the ace. So now we're moving into the F1, full heats of F1 drivers. So practice 10, we've got Eugene Galley, Stephen Brown, William Venables, Briefcase Graphics man, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Jones, Andy Woods, Chris Evison, Oscar Keane, Colin May and Hudson Knight. 6 previous National A finalists in this heat, so we're now starting to get to these guys are genuinely fast. We should be seeing these guys dropping down into the low 25s. Ewan getting down to 25.1 in that last one, so we're going to be looking into the 24-second bracket for the top heat, maybe even the 23s for someone throwing it at the track. So 24, sub 24, we're definitely into 13 lap pace. So who have we set off following? Just me and Matt need to do a quick dance as we've got ourselves tangled up in mic wires. Sorry about that. So we're following following the 6 car of Andy Woods, 26.63 opening lap. Fastest guy out there at the minute on lap 1 was Hudson Knight with a 25.26. Hudson been going really well over the winter at Worksop, even won a round, and that's Eugene Galley now. Follow Eugene, so proper old man of racing, almost as old as me. But still fast. Eugene can still turn it on when need be. I'll be looking for Eugene to make B or C final this weekend. Will be where he'd want to be. Doesn't want to be hitting pipes like that though. And there's Hudson, his distinctive pink machine straight behind him. But Hudson has been super fast over the winter. Possibly one of the most improved drivers, I think, over the winter. Schumacher LD3. Over the humpback bridge, corner tabletop, not quite jumping it, but that's a nice line, just getting it in the air long enough to clear the down ramp. Hudson is smoking round, so he's not 24 86, so 24.86. Not hot lap of this heat though, I don't think. Just looking down. No, it's the hot lap of this heat. Hudson on a 24.86. And average lap of 25.13. So we are definitely going to be knocking on the door of 13 lap pace for heats 10, 11 and 12 is my prediction for round 1. Little mistake there from Hudson, but let's get that out of the way in practice. No more. Let's not see those in qualifying. I want to see everyone have good, clean qualifying. No marshals not move all day, and that will be brilliant, but it's not going to happen. So 2.5 minutes in. Still following Hudson around. I like it when cars are super bright and making your eyes bleed on screen. It's really easy. We don't need numbers for Hudson. But he's one of the guys in this heat that hasn't made an A final, but I don't think it'll be long before Hudson makes an A final at national level. He just needs to tidy up a couple of runs and not let it get to him when the run doesn't go well, but I think Hudson will be there or thereabouts by the end of the day. Prediction for me, B final today. Quite happy to be shot down by any of you guys online. If anyone wants to have a go at predicting before we start who the top 10 will be. To do like a fantasy RC. So practice 11. Now we're starting to get into the real big dogs of racing in the UK. 9 of these guys are A finalists. There's one that isn't, and I'm going to mention his name. It's Ryan Clark. But Ryan, super consistent, always car well set up, looks nice, and ex-rugby league player, I believe. But we have Ben Smith in this one with a green, white, signature green and white colour, so it'll be really easy for me to spot. Luke Holdsworth, Jamie Hall, Harley Eldridge, Charlie Saunders, Jonathan Skidmore have 1/8 Rallycross fame, but this year I think it's his first year of doing all of the national series, and now last year did enough to get his F1 licence. So Jonathan was one of those guys last year who was in the lower heats because of his F grading, but gradually moved up through the year. Now he gets to join the top heats. Archie Bowman, Oliver Natras and Aaron Nash. So Cam following, I can't quite see, but I'll see if I can recognise the paint as he comes round. It is Luke Holdsworth. So Luke, 45 national A finals and 1 win. Schumacher car, high upper fudge. So using that dirt method of generating traction when it's low grip, try and get your car up off the deck and allow the car to generate its own traction by giving you nice roll in the corner and also keeping those drive shafts nice and straight, not squatting too much, generating the traction. Luke's car looking really good through the hairpin over the short jump. Yep, there you go, he's going to try jumping that round on backside over the small sleeping policeman, round by commentary corner, through the switchbacks, on the ski jumping onto the straight, running a double deck rear wing, so, and quite a big one as well, so obviously trying to generate as much rear traction as he can. So this year we're limited, so if you want to drop back one, we can pick up Ben Smith So Ben now working for Schumacher and doing a lot more international travelling. Again, throwing whips for kids. I can't do that. Never been able to do that. If I do that, I'm going to be crashing. But Ben's catching Luke up. Guessing he's going to have the hot lap over Luke at the minute. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so Ben Smith 24.06. Average lap 24.3. Jonathan Skidmore 24.95 last lap. So gradually bringing it down to like 25 average. Ryan Clark 25.2 average. Holly Eldridge 25.9. Aaron Nash 26. So as these guys, and if they make a mistake, the average lap in this is going to look artificially high because it's only a 3-minute practice. But Ben Smith now in the 24.05 hot lap of the race and hot lap of qualifying so far. Jonathan Skidmore up to second, 24.76. Johnny's one of those guys I particularly like to watch. He's, if we can drop back, yeah, camera's found him. One of those guys that I like to watch. He's, I'm trying to think of words how to describe Johnny's driving style on the way down. He's flamboyant, and that's not in a bad way. It's just he knows how to extract every last inch of performance out of his car. There's some guys that you'll see later on drive super smooth, super neat and tidy. But Johnny's one of those guys. Say kid, he's not a kid anymore. Who can really knows how to do whips, and they're done for a reason. And it's all about shortening the amount of time your car's in the air. But Johnny's really one of those guys that love watching. It's not aggressive driving, but like they're just taking the corner tabletop, working out where he can go a little bit faster each lap and gradually eking the performance out of his car. So look where he ended up. So now the screen's gone red, it's really hard to see. So Johnny Skidmore had a 24.4 best lap. Ben Smith still hold hot lap 24.05, average 24.27. That's ominous for the rest of the guys out there. His best lap and average lap are close, which means he's driving well, car's going well, and he's feeling it today. So Ben Smith, possibility for TQ already. We're showing the pace, but we've got one more heat to go. Now we're into the good guys. Right. So again, only one driver, not in the top, or not made an A final here. So we've got Tommy Hall, 56 A final appearances, 20 wins, 2 times two-wheel drive national champion. Lee Martin, 209 A final wins. 209 A finals, 51 wins, 3 times two-wheel drive champion. So, see who Cam has picked up to follow away first. I think that is. So that's the blue and yellow car of Josh Holdsworth. Luke's brother, twin brother. Not sure which one's younger. But Josh also one of the Elite 44 that have won a national A final. Probably a little bit more, I would say, aggressive driving style compared to his brother Luke. Is a little bit on the smoother side. So same car, Schumacher LD3. Not sure who they're powered by, but I'm guessing either Hobbywing, maybe, or Elsram. I can't remember. I need to. I'll double check with that. Yeah, Josh. There you go. Just, it's a fine line on that corner to just clear it. So Cam, if we can drop back now that he's made a mistake to Lee Martin. I know this is guys, so same car as Johnny Skidmore, but probably little. This was the difference in driving. So Lee a little bit more old school, smooth, super smooth driving. Just the way his car never looks like it's a wheel out of line. taking a little bit wider line to make the corner jump there, to try and jump onto the downs ramp safely without hitting the corner. Onto the straightaway. Lee's car looking good. Straight out the box, and Lee's on for flick back. Yeah, so Lee's leading this heat. 24.57 best lap. Fast lap is Josh Holtworth, 24.01, and that's new fast lap of qualifying so far. Thomas Phipps, mover from Associated in the off-season to X-Ray, is third. Tommy Hall fourth. Stuart Marn fifth, and Lewis Hopkins sixth. All of these guys are, apart from Stuart Marn, are bust in at like mid-24. Stuart's there with 25.13, but everyone in this heat, apart from Matt Thompson and Stuart Marn, is into the 24s. So, like I said, we are definitely going to be in 13-lap pace at the end of qualifying, I think, today. We're not going to make 14-lap, although we needed to shave another second off these lap times. Josh Holdsworth now down into the 23-second lap.
Lee rolled it.
Just been told Lee's rolled it, but Josh is the fast man now. So best lap 23.87, last lap 23.95. So he's putting back-to-back 23-second laps as this one finishes. So with an average lap of I hate this screen when it goes red. Just literally about to tell you what his average lap was. Now can't see for Toffee, so going to have to wait. So finishing, I can see. It's not my glasses. Honestly, I do need to go to the spec to the opticians, but I don't think that's going to help. Go on, go yellow, so I can see. No.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
So that's it. That's practice over.
Hello to Robert Swallow saying, wonderful to hear Mr. Skelding at this time of the morning. Let's go Team Schumacher.
Okay. No, Rob. I've known Rob since school. We used to go to school together. Ended up then bumping into each other out on the mountain bike, and then again we bumped into each other at RC Racing. So our lives have crossed many occasions. But Rob's a good guy. In the mid-east region, he does a lot of racing. I'm not sure how he gets time to do a lot of racing. But yeah, he's a really good guy in the Mid-East.
Hello to Liddell Murphy being very kind to us, and yeah, the weather does look good. It is great. The weather is fantastic. Yeah, it's great. Thank you to our sponsors.
Yep, sorry, I need to get into this, but I'll let you do it this time.
TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher, and X-Ray. And that's my water. And we're heading over into qualifying now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put you on the spot. And ask you to hold that as well.
Really?
Yeah, they've said that the drivers can't hear.
Can't hear what? Me?
This.
Okay.
So it won't be. It's not. So basically, we are going to attempt to commentate to the track as well, which is not something we usually do, but we are going to be trying to achieve that. There was some concerns if it would be seen as coaching, because Adam's obviously going to be reflecting upon what certain drivers might want to do to go faster. But the drivers can't hear this microphone, so you're fine to talk about them.
So I might need that screen turning. I won't be able to watch the track then. So I'm going to have to rely on seeing this screen at 100% of the time. So this is going to be interesting. I've not done it like this before, but if I have that screen that way, and I can see what Cam's doing. So Cam, if we... they'll all go off in number order. So if we can follow car 1 at the start. So can they hear me now with this mic?
I assume so.
Whereabouts is this?
Yeah.
So whereabouts is this going?
Just a few speakers around the track.
Okay.
For the people watching. Everyone's talking over each other, apparently.
Well, that's me and you.
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
It's
okay.
all fine.
Okay. So now the business end of today's meeting. We're going into... I need to see if I can work this screen. So the guards are gridding up now. I don't think I need to call them out off the line. They'll be going in number order for round one. So unlike other events where people are reseeded after practice, BRCA national events, you still go in the order you got given your numbers. So these guys will have had their tyres teched. So this year we have 2 sets of tyres to help keep the costs down for the races this year. So try and make it a level playing field for everyone, so that the top guards can't just throw tyres at every run. So they get 2 sets of tyres for qualifying. They're nominated as yellow. Because the sun is out today, we're not going to need to worry about the wet weather. And we're just going to have nice dry tyres and nice dry racing. So Cam's going to follow off Jamie Careless, and I'll watch him on screen. Jamie round over the hump, clicking a pipe, but these guys, I watched them in round 1, and they all look like they were driving really well. Tracks, it's a good track actually. It's not one of those where it's super difficult to get round. It's a nice flat section, nice wide curves, and the jumps are all makeable, and it's just about shaving time off where you can. So although we're following Jamie Careless round, your leader after 1 lap is Riley Butler, but we'll keep following the guy who's leading on track, so I'm guessing that's 2 car. Yeah. So we've still got Riley Butler, who's car 4, so I don't know if Cam can drop back and find Riley. I don't know if that's car 4 that we're following now, because I can't see. So sorry, yeah, we are following the car 4 of Riley Butler, so the orange, white and grey car, who's leading this heat, driving super nice over there. Got it a little bit sideways on the way up, but he still made the downslope, and that's nice. Another lap down in the books, 26.12 best lap, 26.44 average. Now that is a good way to go about your business in qualifying. Fast lap and average lap close together is what we want to see from these guys. No mistakes, and Riley, you can try and pick him out on the roster and see where he is. So now we don't see standing third left, so with a Schumacher jacket, so that's perfect. That helps me out pick out which car. A little bit of a bobble on landing there, but still Riley. Nice jump onto the top and off. Could have made... I think he's probably going to try it a little bit later on, but I wouldn't advise it now. Just keep doing what you're doing, Riley, because this is a good run to start the National Series off for you. Second, we've got Martin Lee. Third, Simon Hall. Mark Keane is 4th. Charlie Hall is 5th. So So these guys are average laps. Riley's in the only one average lap in the 26s. Everyone else in the 27s or 28-second average lap. Riley's best lap still there from lap 2 at 26.12, and his average lap of 26.5 is going to stand him in good stead for somewhere into the 12 lappers. The mid 12 lap pace he's going at the minute. We're still following Riley around. He's on it. Great run from Riley this. Car looks like it's just got a little understeering, which would be nice to drive. Well, that's how I'd like it. I like a car to drive. No other people like a car that's oversteering and they can get in, but understeer is nice and safe, and that's what Riley's got in that car, and he's doing a great job at the minute with it. Class of this heat at the minute. Let's see if we can drop back a car. Thanks, Cam. And I think we should now be picking up car 3 of Martin Lee. Just going to check. No, it's the 8 car, sorry. Number 3 and number 8 look so similar to each other. And that's the 8 car of Charlie Hall, who's down in 7th at the minute, but he's on a 26.42 lap. I think now we might have our second place guy on camera now. Yep, indeed we do. We've got Martin Lee on camera now. A purple, solid purple X-ray car. Going down the straight now. He's currently circulating in... Oh, sorry. Circulated in a 27 sec. 27. This race is now over, or into finishing times. And Riley Butler has led this one from start to finish. He is the class of this heat at the minute. So you can find out what his final time was. It's 12 in 5:17 for Riley in that one. From
So, Black Country Racer, thought I recognised ads on the mic. Gaz 33.59. Track looks great. Nice to see its lower grip.
Yep, I echo that one.
Fawn Tester. Keep at it, Riley.
Yeah, Riley had a great run in that one. So sorry about that. Just altering my screen so I can see the overall as we now head into heat 2 of two-wheel drive. Following around the one car of Mark Mitchell. Good. opening lap mark. Didn't see any error at 27.6, so a little bit off Riley's pace in from heat 1, but still 27.6 is a good opening lap. Out onto the straightaway again, and Marks this time round in a 27.0, so dropping that time. But car 3 is probably the car you want to drop back to, the yellow car of Dave Flanagan. He's currently leading this one on the timing loop and going second in round. Corner cut. Referee clearly giving him told him to wait a little longer, and they've got away with that one. But he's still going to be... Well, now Mark's taking the lead back from Dave, but we'll keep on Dave because he was the quickest car of this heat for the first couple of minutes. So Dave's into 26.31, that last lap at 27.3, but we saw why. Maybe drop back a couple of cars. We've got Jack Mills White with a pink car, so one further back, the one that's just going to have a big over the jump now. That's young Jack, first national this weekend here at Potteries Model Car Club. Great young racer from North East, one to watch for the future for sure. Over the small humpback bridge and just clip that pipe. Hopefully that's not going to get under his skin too much. He needs to just go back to where he was, because he was closing in fast on the leaders, and with a 26.39 best lap, he was really starting to... Oh no, 26.09, but that 30.17 dropped him back to third. Still keep on Jack though, because I think he's possibly got some good pace in him. Just needs to find that rhythm that got him going at the start of this heat. Over the ski jump, down the back straight or main straight, and into the sweep at the end. It's 26.75 last lap, so he's starting to find his pace, starting to find his feet again. Only a second behind Dave Flanagan, who we were watching earlier on. But yeah, Jack has definitely got more pace in his car than a couple of the other guys around him. So best thing to do is, if you start off in the middle of the pack like Jack did, is get yourself up to the front, and round 2 you'll be setting off with a clean track in front of you, and then you can really make hay while the sun is shining. And the sun is shining. Oh, Jack got away with it that time, but maybe needs a little bit of coaching there, just to take that corner a little wider, not to take too much of a bite off that corner. He'd lose more time than he's going to gain by doing that. And Jack's dropped down again to second. We've still got Dave Flanagan, the yellow car, so let me try and pull out. There he is. There's the yellow car of Dave Flanagan. So we've got back with our current race leader. Early pace setter from the out, had a couple of bobbles which allowed Jack to take the lead, and now Dave's back in the lead of this one from Mark Mitchell, guy who set off first. But these three only separated by just over 3 seconds, so going to be a tight qualifying session for these guys. Dave's car looking maybe a little bit more understeer than he needs in that car. Could probably do a little bit sharper front end. It has seems to turn in, then wait, and then has to wait for the car to slow down for it to bite again. Could do it maybe a touch more front end on that car, but still driving super nice. So these guys are going 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 and a 9 in round at the minute, so these guys are affecting the top 10 as it stands. With no rain forecast, we're not going to get any rain assist this weekend, but we're into finishing times now. See, only 3 seconds between the top 3 as they cross the line. Last time by, so Dave will be, I hope picked up a pipe on the last lap. That's going to cost him. So Jack Mills White does actually end up winning that one. Well done, Jack. Wins that one, goes second overall behind Riley. Dave Flanagan goes third, Mark Mitchell fourth, Jonathan Pluke is now fifth, Martin Lee sixth, Lee Spate seventh, Simon Hall eighth, Stuart Robinson ninth, and Nicholas Harwood make up your top 10 as we move on to Heat 3 of two-wheel drive here at Potteries. I'm just going to take a quick drink before we move on to the next heat. So, sorry about that. I went down the wrong way. So, Heat 3 we have Paul Tonks, Philip Hitchman, Sean Thompson, Luke Westwood, Mac McManus, Paul Ragg, Joshua Anderson, Andrew Luxford, Phil Campbell and Adam Perai. So we'll stick with how we've done it for all of the heats and do it for all of the heats and follow car 1 around first. Just for a few laps. They've got the clearest track and hopefully we'll have the best opportunity for them to do a good run with a clear track in front of them. Definitely be some pace in this heat. Paul Ragg, Mid-East regional guy, regional A finalist. Sean Thompson, also regular regional A finalist back in the day, and now he's come back. We're going to follow Paul Tonks, and immediately he's made a slight error, which has got Philip Hitchman on his rear, and a mirror full of another car on your lap one is not what you want. But Philip's kindly obliged by crashing, and now we've got Paul Tonks. Let's see if you can just hook this up and get a nice smooth run together. So it opens out with a 27.9, not the fastest but not the slowest. It wasn't a great opening lap, clipping a couple of pipes, so just smooth it out now. Over this backside, nicely done, just enough air to clear the corner tabletop, didn't touch the pipe. Ran through the switchbacks, over the ski jump and back onto the main straight. However, we've got Sean Thompson, the blue car of the so the back of these three, leading this one. So one can wonder for Sean Thompson. Obviously, Freddie's got the race paint and Sean's got the practice paint. But Adam Perai at the back of this, we'll keep an eye on Adam. But Adam and Sean only split by just under a second after 3 laps. We're going to have to wait for this to roll out because Adam set off car 10, so he's going to be wanting to make his way through, get some help from the referee, and he's at the front, so hopefully the referee spotted that Adam from the back of the pack is closing in, or well, not closing in, he's leading this one now. But Sean's having a good run, clean so far. You can drop back and pick up Adam Perai. I think that's who Cam's got now. So look who Cam's got. Pretty sure it's Adam. I don't recognise Adam's colours, but I think it's Adam. I'm just going to take a quick step out. Yet that's a 10 car of Adam Perai. So Adam leading. So Adam from the northwest region, Southport area. Yeah, he's definitely leading this one. But because he's right at the back, it's taking a while for the timing to unravel. Currently going TQ for this round, taking 2 seconds off Riley Butler's time from heat 1. So again, but that corner's, I think that's going to be the corner that's going to catch people out. The back side of the tabletop where people are just trying to cut it because they can. There's no flat to land on, and people are trying to cut that corner, and I think that's where they're going to struggle. But over the first part, so nice and safe. 25.94 best lap, last lap 27.25, so that little rollover cost him about a second in time and dropped him back behind Riley's heat 1 time for round 1. So Riley from heat 1 still leading this, but as Adam crosses the line, he goes back under by a second. 25.85 is a cracking lap by Adam there. I mean, that's getting down towards where we're expecting people like in the later heats to be, like mid-25s, and Adam's showing pace in his car. He's got them covered in this heat by almost a second with his 25.85 best. Average 26.32, almost a second up on average as well. So Adam's 7 seconds clear in this one, so we'll probably keep an eye on Adam for the rest of this run. I think this looks like it could be UTQ for the round. He's now 2 seconds inside. Great move by those two guys on the straight to let Adam through. The referee must have called them both out because they both got out of his way. Pretty sharpish in Adams. Coming round now over the small humpback bridge. Don't know what we want to call that. The humper. Humpty Dumpty. I don't know. We'll think of a name for that one. Over the ski jump, and that's staying as a ski jump. Down the main straight, round through the sweeper, and Adam's car looking good. A couple of small little errors, but going from 10th on the grid, this is what you want. You want a nice, he's got open track in front of him now, open track behind him, no one really to worry about but himself, and he's just middle of the track, 6 inches away from every apex, which is just, yep, that's what you want for round 1. Get a good time in, let everyone else fall over, and Adam's now on target to take TQ by 2 seconds from Riley Butler. So that time from Riley, we're going to need to keep an eye on Riley and Jack Mills-White, who are still top 3, so none of the guys in this heat are really affecting the top 10 apart from Adam Parai and Paul Ragg. Paul Tonks is just hanging in there in 10th spot as we close this one out. So it's Adam Parai takes that one, taking UTQ 12 in 5:14.89. Riley still second with his hit 12 in 5 minutes 17.44. Like I said, 12 lapper. Top heat's going to be into the 13s, I think, for sure. But those 3 guys, they've done all they can. They've got people behind them, and so all you can do is be the top guy at the end of your heat. So practice 4: Scott Wyman, Chris Elworthy, Andrew Shillito, Chris Bowden, Roger Mills, Mark Christopher, Jamie Banks, Colin Mulligan, Miklos Sabados and Lee Stokes. So a couple of AE guys in this one that I know. Chris Bowden and Roger Mills. Chris Bowden of barbecue fame, Roger Mills of our tech officer fame for this year. Andrew Shillito, that's Seth's dad, and Andrew Shillito does Shilly Shells, so he's probably going to have one of the best paint schemes out there, or he's going to be another rattle can where he's spent all his paint used on other people.
Just to let you know, we'll have a very short break in the moving camera, and it will be back as soon as possible.
Okay. No, it's fine. 8th in round, not bad. 8th in round so far, not bad. Couple of mistakes early on.
Yeah, I changed the car settings a little bit. Didn't really glue on the sidewalk front end a little bit.
So just having a little bit of a chat here with Mr. Rag, who's 8th in round at the minute, but 2nd in your heat. So yeah, that's all you can do. So heat 4 off and away, which we don't have a moving camera. I'm going to stand out. Oh, Scott's over straight away. But rolls back onto his wheels. Champion's roll. So hopefully his good old buddy Tommy Hardy might be watching this. And yeah, Scott's out there and he's got a champion's roll, but he's away and down the straight. And still with that tumble is... second to Chris Bowden. So I'll follow Scott around and give you an idea where he is. He's just coming round by commentary corner here, through the switchbacks, over the ski jump and down the main straight. Nice. Another good lap in the books for Scott Wyman at 26.2. That's the fastest lap of this heat so far. So Scott leading away and making the most of leading this. No one in front of him for a good few laps yet. Got Chris Elworthy pushing him around from behind, keeping him honest and keeping Scott in range. Must be close now. Yeah, Chris Elworthy now takes lead because he's just caught up that stagger. So these guys set off 1.5 seconds apart at the start of each race, and to give you an equal opportunity of having a clean run without coming into contact with anyone. Whoa, that was... nearly had someone jump onto the wrong side of the track and take out our 2 race leaders there, but Scott and Chris got away with it. Chris made a slight error on his own, and Scott's now got that stagger back and is up to the front, over Humpty Dumpty, round the corner tabletop, through past commentary corner and little switchbacks over the ski jump, and another lap in the books for Scott without a mistake. Tom Yardy, you will be impressed by this. He's driving well. So 25.73 last lap for Scott, 25.62. So Chris bettered his lap on that last lap. These guys are going to 2nd and 3rd overall. So Adam Pry's time of 12.5.14.88 is still not under threat. These guys have got a couple of seconds to find. So more consistent laps like that from Scott and Chris. And Scott's had an error on that lap. Just check the timing screen and he's at a 29-second lap. So, and Chris has followed suit with an error on the back side of the corner tabletop. So wait for them both to go over the line to see how that affects the timing. Scott taking it, and they're only now 0.3 of a second apart. So its current race order is Chris Elworthy, Wyman, Banks, Bowden, Shillito, Christopher, Mulligan, Stokes, Sabados and Roger Mills did not start. Hopefully not a technical issue for our technical officer, but I don't know what happened. I didn't spot that. Maybe he broke on the warm-up lap, not sure. But Scott Wyman back to the front as Chris Elworthy has a rough lap of a 30.17. Scott's last lap of 26.29. Close to his best of a 25.73, average 26.78. So Scott's putting himself 3rd at the minute, in between Riley and Jack Mills-White. Adam Price still holding that TQ spot by 3 seconds from Riley. Scott's estimated time is looking at being 6 seconds off TQ, but still in front of plenty of people. Let's see if I can pick Scott up. He's just gone down the straight again and got a flurry of dandelions coming in. Looks like snow, but it's not. Don't know if you see it on the screen, but a flurry of some stuff coming across the track. But Scott's got that reverse backside tabletop sorted now, and he's starting to cut the corner nicely. Scott from the ultra competitive Midwest region, where a lot of the fast guys come from. Good friends with Matt Dodd, so those guys, we're not going to call it a comeback until it's an actual comeback, and those guys would need Paul Robinson back on the driver's stand for it to be a full comeback. So Scott's going to take this one. So Scott takes that one with a 12 in 19.7. Chris Elworthy second with 12 in 21. Mark Christopher third with an 11 in 5 minutes 2. Jamie Banks fourth. Andrew Shillito fifth. Bowden, disappointing mate, only an 11 lapper. Going to need to go back and get some advice from your associated guys. Lee Stokes and Colin Mulligan. Colin Mulligan just missed out on going top 20 in that round. As we now move to Heat 5. Okay. So, Heat 5 lining up on the grid. We've got Stephen Harley, Freddie Thompson, Matt Dodd, Chris Foster, Oliver Frost, Chris Pattinson, Ashton Pry, Peter Craig, Jamie Long and Charlie Simmons. Matthew Dodd, the first one of our guys from who's made a National A final before. So he'll be looking to make sure he beats Scott. So we'll have bragging rights in the pit. We're still on our fixed camera, so I'll follow. I'll just watch it. I'll try not to fall over as I get up. So I'm going to watch Matt go around. Easy to spot Matt's body shell. Distinctive pink, purple, orange and yellow with yellow wheels. We start that debate, and we might as well start it now. Are yellow wheels faster? So the front three are still... Matt... you could have been lucky there, but Carl wanted not the best start to his run, with a couple of errors that have dropped him back behind the 2 car, and he's now got the 3 car filling his rear view mirror. Lets Matt through. That's really, really nice driving there. Probably a little bit down on, I think it's Freddie Thompson. So these two, I think, are going to be quick guys in this heat. So as predicted, it's Freddie from Matt. So 2, 3, 5, 4, 7 and 6 as we complete 2. Freddie straight into the 25 second bracket with 25.55, backs it with a 25.08, bringing his average lap down to a 25.47. Matt Dodd with a 25.55, bringing his average down to a 25.94. These two going 1 and 2 in round. Charlie Simmons going 3, Chris Patterson 4, Oliver Frost going 6. Ashton Pry trying to emulate his, I guess his dad's time? Must be his dad's time. So Ashton Prime was looking at beating his dad's time. And Matt Dodd is beating 1, so bragging rights safe in the pits at the minute. But out front it's Freddie Thompson from Matt Dodd, Charlie Simmons, Chris Patterson and Oliver Frost. Freddie's laps super consistent so far, down at 25.49. He's going to take a huge chunk of nearly 10 seconds off TQ at the minute. Matt Dodd estimated 4 seconds behind at the end of 5 minutes, with Charlie Simmons and further 4 back. So these lead 4 in this heat are going top 4 overall in round. Adam Pry hanging on to 5th, and Ashton Pry chasing him down, only split by just over a second for 6th. So Freddie with one of, I think, probably his roughest lap of the race so far, 26.03. Drops his average back to going the wrong way to a 25.6, but gets some of that time back with a 25.71. He's got the best lap of this heat and round so far with 25.08. Matt Dodd has 25.46, best number of the world, 46. And Matt Dodd's last up 25.5, so seems to found a reasonable pace around about the 25.5 second lap. Freddie with the 25.3 last time by, so his average lap down to 25.57. Still predicted to take nearly 10 seconds off TQ, about 8 seconds. So Freddie aiming for 12 in 5 minutes and 6. Matt Dodd aiming for 12 in 5 minutes 8. Chris Foster jumps up. That's because he's a car 4. So Chris Foster, Yokomo driver from the northeast, jumping up with the 20. He's got 25.51, so he's got pace in his car. Just must have made some earlier errors in this one. But back at the top, with only 2 laps to go, we've got Freddie, Matt, and Chris Pattinson from the northeast as our top 3. Charlie Simmons just jumped in to 3rd from 10th on the starting 10th. He's up to 3rd in this one. Oh, sorry, I've just noticed we're back on moving camera, so apologies if I missed that. We're back on moving camera, and hopefully we're following round. Yeah, we are. We're following round our race leader. So me and Matt do a dance. We've only got 1 lap to go, but Freddie going down the straight, around the sweeper, through the hairpin, and finished with a, see how, so top 4 in this, top 5 in this one go top 5 overall. So it's getting close now. Freddie Thompson 12 in 5 minutes 7, Matt Dodd 12 in 5.9, Charlie Simmons 12 in 5.12, Chris Foster 12 in 5.14. And I tell a lie, Chris Pattinson must have had a rough last lap. Yeah, it is. 26.65, dropped him down from 5th to 6th overall. So Adam Pry from previous heat still stays 5th. Riley Butler from heat 1. Hero of the round so far, I think, for me. Because he's still 7th, so he's punching well above his weight in this one. Heat 1, he's done a time that even the guys in heat 5 haven't beaten. So we now move on to heat 6. Heat 6, we find probably my oldest friend from RC, Lee Charnock. We probably met at my first race meeting and mates her since. Used to cycle to each other's house in the summer.
Was this in the 70s?
Not far off.
We've Ted Longshaw and all the original guys.
Yeah, not far off. No, this is like 80. So I started in. I think we both started in like 80. I was 50, 88. Both started.
Wow.
But yeah. So in this one we've got Lee Charnock, Neil Tinsley, Rhys Trewarth. I need to find out if I'm saying his name right, because I know. Need to find that out. James Dixon, Mr. Smooth. Charlie Rhodes, Cameron Wells, Evie Thames, James Proctor, Paul Jenkinson and Michael Halsey. So we follow away with Lee. Black wing, no clear wing. Easy to spot. Blue, orange and black associated B7.1. Nice and steady over the backside of the corner tabletop. No mistakes yet, and this is a good start. Opening lap successfully sorted, but car 3 of Reese is moving fast because he's already passed car 2 and is closing down on Charlie. And I've just spotted a rare thing, a Jim Dixon crash out of the corner of my eye. But Reese, car 3, over the ski jump and round onto the main straight, and Reese, not the best last lap at 26, but he's opened out with a 25.7, average lap 25.98. He's on for third in round. James Proctor on for fifth, and Cameron Wells, another young gun from the mid-east. He's just heading for ninth in round. But Lee's still holding on to, still keeping Reese behind him. Reese has him on stagger by starting 2 cars back, so he's got 3 seconds in his pocket. Lee gives him the inside, and that's nice, clean, respectful driving there, what we'd love to see. Lee can probably now tag onto the back of Reese and just maybe follow him around. Sometimes it's just that little bit easier to follow a car around if they've got a bit more pace, and you find out why. They just drag you round. Don't know, it just happens. They just drag you around, and this is what's happening to Lee now. Just getting dragged around. Reese last lap by 25.6 with a best lap of 25.59, average 25.79, so that little tumble didn't hurt him too much. Currently on for third in round. Now moves up to second in round with a 12 in 5.8. Charney's going ninth overall. So Riley Butler's time still hanging tough there in 8th. So back to following Reese round onto the main straight. Car looking good. Guessing it's pretty sure Reese runs an X-ray. I need to find out. Come up and have a look. Call of car on the straight, so be up Reese X-ray, purple, blue and white. Car 3. A little bit tight coming onto the straight there. Got a bit of a waggle on at the start of the straight and needed to straighten it up and cost him a bit of time at the end of the straight, but no matter, no crash, no pipe clip, so it's taking it steady over the speed bump, round by commentary corner, through the switchbacks, over the ski jump, little bit of whip from the kid, great, another kid that throws a whip. Perfect. So I just seem to have a mic issue with our mic back to the track, but I'll. So Reese still leading this one from Lee, James Proctor, James Dixon, Charlie Rhodes, Michael Halsey, Neil Tinsley, Paul Jenkins and Cameron Wells after promising starts drop back a bit, and Evie Thames rounding out this field. Reese currently back on for a 12 in 9. Lee Charnock on for a 12 in 5.15. So Lee, this is a good run from Lee. But Reese is class of this field. He's got a 8-second advantage over the second place in this one. So he'll be looking for round 2 to get away and with the clean track and make the absolute most of it to give himself the best chance of a, I would say, top 30. It's from heat 6, I think that's definitely possible for Reese. Maybe top 30, top 40, so into F1 territory for points. Because for points at the end of the season, you're going to need to be collecting those D finals to make an F1. E final just won't be quite enough. So as we close this one out now, Reese closes out with a 12 in 5:12.71. Lee Charnock 12 in 5:16. James Dixon 12 in 5:22. James Proctor 12 in 23. Charlie Rhodes 12 in 23. So just Reese and Lee affecting the top 10 in that one. Riley Butler, great run in from heat 1. Still 9th, Ashton Pry. 10th, Adam Pry from an earlier heat, also still in the top 10 in 6th. Chris Pattinson, who's going to get a mention now because he's mentioned Shed 7. Is 7th still. Chris Foster 5th. Reese Trewartha 4th. Please correct me if I'm saying that wrong. And Charlie Simmons 3rd. Okay, forgot about that. Sorry. So we now move on to heat 7. Keith Halsey, Hattie Thames, Craig, or Craig Lomax as we got here, Brett Birch, Luke Thompson, Ruben Russell, Scott Follington, Andy Manning, Jacob Tomlinson, and Matthew Hodges. Keith looked fast in practice, from what I remember, with his orange and white car. So Cam, hopefully, is going to pick him up. Yep. So Keith was fast in practice on 3-lap pace. Thought about turning in early then and just got out of it just in time. Let's see what Keith... crash after the ski jump. That's going to hurt. So we can move forward 1 car to 2 car. That's going to be, I think, if Hattie Thames. So we follow Hattie round. Currently 2nd because Luke Thompson from 5th, or sitting off 5th, but we'll still follow Hattie round. One of the, I think, 3 female racers here this weekend. But Hattie from, I guess, the south or mid-south region. I'm not sure. Someone correct me on that one. Hattie going around nicely. Over Humpty Dumpty. Round. Matt's looking a bit disgusted with that, but Hattie's just turned it over. So we go back a couple of cars. So actually the car that's that now following Luke Thompson round, who's leading this one, but there's going to be someone, I think, from the back of this that may take Luke. No, Luke is still the lead car in this one. So Luke's last lap, 26.04. I'll not mention his name too many times because he's a blade and I'm an owl. But yep, Luke's last lap 26.04. Best lap 25.73. Last lap 26.18. So average lap 26.0. So Luke looking to go 3rd in round at the minute behind Freddie and Matthew Dodd. Andy Manning going 6th, Brett Birch 19th, Craig Lomax 22nd and Keith Halsey 24th. So it looks like this heat have had a bit of trouble and strife, and no one's having a super clean run really, apart from Luke, who's from setting off 5th. Now leads this one. And I've given him the commentator's curse, sorry Luke. But get back on it, pretty sharpish, and that won't hurt too much. You've got a 4-second lead over second place as he comes across the stripe this time round. He's dropped down behind Keith, so if we go back now, Cam, and see if we can pick up the orange and white car of Keith Halsey, who, yep, that's the guy. After setting off first and having a couple of early errors, still managing to get back up to the point in this one. Only on for 10th in round. So this heat, I think they know what they need to do. They've all got the pace in their cars. They just need to be a little bit cleaner. Not as many mistakes in the next one. This has been pretty error strewn. But Keith going 10th, Andy Manning 11th, Luke Thompson 15th, Jacob Tomlinson 19th, Brett Birch 21st and Matt Hodges 22nd. I'm going to mention him again, Riley Butler. That man is still in the top 10. 9th overall. Really was a good time from Heat 1. Keith nicely on the down ramp and down the main straightaway. Over the speed bump. Safely on and off the first corner tabletop. Over Humpty Dumpty. Round the final corner tabletop and back. Past commentary corner and through the switchbacks. Another lap in the books for Keith. That'll look pretty safe. So like 26.34. Yep, safe is what best word to use for that one. It wasn't a stellar lap from him. His best lap at 25.64. Average 26.4, so close to his average. As we come down into 30 seconds to go for this heat and for Keith, so 2 more laps will get in for these guys. It's Keith Halsey, Luke Thompson, Jacob Tomlinson, Andy Manning, Hattie Thames, Matt Hodges, Brett Birch, Scott Follington, Craig Lomax and Ruben Russell. Ruben having a rough run in this one, from what I've seen. Luke's jumped back up to the top of this one now. In the dying seconds of this one. Looks like Keith might have thrown it away. And has. So Luke Thompson takes this one from Keith Halsey, who had a rough end to his run. Actually, no, Jacob Tomlinson jumps up because into the 2 spot from setting off 9th. Keith Halsey 3rd, Hattie Thames 4th, Andy Manning 5th, Brett Birch 6th. Only one driver affecting the top 10 that time. Luke Thompson jumps up into 9th spot. Riley Butler still hanging in there in 10th. Jacob Tomlinson, Keith Halsey, Hattie Thames and Andy Manning go into the top 14. Brett Birch and Scott Follington into the top 20. So, Heat 8. Liam Robinson, Harry Saunders, David Scott, Alex Pyatt, Manny Panasar, Roger Tugwood, William Fisher, Graham Lyle, Tristram Neal and Dave Burton. 3 previous National A finalists in this one and a national winner. We discussed in practice, Dave Burton from Hampshire Racing Centre, or as we used to like to call it back then, Hamster Racing Centre. Manny Panasar, one of the first guys I read about in an RC car magazine, and did battle with him a couple of years ago, and great to stand on the podium with him in the V50 championship at the end of the year. Tristram Neal, Schumacher engineer and designer and team support guy. also likes to, he's into his model railway. Huh? It's alright. So sorry, as we don't have a following camera for this one, so I'm going to follow round by eye guys in this one. So we've got Liam Robinson out front. Nice and bright yellow Schumacher up over the ski jump onto the main straight, and he's set off well because car one, and he's got a good lead. But so let these guys filter out. But Liam Robinson, although he's first on track, only second over or second on the timing. Top three in this heat open out with a sub 26 second lap, so these guys are on for a good time. We're heading into the low 12 lappers, so we're down in the 8s and 9s where these guys would go second, third, fifth and sixth. Freddie Thompson's from 3 heats previous, heat 5, still holding TQ with a 12 in 5 7.91. However, David Scott's just eclipsed that predicted time by dropping in a 25.04. New hot lap of qualifying. 25.5 average. It's got him looking at a good look at a 12 in 5 minutes 5. All of these guys now, best lap, everyone in this heat now, apart from Tris, sorry, in the 25s. Tris doing 26.68. Everyone else in this heat doing a 25 and low 25s now. 25.04 from Alex Pyatt is the current hot lap for this one and qualifying so far. So in numerical order after 2.5 minutes coming up to, so halfway through this one, we've got 4, 6, 5, 3, 1, 8, 2 and 10. Alex just dropping off. That was threatening Freddie's TQ, but now he's dropped down to looking at a third in round. Roger Tugwood looking at a 4. Manny Panesar looking at a 6 now after a good lap. And Roger Tugwood still on 4th, Alex Pyatt on for 3rd. So yeah, we're following the 4-car round of Alex Pyatt now. Down the main straight with Liam in hot pursuit. So Liam, although he set off a few cars in front of Alex, has ended up behind him, but now following from Alex's lead. Alex clearly with a quicker car and quicker driving. So Alex, another 25.49, Liam 25.47, so not much between these two. So hopefully giving each other a little bit of room, no point trying to chase each other down just yet. Round over Humpty Dumpty. Round, both checking up. Alex got that a little bit wrong. Liam did the right thing then, just checked up enough to not hit Alex and cause them both an issue which would have pretty much ruined their run. And now Alex was on for a TQ, but that little check-up's cost him a little bit of time, dropping him down to 12 in 8 pace. Roger Tugwood on 11, and Liam Robinson looking at a 14 split time. So Alex got well, what's Alex? Alex has got a 4-second lead over Liam, although they're close to each other on track. Roger Tugwood sitting nicely in between them on timing. As this heat now closes out and goes into finishing times, Alex, unless he has a stellar last lap, will be second. No, Alex didn't have that stellar last lap. Instead, it went the other way and must have had a bobble somewhere. Alex drops down to third. David Scott goes into sixth. Roger Tugwood 7th. Manny Pioneer Side 11th. Dave Burton 12th. Liam Robinson 15th. Graham Lyle 16th and Tristram Neal 18th. So we now move on to our F1 heats. So some of these heats now are heat 9 has a couple of F1s in and 3 previous national A finalists. James Halliwell, the man with the best weather app in the world. James Pritchard and Gareth Stanton, all 3 of those guys have made national A finalists, so we expect great things from those 3 in this one. But we have Kevin Hodkinson, Callum Troartha, James Halliwell, James Pritchard, Gareth Stanton, Ben Stevenson, Seth Shillito Everest, Ewan Mulcahy, Reese Ward and Ben Elliott going in this one. So we'll do the same as every other one. Follow away car 1. See how we get on for the first lap. Practice, I remember Ben Stevenson looking good in practice. Easy to spot Ben's car. It's normally got the metallic decals on, so it's super easy for me to spot, and also it's possibly one of the wildest colour schemes I've seen in a long time. So we're off and away with heat 9. Kevin Hodkinson leading us off and Ben Elliott pushing everyone round. So Kevin off to a great start. That gap looks bigger than it was, that 1.5 seconds. That one opens out with a 25.75. Stanton opens out with 25.7. Ewan Mulcahy opened out with 25.08. Sounds like he might be a relation to the race director for this meeting, Pete. So look now as we get onto the straight. So we've got Stanton car 5 leading us on the timing. Yeah. And yeah, so Stanton's crossed the stripe with a 25.64. That time by, he's looking at going TQ for the round so far, shaving a massive 0.3 of a second off TQ. But Stance is moving. Car 5, and that's who we're following around right now. Got a bit of a gap now up to at the back of James Halliwell, who's also going well and running second overall in this one. Dropping that back to third because Ewan Mulcahy's actually on the point, so if we can drop back a couple of cars and find car 8. This one. So that's Stanton. Car 8 is the orange and yellow car just coming over the ski jump now. Perfect. And Ewan is, leading this one with a 25.46 last lap and going TQ in round so far with a 12 in 5 minutes 6.9. Stance, you're going third at the minute. James Halliwell's going 6th. Ben Elliott is going 11th. Kevin, you're going 12th. And James Pritchard going 15th. But Ewan is taking about a second now off the TQ time. Over Humpty Dumpty. Clips the pipe a little bit, didn't lose any time though. Nice, that's the line that you want over that corner tabletop, just enough air to clear it, not biting off too much. Over the ski jump, round onto the main straight, and that's another great lap in the books. And he, a 25.12, that did look like a good lap. Best lap 25.08, average 25.5, so he's now on for taking almost 2 seconds off TQ. Halliwell going 4th, Pritchard going 7th, and Elliott going 10th at the minute. So we're still following Ewan round. 24.74 last lap, that's a new hot lap of qualifying so far. First one to dip into the 24s. Got it nigh, got a car turning nicely through the switchback. Might need some help at the end of the straight from a slower car. Good work. And he's through, and another gap appears for clear track. Car crash avoids it well. So 2 lead cars in this one, Ewan and James, are 1 and 2 on track, but the reverse is in effect on timing. So Ewan's next car will be James. James' car behind you is Ewan. You guys are running 1 and 2 and going 1 and 5 in round. Stanton's back up to 7th after a couple of rough laps. Reese Ward running 10th at the minute. So someone else who may have had a little bit of a rough start to this one, but is getting it going again. And his X-ray car. We're rightly keeping our eyes on Ewan because this is going to be a TQ run for Ewan, and he's heading to not be far off a 13 lap pace, 12.5 minutes 4.99, and he finishes in a 5.01. Halliwell 12 in 9. Stance 12 in 11, Pritchard 12 in 12, Ben Elliott 12 in 12, and Reese Ward 12 in 12. Bottom, 7th through 10th only split currently by 0.3 of a second overall, but Ewan's just taken 2 seconds off Freddie Thompson's previous TQ, so the current top 10 is Ewan, Freddie, Matt Dodd, James Halliwell, Alex Pyatt, Gareth Stanton, Charlie Simmons, Ben Elliott, James Pritchard and Reese Ward. Reese Trewartha currently holds 11th spot, and Riley Butler, my hero from Heat 1, is 22nd overall at the minute. Charney, you're 19th, Dave Burton 18th, Panesar 17th, so that's going to make some good fun in the AE pit tables. Some bragging rights going to be sorted out there, as I see the lovely face of Mr. Pole at the end of the rostrum. So Heat 10, we've got Eugene Galley, Stephen Brown, our stand-in chairman for today, Will Venables, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Jones, Andy Woods, Chris Evison, Oscar Keane, Colin May and Hudson Knight. If I remember rightly, Hudson was quick in practice and easy to spot, which I liked. In this one we have 6 previous National A finalists. Those are Eugene, Stephen Brown, Will Venables, Mark Jones, Chris Evison and Colin May have all made National A finals from this heat. We're following around Eugene. So Eugene with his trademark yellow, white and blue colours leads us off. Hudson with the pink car wheel pushes everyone round. So it looks like a pretty standard outlap from Eugene. No issues, not the best, not the sharpest lap, but it's a lap in the books and a 25.97. Ewan Tumilty immediately from 4th. Betters that with a 25.45. Chris Evison 25.31. And Chris Evison, car 7, has the fastest outlap, but we'll stick with Eugene because it's only one lap and Eugene's over. Case at the top of that jump, some athletic marshalling there by Ben. Well done. Some great marshalling there to avoid cars and still get Eugene in great time there. Ewan after 2 with 25.69 at 25.45, average 25.57 is going second in round. Hudson Knight, my pick from practice from this heat with a bright pink body shell, was Ewan, gets a wheelie on down the straight. That's shut off the power just in time because that could have gone 12 shades of wrong. But Ewan, if I remember right, still has an X-ray ride. No, Yokomo ride. Sorry. So Ewan with his Yokomo leading this one from Hudson. But now Will Venables. No, Ewan is changing around. There's not much in it between the top 5 in this one. So it's Ewan from Hudson. So we do have to wait the full 10 cars for this heat to unravel. Hudson from 10th at the back is only 0.4 off leading this. So if we can drop back a few cars to the bright pink car of Hudson Knight, there he is, easy to spot coming up and over the ski jump. Nice whips for the kids and down the straightaway. Hudson, great start to this one. 25.62 last lap. 25.48 average. Top 3 in this one are affecting the top 5. The top, let's just check, we're down to Oscar. Yep. So the top 5 in this one are affecting the top 10. Andy Woods has just sneaked in as well, so it's top 6 in this one now affecting the top 10 overall. With Ewan from William Venables, Hudson Knight, Chris Evison and Oscar Keane making the biggest effect. We're following around Hudson Knight. Have to wait all the way around until to find out where he's going at the minute. And nice, but courteous driving there. And he's through, so only 1 second separating the top 3 in this one now. Getting closer to a predicted 13 lap run. It's going to happen. There is no doubt about that. These guys are down in the 12 and 3. So Ewan, William and Hudson only separated by just over a second in this one. Hudson round over Humpty Dumpty. No chuckle from that. Disappointing. Round by round by Coventry Corner, through the switchback, over the ski jump and onto the straight for his 9th lap, and he moves up to second. Ewan with his Yokomo, blue, white and black car is still out front in this one, but quite rightly I think not much between the two guys in this. Only it's actually now stretched out now to 3 seconds. Ewan's putting in some hot laps up at the front, so he might need to move forward again to try and find car 4. There he is. No, perfect, thanks Cam. So Ewan, last lap was a 24.77. This lap a 25.22. So not the worst lap, but not his best lap, and his average laps are 25.22. So bang on his average there. And he's now heading towards a 12 in 5 minutes 2. So as he comes round to finish his run, no error free, I think, if I remember. And Ewan finishes with a 12 in 5 2.16. Venables in a 12 in the 5. Hudson Knight just squeezes in between them, 12 and a 4. Everson 12 and an 8. Stephen Brown 12 and a 9. Andy Woods 12 and a 9. Colin May 12 and a 10. Eugene Galley 12 and 11. Mark Jones 12 and a 13. And Oscar King 12 and 18. Top 6 in that one all affected the top 10, with Ewan and Hudson going 1, 2. Venables 4. Everson 6. Steve Brown 8. Andy Woods 9. No, 10, sorry. Halliwell stays 9th. So moving on to heat 11. Heat 11, we've got Ben Smith, Luke Holdsworth, Jamie Hall, Harley Eldridge, Charlie Saunders, Johnny Skidmore, Archie Bowman, Oliver Natras, Aaron Nash. And Ryan Clark. 9 of these guys have previously made a National A final. We also have 3 winners of National A finals, that elite group of 44 people I was talking about earlier. Only 44 people have ever won a BRCA National. 222 people have ever made a National A final. So these, we're now getting down to the full creme de la creme of the RC 1/10 off-road world. We also have in this one Charlie Saunders, our reigning under 16 national champion, and Archie Bowman, our reigning F2 national champion. So we follow Ben Smith. So we're following away. Ben clips the pipe, gets away with it. And Ben was looking super fast in practice. Clean run right from start to finish, and his best lap and average lap looked ominously close to each other. With that little tag though, Luke Holdsworth, chasing him round from second, has him on the stagger. Charlie Saunders is second. Archie Bowman third. Ben Smith actually drops down to fourth with that little clip. So these guys open the top 5 in this one open out with a 24 or sub 25 second lap. Ben Smith follows it up with a 24.54. Luke Holdsworth follows it up, but it's Charlie Saunders, the 5 car. If we can find Charlie, who's there you go, red car, a red associated B7.1, Charlie Saunders. 24.33 last lap, new fast lap of qualifying so far. As we wait for Charlie to cross the line, and he indeed is going TQ. Top 4 in this one are on that 13 lap pace. Jamie Hall just shy, Ryan Clark also just shy of a 13 lap run in this one. So Ben retakes the lead, got his foot down the last couple of laps, and with a 24.23 takes new hot lap of qualifying so far, and going TQ. Nothing in it though between him and Charlie, 6/100ths of a second. With Luke Holdsworth a couple of tenths back, Aaron Nash a couple of seconds back. But top 6 in this are going top 6 in round so far. Ben Smith, you're on for an 18, 13 in 18, Holdsworth 13 in 19, Saunders 13 in 21, Jamie Hall on the bubble of the 13 lapper. Holly Eldridge jumping into the top 10 overall at the minute with looking for a 12 in 5.10. Like, was that Charlie that was just following Jamie around? I guess it was. And Charlie having a couple of rough laps. So check that lap time. Yeah, 25.43, rolled over onto his wheels, so it didn't really cost him too much time. See if we can go back and find Ben. There he is. Yeah, Ben leading this one now. He's got a 2-second lead, which for these guys can seem like an eternity. 2 seconds trying to find that over 5-minute run for these guys is hard work. But Ben, after a couple of really small early bobbles, back on it now and round Coventry Corner, back through the switchback, over the ski jump and completing his 9th lap. 24.07, so 23-second laps will be on the cards at some point during the day. I think as the heat gets up, I'm not sure how this track reacts to heat, but probably goes quicker. I guess there's not a lot of sand in this one to come out of the surface. This track could probably go a little bit quicker. But also these guys will be managing how they use their tyres, because they only get 2 sets now throughout the day. So do they go gangbusters and go 2 new sets right at the start of the day, or save a set for later on and just have 2 new sets at the start, 2 old sets at the end? Depends how they use them. But Ben Smith now 24.51 average lap, 0.3 of a second a lap faster than Charlie Saunders on average. And he's going round, circulating now for his last lap. No, it won't be his last lap actually, it'll be one short. Ben will get through for his 13, so ignore what I said about it being his last lap. It'll be this lap and one more for Ben. He comes up to 2 back markers who will hopefully be called out of his way. Perfect. Excellent driving from those 2 guys, and allows Ben to go around on his 13th lap and set the first 13 lapper of the day. Charlie Saunders also looking at a 13, through for a 13. Luke Holdsworth stops the clock, but it's Ben Smith with the first 13 lapper of the day. 13 in 5:18.39. Charlie Saunders, you go second with the second 13 lapper of the day. Well done in a 5:22. Luke Holdsworth just misses out in a 13 with a 12 in 1. Archie Bowman 12 in 3. Harley Eldridge 12 in 3. Jamie Hall 12 in 4. Ryan Clark 12 in 4. Aaron Nash, you went 12th with a 12 in 7. So we now move through to our final heat of round 1 of qualifying. Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Tom Phipps, Daniel Pole, Lewis Hopkins, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Stuart Marn, Matt Thompson and Tommy Daly are drivers. Again, 9 of these have previously made National A finalists or National A finals. Tommy is your 2-time and back-to-back defending BRCA 1/10 off-road 2-wheel drive national champion. Lee Martin has won this title 3 times. No one else has. These are the only 2 guys currently racing that have won a 2-wheel drive national title. So we'll follow Tommy away with his distinctive orange and black car. Reigning champion gets car 1 in the top heat. He's already gapping Lee. A little pipe clip, but no harm, no foul, and he's round by the ski jump onto the straight. And what does he open out with? Opens out with a 24.58. Josh Holdsworth 24.7. Daniel Pole 24.6. Tom Phipps 24.8. Lee Martin 25.1. Everyone else in the 25s apart from Lewis and Tommy, who have rough outlaps. But back to Tommy, who follows his 24 with a 24.71, so bringing that average down. What's that? Bringing the average down, but Josh Holdsworth still leads this one. So catch up with Josh going down the straight now. Blue and yellow Schumacher car. Looks like Tommy's made a mistake ahead, and Josh will soon be closing Tommy down. So top three in this one going second, third and 7th. Josh. Tom Phipps moving up to 2 spot now, with Lee Martin 3 spot, Tommy Hall 4, Daniel Pole 5, Lewis Hopkins 6, Callum Ackroyd Bench 7th. Hot lap of this one so far is 24.40. A couple of guys in the 24.4s, but none of these guys are currently affecting Ben Smith's TQ run at the minute. Josh is the closest, predicted to be around a second down on Ben Smith's time. As we follow Josh round on the back of Tommy, these guys will know Tommy will know if he needs to let Josh through, but at the minute no need to. And Josh is over. Releases Tommy, and that will put Tommy to, I guess, back up to the lead of this heat. With 2 minutes down and 3 to go. Nope, still Josh just managing to hold the lead, but not by much now. It's Josh from Tommy from Daniel Pole moving up to 3rd, Thomas Phipps 4th, Lee Martin 5th, Lewis Hopkins 6th, Matt Thompson moves up to the 7th spot. So top 5 in this one are all affecting the top 10, with Josh going 2nd, Tommy 3rd, Daniel 5th, Tom Phipps 6th, Lee Martin 7th, and Lewis Hopkins going 10th. Still following Josh round through the switchback over the tabletop, round onto the main straight, and another lap in the books for Josh, a 24.12, new fast lap of this heat, bringing his average down to 24.66. He's still got to find about a second and a half in this run to beat Ben's time, but second will do nicely to start out the day. Tommy, a couple of early errors dropped him back to, but he's still on for 3rd. Daniel Pole's on for 5. Tom Phipps 6, Lee Martin 7, Lewis Hopkins 8. Daniel Pole has the second fastest lap of this heat, 24.17 on his last lap. So, but Josh has just backed his 24.12 with a 24.15. So finding a groove now and starting to hunt down that TQ of Ben Smith. Coming down the gap, he needs is under a second now. We're down to the last 2 laps. His last lap was a 24.01, so that 23-second lap is looking vulnerable. back chasing Tommy round onto the main straight, and it's Josh with a 24.3. Now we're into closing time, and there's only 6/10 between Josh Holdsworth and a TQ run. It looks like I think Ben will hold on for this TQ of round 1. Little hang up on the last lap. Don't think it's going to cost him position. It doesn't. It's a second in round for Josh Holdsworth, third Tommy Hall, fourth Tom Phipps. No, sorry, last lap. Daniel Paul goes 5, Tom Phipps goes 6, Lee Martin 7, Lewis Hopkins 8, Luke Holdsworth 9, Ewan Tumilty 10. Gets a great 10, Matt Thompson, BQ. Stuart Mann goes 14th, Tommy Dale 20th, Callum Ackroyd bench 22nd. So, back to Heat 1, Round 2. I hope that wasn't what I thought it was. It was. It was Riley. Over. My hero from Round 1. Riley Butler did a great job in Round 1. Just find out where he ended up in Round 1. So, sorry about that. Back to the front of this one, we have Mark Keane in front, followed by Riley Butler, Nicholas Harwood, Charlie Hall, Martin Lee, Jamie Careless, Dominic Morby, Simon Hall and Richard Hipkiss. Riley's had a rough start to this one, but starting to get those laps back down again, back into the 25s, which is where it was in round 1. And those times in round 1 gave him a good score right in the middle of the pack, which from heat 1 got to be super impressed with. So we're now turn this off. So we're now joined by Ben Smith, TQ round 1.
Yeah.
Well done.
Hello everyone. Yeah, it was pretty good actually. I had Luke in my heat, Luke Holdsworth off behind me, and he kind of caught me a bit, and then I think he had a crash, so I was kind of trying to judge myself off pace.
Yeah, you two guys really had a good duel on the timing screen. I think you had like a little bobble on the first lap, just clips pipe and that, but super close between you guys. But I'm going to call it because I called you in out of practice for like your fast lap and average lap was super close together. Like, this is ominous when you see that closeness between fast and average lap. You were super close.
Yeah, I haven't touched the car all day so far. I'm just trying to work on driving better.
Yeah.
Because my average, I think I could still get it closer. I want to get hopefully a bit closer because there's not a lot of time in the track. I think you can kind of get down to 23.8 probably if you nail the lap.
Yeah.
But you have to take too many risks, in my opinion, to be able to do that for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think Luke was the first one. I think he was the first one into 23s in that last one. Right at the end, like 23.9. But he'd had a couple of little errors, and that's all it takes at like where you guys are at the top of the...
Yeah, definitely. It was... I thought it might hinder me driving by myself, but they kind of all tripped over each other. And I kind of saw them crash one by one, and I was like, it must be looking quite good at this point.
No, it was looking pretty and pretty nice run. It wasn't, like you say, it wasn't like the cleanest run, but it, with no errors, it was still good enough to take TQ, and that's all you can do.
Definitely.
But now, congratulations, good run. Any changes planned for round 2?
I'm reluctant, but I think Trish he's been over and he's like, I think you need to do this. So yeah, I think maybe something small but not big.
Yeah, a little bit of change. I mean, how are you finding working with Trish now? Do you work with him daily as well, or do you...
So we share an office along with many others. There's 6 or 7 of us in the office. I'm based in the engineering office, but I work within the purchasing department.
Okay.
But I have a little bit of say in the development of the cars, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to test new parts when we get them to try and improve the cars. Yeah,
good. So how are you finding all of that test driving?
It's fun. It's sometimes a little boring driving by yourself, and you're always chasing this lap time or whatever, and you have to always think about the bigger picture, not just that one run on that one day, and play the long game.
Yeah, I think that's something that me and Trish both learned from dearly departed Phil Booth.
Yeah.
That lap time is king, and that was one of the always things that he used to tell me when I go testing.
Definitely.
Stopwatch never lies. And
yeah.
It doesn't matter how it feels, you can make a car feel really good, and it can be slow. And but Trish has obviously picked up on that ethos, and now sharing it with you.
Yeah. He always tells me about saying Phil used to say of it's not the first crash you have to worry about, it's the second one. And I always try to think about that if I ever have an error or something, and try to focus back up and not go raggy or whatever. And,
it's a good piece of advice for anyone else to think in like the lower heat or the earlier heats. Don't want to call them lower heats.
Yeah.
Earlier heats. So, is that your biggest piece of advice you give to like the guys in like heat 1, 2, and 3? Like if they're making a mistake, which these guys probably are more prone to doing.
Yeah, because I think it's not often you see somebody have one crash.
Yeah.
It's either none or like 3 or 4. So I think it's all about keeping your head game good and like trying to stay concentrated and not get worried because in the lower heats there's a lot of like toing and throwing. The cars get bunched up and spread apart. So it's just about trying to stay concentrated.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your time.
Thank
good
you.
luck. Well done on TQ round 1. I'm calling it. I got you in that one.
Thank you.
Well done. Thanks, Ben. So, sorry about that. We took a little bit of time out there to interview our TQ man for round 1. Ben Smith, so you'll be able to catch that up on the live stream if you want to rewind. And talking of live stream, we'd like to thank our sponsors for being able to give us the opportunity to cover the BRCA 110th Off-Road Nationals this year. Sponsors are TKR, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher and X-Ray. Without these great partners, we would not be able to bring you this event. And I wouldn't be getting a suntan in April. Right, so enough of the fun, back to racing. So we're currently following around this gaggle of cars coming onto the straight. And Mark Mitchell has this one at the minute with a 26.67 last lap. That's car 1, and car 7's going to need a body shell reattaching. Unlucky for him that that crash caused that. Nice. So we're going to look for car 1, which I think is who Cam has at the minute. Just need to check that I'm not going to make a fool of myself, and that is car 1 of Mark Mitchell, who leads this one with a 26.6 last lap, 26.9 average, and Lee Spate is second, Jonathan Fluke third, Dave Flanagan 4, Trevor Follington 5, Nathan Stanmore 6, Stuart Robinson 7th, and 2 guys did not start this, and that's not good for one of them. That's Jack Mills White, who had a really good round 1. So Jack, don't be disheartened, just dust yourself off and go again in round 3. Mark Mitchell leading this one still, going top of the pile, topping Riley Butler's time from the previous heat. Riley was great in round 1 but had a rough round 2. So he'll be looking to drop this one like a hot rock. And Mark Mitchell taking full advantage and taking 5 seconds currently off Riley Butler's TQ time. Lee Spate jumps up to going second overall. Jonathan Fluke drops to 8th. Dave Flanagan, you're going 9th overall at the minute. Dave Flanagan has the hot lap in this one by almost a clear half second over the rest of the field, but is languishing down in 5th. Best lap at the front is a 26.67, 26.89 average, and that's going on what me and Ben were just talking about, nice and tight between your best lap and average lap. Makes a huge difference to anyone racing if your best lap and average lap are close together. It doesn't matter if they're a little bit off the pace, but if your best and average are close together, you know you've done a good run. So still following Mark Mitchell around. Need to check out what car he's running so we can give him and any sponsors he's got some airtime. I'm still none the wiser. I think it's a Yokomo. So apologies, I'm not going to. But Mark going around nicely over the little hump, up and over the first part of the tabletop round. That car lets him through. Nice, respectful driving from heat 2. Over the backside tabletop, nice and clean, nice fast line actually, and he's doing just what he needs to do, keeping those lap times close together. 26, 26, 26, just knocking them off like seconds on the clock. And he's down to a 26.85 average. He's only taking 4 seconds off. Oh no, he's taking 6 seconds, sorry, off Riley Butler's TQ at the minute. Lee Spate is running second and on for second in round with a 12 in 5.26. Jonathan Fluke going 5th. Dave Flanagan, you're going 9th, but you've got pace in that car. You just need to find or keep it smooth, and you'll have a much better run than this round. So we're into finishing times now, and it's Mark Mitchell who's led this one mainly from start to finish, and takes that one with a 12 in 5:21, taking 7 seconds off Riley's TQ. Lee Spate goes third with a 12 in 27. So now looking back at the overall, so Riley had a 50 in round 1. This round currently showing us a 3. That's going to change and probably not be as good as a 50 in round 1. Mark Mitchell, you've got a donut to go with your 76 at the minute. Jonathan Pluke had an 85, 18 of 5. Dave Flanagan with a 75 and a 10. As we move on to Heat 3. Heat 3, we've got Paul Tonks, Philip Hitchman, Sean Thompson, Luke Westwood, Mac McManus, Paul Ragg, Joshua Anderson, Andrew Luxford, Phil Campbell and Adam Parai. So Adam Pry leads us off in this one, quick in round 1, just managing to hold off. Nice, fine. So Adam Pry leads us off in this one, quick car from 10th on the grid in the last one, and now he's going to look to lead or do a much better time because he's got a clear track in front for the next 5 or 6 laps at least. 26.14 he opens out with a clear 1.6 seconds faster than the rest of the field, just clips that pipe but gets away with it. Remember, next time round, don't hit that pipe. Over the ski jump, back onto the main straight, and probably maybe a little slower 26. It is 26.34. Didn't really affect Adam that much, so he's got some good pace in that car. I guess he could soon be into the 25s if he nails a clean lap. It's round by commentary corner, up through the switchbacks. Car looking nice and neat, tidy. Not sure whether he's running new or old rear tyres for this one. We'll find out of some of the guys later on what tyre strategy they've gone with. Are they using both new sets early doors, or are they just running one set and then put a new set on a little bit later, wondering if the track will grip up a little in this glorious April sun. Because you wouldn't believe it, we are in the UK at Potteries Model Car Club at the minute for the first round of this year's BRCA National Championship. It looks like we could be in Spain, and it feels like we could be in Spain. But Adam Pry leads this one, 26.69 last lap, 26.45 average, taking 11 seconds off TQ at the minute. Just waiting for this to unravel because... Nope, so Joshua Anderson and Paul second, Paul Ragg third. Sean Thompson, you're fourth in this one at the minute. Mac McManus 5, Phil Campbell 6, Andrew Luxford 7. Luke Westwood unfortunately did not start this one, or is not running. Adam Pryor looking still clean and smooth and no errors so far, I don't think. 26.53 average and 26.14 best lap tell me that that's probably right. Taking 10 seconds now off TQ and going for 12 in 5.18. Adam looking to put a good run to go with his 43 from round 1. So 43 in round 1 and another 43 is probably going to be E-final pace at the minute. 243 is normally around middle of the E. I kind of know because that's where I used to finish the last couple of years. So Adam Pride drops it into the 25s now, the 25.99. So he's finding more and more pace in that car and now taking 14 seconds off TQ. Joshua Anderson going 3rd, Sean Thompson 4th, Paul Ragg 9th, Mac McManus going 11th, Phil Campbell 12th. Yeah, as we head into our final minute. And Adam Price doing a great job here of keeping his car rolling and not having too much issue. Coming up on a back mark, but that back marker's a little bit of an error from Adam means that back marker's going to get away for another lap and Adam will have to wait at least another lap to get through. So that lap, not one of Adam's best, 26.73, a little bit away from his 25.99 best lap, but and just outside his average, but not really hurt his TQ run. I said 14 seconds, I actually meant 4 seconds. He's taking off. He's running around in a 12 in 5.17 at the minute. So going to finishing times, no mistakes please from Adam would be great, and this will be another solid run to get 2 runs in early doors, and then with 2 kind of bankers you know you can work a little bit harder in rounds 3 and 4, knowing that you're not chasing the ace. And Adam Pry finishes at 12 in 5.17, Joshua Anderson 12 in 22. No, sorry, not finished yet. 2012 and 23, sorry. So top 4 in that one affected the top 10 overall. Adam Pry taking UTQ 12 in 5.17. Joshua Anderson 12 in 5.23. Sean Thompson 11 in 0. Paul Ragg 11 in 1. Phil Campbell, you go 10th in round with an 11 in 5. As we move through to heat 4. So heat 4, your runners and riders are Scott Wyman, Chris Elworthy, Andrew Shillito, Chris Bowden, Roger Mills, Mark Christopher, Jamie Banks, Colin Mulligan, Miklos Savados and Lee Stokes. I can see Roger Mills up there this time, so hopefully the technical issue he had in round 1 is fixed now and he doesn't have another issue, which would be a shame for our tech officer to have a double DNF to start his day. You've got it. So heat 4, Scott Wyman leads us away. Great run in round 1. Starts out with a 26.89. Chris Elworthy starts off with a 26.48 and heads this one on 1 lap pace. So these two were your fast 2 guys from the heat on the previous round. Chris didn't have cleanest of runs. Scott had a clean run, but Chris was possibly the faster car on track last time round. So Chris Elworthy 26.79 and a 26.48 gives him an average of 26.6, and they're on for second and third. Andrew Shillito up to third. Chris Bowden, you're running fourth. Jamie Banks fifth. Mark Christopher sixth. Lee Stokes seventh. Oh, so Chris Elworthy and Scott have got together in the worst. Don't know what to say about that. That's just could have been avoided, and that's going to cost them both. So I expect Andrew Shillito to lead this one after 4. But Scott seems to have got away. Just needs to get that out of his head. Now that's gone. Can't do anything about it. A bit like Ben said earlier. It's not the first crash that's the problem. It's the second. So any of you guys online, if you're racing at your club and you make that first error, try and let it go away. If you make the second crash, that's when problems start to happen. So, good bit of advice from our TQ man, Ben Smith, Schumacher guy and Hobbywing driver, to one of our sponsors for this coverage. Who Cam's got on camera now is that's a 7 car with Jamie Banks, is it? Looks like a 7. Oh. Oh, sorry about that, just need to clear my throat for a couple of seconds, got something stuck. So back to the racing, we've got Scott Wyman from Andrew Shillito, 4-second lead Scott has over Andrew Shillito. So if we go back and find our lead-off guy, who after that early get coming together has now managed to work his way back up to the front. And Scott, last lap 26.09, best lap 26.04, average 27. So Scott looking at a 4 in round, Andrew Shillito looking at a 10, Chris Bowden looking at 12, Jamie Banks 13, Chris Elworthy 14 and Mark Christopher 16 at the minute. So Scott circulating now in clear air, front and back, for the last minute, so hopefully no one is going to affect our race leader's run. As he closed up on the back, Marcus just had an issue. Hopefully it will get out of his way. Hopefully the referee calls him over and gives him good warning at the end of the straight. Scott's not closing down just yet. Over the corner tabletop, round over the humpback bridge. Over the back side of the corner tabletop, through past commentary corner and back through the switchbacks onto the ski jump, and he's still not caught that guy up. So Scott with the 26.2 and 26.2 last lap, 26.0 best. He's pushing it round, he's going round as quick as he can, and he's currently going third in round. That third he got a 61 in round 1, so punching a little bit above the seeding order that we got, and Scott gets a, so look at this, 12 in 5:21.
Yes. I am Andy from Southport Car Club. Well, yeah. I came down just to have a look and see what you need from us.
So only the top 2 affected the top 10 in that one. Scott Wyman, 12 in 5:21. Chris Bowden, 11 in 5 minutes 2. Roger Mills, 11 in 5:3. Andrew Shillito, 11 in 4. Mark Christopher, 11 in 4. Jamie Banks, 11 in 4. Those 4 guys separated by 9/10 of a second. So 9/10 of a second was 4 points in that heat alone. As we move on to heat 5, heat's coming thick and fast at the minute. Heat 5 is where we find our first previous National A finalist. Matt Dodd making 3 National A finals. If I was to guess, I'd probably say maybe Kidderminster, and I don't know about anywhere else. Might be good to catch up with Matt a little later on and find out how he's enjoying his return back to RC racing. So Freddie Thompson leads this one off, followed by Matt Dodd.
I love you, Matt.
So Freddie Thompson leading us around with his X-ray car powered by ABM batteries and maybe motors, I'm not sure, but Freddie's wearing an ABM t-shirt. So Matt Dodd opens out with the fastest lap though, 25.7. Freddie Thompson 25.9. Chris Foster 26.3. Chris Pattinson Shed 7 man 26.9. So only really the top 3 or 4 in this one open out with a pretty stellar lap. Only 2 of them in the 25s. And Freddie Thompson and Matt Dodd back their 25 out lap with a 25-second lap, bringing their average down to 25.8. Chris Foster's 26.55 average, so Matt and Freddie going 1 and 2. Taking a huge 8 seconds off TQ at the minute, and both heading for, well, Matt Dodd heading for 12 in 9. So we're following Matt round now with his distinctive purple, yellow and orange colour scheme with yellow wheels. So Matt Dodd from the super competitive Midwest region, and he was one of the drivers back in the day that if you went to the Midwest you would normally be behind Matt Dodd, because he was just one of the guys over there that was super good, and they had a super talented bunch of guys at the time. Matt Dodd, Tom Yardy, Paul Robinson, Chris Bowater, to name a few. But Matt Dodd now leading this one out. Freddie's only a slither behind him, only 0.3 behind him. So Freddie actually now jumps in front with a 25.55 last lap. So it's swung from one way to the other that lap round, with Freddie now leading this one 25.55. Onto the straight, round to the sweeper. Freddie from the mid-east region. Dad Sean just been out a couple of heats before. Freddie took a break for a couple of years, I think maybe to finish schooling and stuff, and now is back and just as fast as he was before he left. I think I remember Sean building a track in his back garden when we couldn't race during COVID times. And Freddie's still getting laps in on the back garden on grass and wearing it out to a absolute dirt bowl. But Freddie out in front, only 1/10 of a second in front of Matt Dodd, so we'll still keep with Freddie. Gets rid of that rough last previous up with a 25.8, so Freddie's the only one consistently in this one in the 25s. Matt's done a couple, but Freddie, when he's getting them back to back, he's just that little bit quicker and starting to stamp his authority on this heat. They're going 1 and 2 in round, taking 6 seconds off the previous TQ, going for 12 and 5.10 and 5.11 respectively. Peter Craig, Oliver Frost, Chris Pattinson and Chris Foster all affecting the top 10. Your running order after 4 minutes is 2, 3, 8, 5, 4, 6, 10, 9, 7 and 1. Freddie negotiates that stricken car and another 26-0 Matt Dodd back into the 25, so this fight isn't over yet between these two for this heat. And as we've seen how close it is between some of the cars in this round, a couple of tenths here and there can mean 4 or 5 places. If you do that in 2 rounds, that's 10 points different between what the score could have been and what you end up with. So always best to just keep pushing till the end. Don't lift off on that last lap, but still try and get it round. So Freddie and Matt Dodd separated by 4 tenths coming to the line. Freddie, does he have him? Freddie finishes with a 12 in 10.98. Matt Dodd 11.73, so that 8 tenths stuck till the line. But they both threw in a good last lap, so fighting it out right up until the death. And it's Freddie Thompson who takes TQ with 12 in 5.10. Matt Dodd 12 in 5.11, Peter Craig 12 in 17, Chris Foster 12 in 17. Exactly the same time as Adam Parai. Don't know how that'll work. I think you just get the same points. Chris Pattinson 12 in 17.84. So between 3rd and 7th in this round at the minute is 6 tenths of a second. 5 drivers. 6 tenths of a second. So we now move on to Heat 6, where we find my old mucker Lee Charnock, Neil Tinsley, Rhys Trewartha, James Dixon, Charlie Rhodes, Cameron Wells, Evie Thames, James Proctor, Paul Jenkinson and Michael Halsey. I think it was a good battle last time between Rhys and Lee for the lead of this one. With Rhys just coming out on top. No. So memory served me good, and it was Rhys who won the previous round with Lee Charnock in second. James Dixon after his early crash. Words you don't normally put in the same sentence. James Dixon and crash ended up third. But Rhys gets away and he's off and running with a 25.7 lead, 26.9, James Dixon 27.16. James Proctor 26. So Rhys looking to capitalise on having a nice clean track to drive away from the rest of the field in this one. Clips a barrier, gets back on his wheels, and that's crash number 1. Don't make a crash number 2. So Lee now leads this one out. No, James Proctor, sorry. So that little crash has cost Reese, but he's got the pace underneath him to get round for the remaining 4 minutes of this one. The clean run and limit the damage by that little roll. Lee Charnock nice and smooth through the switchbacks onto the straight. Charney's car looking good this weekend. So after 3, it's Cameron Wells who had a shocker, I think, in round 1. Evie Thames, James Proctor, Charlie Rhodes, Reese Trewartha. But again, these guys currently, the top 8 are separated by less than 1 second. So this order is going to change rapidly. Evie Thames jumps back to the top with a 26.5. 26.5 to average. Only 3 of these guys are affecting the top 10 at the minute. That's Evie, Reese and James. James now hops to the top. The gap is still around 1 second between the top 6 guys. Cameron Wells has 2 rough laps and drops way down the order, so we're currently following round the wheel speed car of car 8, James Proctor. I think that's a wheel speed Fast Fox car with the shocks on the outside and the sides of the car. Very distinctive body shell and shock package. Going well here though. Following Charlie round and leading this one with a 26.32 last lap. Reese has found his pace again and he's done a 25.7. James answers with a 25.8. Those 2 guys now separated by only 6/100ths of a second. 3 seconds further back we've got Charlie Rhodes, then Charney, Evie Thames, James Dixon, Michael Halsey and Paul Jenkinson. James and Reese are going 3 and 4 in round with a 12 in 5.14. Charlie and Lee 10th and 11th in round at around an 18. Going back to following James round on track as he goes past us in commentary corner. Avoids the stricken car there really well and over the ski jump back onto the main straight and round the sweeper with another 25.50. No, that's right, it's Reese that's done a 25.54 and puts himself back to the top by about 0.6 of a second, so we might need to jump forward a couple of cars if we could. Cam to Reese with the blue and black and white car. Car number 3. So as we pick up our new leader Reese round by commentary corner with his purple and white X-ray. Car 2 about to give him a little bit of room hopefully. At the end of the straightaway, nice driving from car 2 to give Reese a little bit of room, just enough, and doesn't affect his final run to the line, which can be so important. And Reese takes up with a 12 in 5.12. James Proctor 12 in 13, Charlie Rhodes 12 in 18, Evie Thames 12 in 20, Jim Dixon 12 in 22, Charney 12 in 24. amount of times I've nearly hung myself on this. So we now move to heat 7. Keith Halsey had tamed. Oh, sorry. Let these guys get away. And it was Luke Thompson who fastest guy in round 1. Jacob Tomlinson setting off second, both from the mid-east, where we head to next for BMR round 2 of this year's National Championship. BMR is another new track on the calendar, and one that I've been to plenty of times, and will be a different sort of challenge to people who have never been there before. It's not flat, it's bumpy, it's what I call proper off-road. And that's not a bad thing. Just a bit like Robin Hood, a lot of natural undulations, only a few, no man-made jumps, and it's just a good circuit. So we're following Jacob Tomlinson with his Schumacher car, made the move from Associated a couple of years ago following Aaron Nash to Schumacher. Pit Buddy and Mana RC track locals. But in the wings we've got Keith Halsey with his orange car just behind Jacob. So the car, if we drop a car back, that's Keith, I believe. And he was fast again in round 1, but just a couple too many errors creeped in, and that put pay to a really good run. So Keith trying to amend that by putting down a good run in round 2. 26.3 last lap, 26.0 best, and 26.2 average. So Keith doing what Ben was talking about earlier, nice and close gap between your best average and average laps. Jacob Tomlinson doing the same, but his best lap is a 25.8, so he's the hot lap of this heat so far. Keith just coming up on the back of Jacob, so these two will now have to work together to get the best time without having an issue like we saw in one of the previous heats where the top two got together and caused themselves a whole lot of trouble. So Jacob, a young driver from the mid-east, down straight, round the sweeper at the end, through the hairpin, closely followed by Keith. These two working together really well, and Jacob makes a smart move, I think, there to let Keith straight through. And now tag on the back and just follow him round for the next 3 minutes. He's got a little bit more pace in the car, and Jacob could do well not to just stick with Keith and follow him round. So Keith's last lap is best lap of the run at 25.9. I think Jacob let him through at 27, but that's not too bad. These guys are going 5 and 10 in round at the minute. Only 4 seconds shy of TQ, but Jacob, if you squeeze a little bit more out of your car, you only need to find a second and you will jump 6 places. So a little bit of risk and a little bit of caution will get you a good 5-place jump in this round so far. And that's all you can do. You can only affect the round you are in. You can't affect the round that's already gone or the rounds that are coming. You just need to affect the round that you're in. So Keith going the right way now, moving up to 5th and only on the back of 4th and 3rd with only 30 seconds to go. Just needs to find half to 3/4 of a second. Jacob Tomlinson, you still need to just find a little bit more pace to squeeze maybe a 10th, and you've done that with that lap. You're into the 17s. A little bit more and you'll squeeze up to maybe a 6 or 7 in round at the minute, and closing in on Keith like that is doing your time the world of good. Just be aware that Keith is in front of you on the clock. Oh, a little bit of a tap there. Keith gets away with it. Jacob probably comes off worse, and that's so much happens. So Keith finishes with a 12 and 14. Jacob, a little bit of a rough last lap, drops him down to 12th. And that rough last lap could have been a 5th. So 7 places dropped in that last lap. Hattie Thames, 12 in 5.23. Brett Birch, 12 in 24. Craig Lomax, 12 in 25. Ruben Russell, after a bit of a rough round 1, starts his weekend now with a 12 in 24. So now move on to Heat 8. 3 drivers from this heat have previously made National A finals. Liam Robinson, Harry Saunders, David Scott, Alex Pyatt, Mani Panesar, Roger Tugwood, William Fisher, Graham Lyle, Tristram Neal and Dave Burton are your runners and riders for this one. Overall at the minute we have Freddie Thompson with 23 and a 0 from this round, Matt Dodd with a 25 and 2. So those two guys looking to have 2 good rounds to start their day off. So Alex Pyatt leads us off with David Scott, and William Fisher will push us round. But Alex Pyatt was the cream of this heat last time round. And he looks to have gapped David Scott on lap 1. That normally means a quick out lap. And it is a 25.6. He's come out swinging straight away. No messing about, straight into the 25s. Confidence high from the last round. Nicely over the corner tabletop. That was a super sweet line. So this lap, if we stay clean to the end, will be another 25, I guarantee it. And he does. It's a 25.4, so 25.5 average. David Scott, 26 average. Roger Tugwood, Manny Panesar, Liam Robinson, Graham Lyle and Will Fisher yet to cross the line actually, and Will Fisher jumps up to the 3 spot. Dave Burton did not start or is not counting. So we need to check with race control if that's correct, that Dave has not started. Alex Pyatt though, 3 back-to-back 25s, 25.66 average. .25.66 average is putting him on target for a 12 in 8. 25.69. So all 4 first laps have been sub 26, and that is the way you want to go. Average 25.6, best lap 25.4. So nice and consistent. 1 lap just following the other. Over the corner tabletop now, over the humpback bridge, round through up to the backside of the corner tabletop, but he's got that sweep, and through the switchbacks up to the ski jump, which I thought was going to be much harder to do, but it seems nice and flows into the track super easy. And Alex Pyatt with his worst lap of the race, and think clipping that pipe bottom corner last time round, just getting on 2 wheels. 26.1, nothing to worry about though. This is still a super strong run and a TQ run for the round so far. Just shaving 1.9 seconds off Freddie Thompson's time at the minute. Alex again another 26, so not 2 back-to-back laps outside the 25s, but like I said, no need to panic yet. That's back where it was before, and this lap should be back into the 25s. Little bit of a wobble on entry there, so maybe those rear tyres are on a second run tyres and probably starting to show the signs of giving up the ghost. But he did a 25.83, so that rear end starting to look a little slidey, so maybe this could be a track where when it gets warm the grip level goes down a little bit more, but we're still on for a 12 in 5.10 for Alex. William Fisher on for a 12 in 14, David Scott a 12 in 15, Liam Robinson 12 in 21 and Graham Lyle 12 in 21. Those guys are the only guys in this affecting the top 20 so far. A little tight up to the reverse side of the corner tabletop there, but no harm, no foul. And he's round onto the straight for his 10th lap, and he's clicked off another 25. So just those 2 laps in the middle, which were 26s, have been his weaker laps, but he's still on for a 25.83 average and 12 in 9 predicted. So we are literally just concentrating on our leader as he's ready for or on for setting new TQ for the round. Jumping the back that time round, not choosing to roll over it and get power on the downslope, but jumping and confident enough that his car will land. And he finishes with a 12 in 10.1. Only taking 8/10 off Freddie Thompson's TQ, but 8/10 is all he needed to take off, and that's an extra point for him. David Scott second, Will Fisher third, David Burton did start and did finish in 4th. Getting a 19 in round. Graham Lyle went 24th in round. So Alex Pyatt sets a new TQ for round 2, a 12 in 5.10.15, considering we only had only two 13 lappers in round 1. That's going to be putting him, I would think, inside the top 40 for this round. Top 40 left to go now when we start those out with heat 9. Heat 9 last time round we had a good race between I'm pretty sure it was Kevin, Callum, James and James Halliwell. Your cars in this one are Kevin Hodkinson, Callum Trewartha, James Halliwell, James Pritchard, Gareth Stanton, Ben Stevenson, Seth Shillito Everest, Ewan Mulcahy, Reese Ward and Ben Elliott. So it's Ewan that starts us off. I was wrong. It was Ewan and James that were having the good battle at the end of the last one. So Ewan with the orange and white X-ray car. Car number 8 safely round for lap 1. I nearly gave him commentator's curse, but he managed to land the jump. But James Halliwell starts out with a 26.1. Ewan with that little bit of a bobble, 26.2. Gareth Stanton opens out fastest though after all 10 cars have been through, the 26.0. So your lead 3 cars are lead 3 on the track but in reverse order on the timing screen. Ben Elliott jumps up. So I recognise Ben Elliott from the Mid-East region. He jumps up with a 25.5 on the last lap. Pink car coming under through the switchback and up to the ski jump. So pink car that's just got past Gareth Stanton, that's was and is your current race leader. 26.03, getting past a back marker on that last lap, so there's no shakes, but it's Callum that leads this one after 3 now with a 25.52, followed by Ben, Ewan, Seth, James and Kevin. Top 5 in this one are all affecting the top 10 overall. Equal time between Ewan and Ben on the split. Nothing to split them apart. So Ewan down the straight, James just catching the top of the ski jump there and casing it. Looks like Ben had an issue then. We might need to go back up to the front cam and find Ewan, who's just coming up and over the roller and up to the corner, back side of the corner tabletop, and Ewan now leads this one out by 2 seconds on his last lap with a 25.4. Ewan now currently going top of the pile. Mixed bag opening few laps, but he's now settled into a good rhythm, and with 3 minutes to go Ewan is putting the hammer down and is on for taking TQ in this round by 2 seconds at the minute. 25.44 last lap, 25.37 best and a 25.72 average. So all 3 are in the 25s. Another 25. Second lap from Ewan that time round. Car looking Pretty good. Nothing. Doesn't seem to be much to separate the each different manufacturer's cars on this track. No one, I don't think, seems to have the better car this weekend on the lower grip surface. We spoke with Johnny Skidmore after his run. He said it was quite low grip, a little bit floaty. So I guess it's probably like Boughton or Torch. And that's what it looks like. We've not seen many people traction roll, which is always the worst thing that you can have on carpet or Astro, where your car tips over onto its roof and the first time you find out about it is when it's on its roof. Ewan gets away with casing the ski jump, but still 26.8 drops his advantage a little bit, but he's still on for TQ in this round. Only 4/10 now with 30 seconds to go. It should be this lap that he's on and one more, so 2 clean laps required for Ewan to take TQ. James Hellawell has moved up to the 2 spot and is going 5th in round. Gareth Stanton 9th. Ben Elliott, after a bit of a rough lap, is still on for 10th. Seth Shillito Everest is on for 12th. And Callum, you're going 14th at the minute. But we follow Ewan round for his final lap. Nice and smooth, no mistakes required here. Just get it to the line now and you will take TQ for this round at the minute. And that's what he's done. And finishes in a 12 in 9.1, taking 1.1 off current TQ. James Hellawell, you've gone 5th. Seth Shillito Everest, you've gone 14th. Ben Elliott 11th. Gareth Stanton, you've gone 12th. Callum Trewarthy, you've gone 13th. Right. So Ewan puts a 0 at the minute with his 18 from round 1, so that's 2 good runs in the books for Ewan. Freddie's still in second with a 23 and 3. But those round 2 scores will drop. There's no rain forecast for the weekend, so we don't have to worry about the alternate tyre rule, and we don't have to worry about a rain assist. Heat 10, Eugene Galley, Stephen Brown, William Venables, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Jones, Andy Woods, Chris Evison, Oscar Keane, Colin May and Hudson Knight. So we're off and away with Heat 10. Ewan Tumulty leads us round and Oscar King will push us round. Ewan and Hudson both had good round 1 scores. Just checking back to see where they were. Ewan had an 18. No, Ewan had a 10, sorry. And Hudson had a 17 in round 1. So Ewan opens out the 25.2, fast lap of the heat and fast lap of the round so far, I think. Oscar Keane opens out the 25.9, Colin May 26. The rest of the field open out the 26, so some steady start laps there, but Ewan not having any of that and puts his foot down straight out of the gate and backs his lap 1 up with a 25.6. So we're watching Ewan now come past commentary corner through the switchback over the ski jump and round to start lap 4. 3 laps in the books and 25.05, new fast lap of the heat and round so far. 25.34 average. He's taking 5 seconds off his namesake's TQ at the minute. Hudson Knight also going well, and Will Venables also in the top 3. Oscar Keane, you're up to second. But Ewan's now ticked off 4 laps in the books, all low 25s, 25.33 average, getting down to that 13 lap pace. Now he's over, and referee gives him the benefit of the doubt and lets him go again, so hopefully should have a slow lap. So 27.4, yes, he didn't gain any time. Hudson looks like he's just had to let someone through, and it might be Venables, so if we can drop back a car and we can now pick up the red, white and black machine of Will Venables. Will now leads this one out with a 25.49 last lap, 25.58 average, and Will is on for a new TQ of 5 minutes, 12 in 5.7. So we follow Will round over the tabletop, past commentary corner, through into the switchback section and over the ski jump. Will looking good with his associated B7.1. Will taking slightly different line to other people over the roll and just keeping his wheels on the ground and not having to deal with his car flat landing off that hump. Still looks like he's got good traction with that car and is still in front by 2 seconds over Ewan from Hudson, Chris Evison, Andy Woods. Eugene Gallery recovering from a rough opening lap, but Venables now leads us on track, and I think also on time and on track, so needs to keep Ewan behind him, but he has track position and time position on him, so should be no issue from Ewan. Hudson Knight moves up to second, 3 seconds down on Will Venables. These two going 1-2 in round so far. So all 3 of our 3 leaders in this one are all closing up on each other on track. Ewan taking a nice line over that jump there and taking a little chunk out of the corner. Ewan looks like he's itching to get past, but needs to give Will Venables the respect that he's in front on time and on track. So should, unless it's down to Will if he needs to let him through. A bit of a two-wheel action there, and Will still holds him up. As we go into finishing times, just need Will to get over the line, and a good run from Will Venables there takes a new TQ, 12 in 5, 6.48. Hudson Knight, you go third in round with a 12 in 5.9. You go fourth in round with a 12 in 5.9. Andy Woods, you go ninth, 12 in 5.12. Oscar Keane, you've gone 11th with 12 in 5.13. So current top 10 running into your last 2 heats is Will Venables, Ewan Mulcahy, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumulty, Alex Pyatt, Freddie Thompson, Matt Dodd, James Halliwell, Andy Woods and Rhys Trewartha. James Proctor, you're the unlucky man at the minute in 11th, but that's still good points. We go into heat 11 where we find our current TQ man. from round 1. So in round 1, Ben Smith did a 13 in 18.39. Average lap 24. We're looking at 24.49, so under 24.5. Josh Holdsworth was just behind, as Ben said, and with a 13 in 19. Tommy Hall also did a 13. So your top 6 last time round did 13 lappers. So we're looking for more 13 lappers in this round. So Ben Smith leads us off. We've heard from a couple of the drivers that have been out that the grip is now going with on the second run. Not sure if it's down to the tyre or if it's down to the track getting a little bit warmer and this surface not giving an increase in grip when it gets warmer, but going a little bit slippy. Ben's car does look like it's got a little bit more rotation than it had, but it's still a 25.3. But Luke Holdsworth opens out with a 24.58. Charlie Saunders 24.96. This is kind of what happened in round 1, where Ben didn't have the greatest outlap, but got himself into a rhythm and got going towards the end. And with that, does a 24.6. Luke Holdsworth 25.2. Archie Bowman 4. Ryan Clark with a good round 1 is now 5. Jamie Hall is 6th. So after 2 laps, less than 9/10 of a second separates our top 7. So we're following Luke Holdsworth, but Charlie Saunders is our lead car in a minute. So if we can, maybe I think we're going to need to try and find where Charlie is on track. No, it is Luke Holdsworth that is leading this one out. So Luke getting by. Ben's dropped out. I didn't see what was going on as I was recovering some of our equipment. But Luke over the corner tabletop. I think it must have been Charlie that he passed. It is. It's Charlie that he passed. So Luke caught him on track. And Charlie gave him the room to go by and push on to get his best time. Archie Bowman is the 3rd car of that trio that are at the front of this grid. And Archie now leads us, so if we can drop a couple of cars back to the green car of Archie Bowman. So there he is, he comes past race control through the switchback, just snagging a pipe over the ski jump, round onto the straight. That's Archie Bowman. And Archie is 2nd, but the top 2 are only separated by 1/10 of a second. So Archie and Luke, Schumacher drivers, separated by 1 with 1 car between them. Ben Smith must have had a rough lap because at some point, because he's now behind these guys. But he can still rescue a half decent run this time round. To go with his TQ, it won't be the TQ that he wanted. But Archie and Luke are our lead 2 in this heat and going 1 and 2 in round. In fact, the top 5 are going top 5. Aaron and Harley, you're also affecting the top 10. 7th and 8th. Ben Smith, even with his rough run, is on for 9th in round so far. But Archie now still leading his round, and with 1.4 seconds in front of Charlie Saunders. Jonathan Skidmore now, or Johnny Skidmore, having a good run this time round. We had a quick chat with him at the end of the last one, and we'll probably try and get an interview with him a little later on, but Johnny had a bit of a rough run in round 1. But years of experience and top driver ability, he'll be able to get another 2 runs out of today. But Archie now 2.2 seconds clear of our second place man, and driving his Schumacher car really well. Over the corner tabletop, past us at commentary corner, round through the switchbacks, over the ski jump, and completes his 12th lap, and he's through for a 13. So congratulations, Archie, you're through for a 13. So make this one count. Don't do anything silly. Only 5 guys get it a 13 lapper in round 1. Little bit of a tap there, but that's, and well done. So that's Archie Bowman with the first 13 lapper of round number 2. Top 6 went top 6 in that one. So Archie, Luke, Johnny Skidmore, Ben Smith, Charlie Saunders, Ryan Clark, Holly Eldridge and Aaron Nash, who slipped into 8th and 9th. Need to pee soon. So we're now going to our final heat of round 2. And we've got Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps, Daniel Pole, Lewis Hopkins, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Stuart Marn, Matt Thompson and Tommy Dale. If I'm remembering it rightly, it should be Josh Holdsworth that leads us off this time round, as he was 2nd overall to Ben Smith in round 1. Yeah, so it should be Josh from Tommy and then Daniel. So Josh Holdsworth leads his round, gets away with clipping the pipe hard on the straight. And everyone in this one opens out with a 25-second lap. Matt Thompson leads off, or sets off with the best lap, 25.1. We'll stick with Josh for first couple. There's nothing in it yet, and he's still leading us round. But after 2, it's Daniel Pole that leads us round with a 24.59 to back up his opening 25. Tommy Hall also with a 24. Josh Holdsworth now finds pace with a 24, and so does Tommy at second. 24 back to back. Those 3 guys are separated by 1/10 of a second. The next 3 guys back are only just half a second down the road, so 1 second covers your top 7 in this one after 3. So we're following our current race leader round, Tommy Hall. 24.35 last lap, best lap 24.35, so moving the right way, best lap on his last lap, still finding pace. His car, not the cleanest round one, but our defending and back-to-back 2-wheel drive national champion. Starting his charge to TQ, sorry. So that little error by Tommy has left the door open for Daniel and Josh to sneak through, but not too far down the road. Probably lost just over a second with that little rollover, but Daniel Pole now leads this one with a 24.75 last lap, 24.88 average. So if we can go and find, I think we have found the 5 car of Daniel Pole, blue, red and white. He'll be used to this sort of weather coming from sunny Scotland, where it always is sunny. Don't know why they drive all this way just to come down here and find the rain. But Daniel making headway into this one and going TQ in round just a second inside Archie Bowman's current TQ. So Archie, that run of yours is standing up well to this heat. Only the top 5 in this one are affecting the top 10 overall. Johnny Skidmore, you'll hold 10th after this, if it stays as is. But Daniel Pole still leading us round. Last lap 25.27. Little bit slower, but still fast enough to take TQ. But that gap is now 1/100th of a second between Archie and Daniel for TQ. Tommy Hall, after that little mistake, is back up to second. Lewis Hopkins third. Lee Martin running 4th. Matt Thompson running 5. Tom Phipps running 6. Josh Holdsworth dropped down to 7, so just like stablemate Ben Smith having a rough run in this one. And we'll go again in round 3. But this one is 2 young kids at the top. Archie Bowman still now holding TQ. Daniel Pole, you're on for 2nd. Tommy Hall on for 3rd. Only 2 13-lappers predicted for this round, so the track is slowing just a little. Not sure how many guys will have put new tyres on straight away for rounds 1 and 2, but Daniel is through, and the only one through for 13. Tommy got caught at the line. It's Daniel racing round. It's between him and Archie for TQ for this round. And TQ for round number 2 goes to Archie Bowman. Congratulations, Archie. Daniel Pole 2nd, Tommy Hall 3rd, Lewis Hopkins 4th. Johnny Skidmore 6th, Luke Holdsworth 5th, Matt Thompson 7, Ben Smith 8, Lee Martin 9 and Charlie Saunders round out your top 10. Times are slipping, so how many guys put on new tyres for that round? Maybe that was Archie and Daniel's trick. Your overall top 10 after 2. Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Ben Smith, Archie Bowman, Lewis Hopkins, Charlie Saunders, Luke Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Thomas Phipps and Matt Thompson rounds out your top 10 at the minute. Ryan Clark, you need to do something about that because you're 12th and you are the only two guys I know that need to make an A final.
Well, Adam's just gone for a very quick break. And should we talk to somebody who's on the track? Somebody
Hello.
who has been out there experiencing this track,
That's me.
camping in the field. It's Mr. Will Venables from Team Associated.
Hey everyone.
Brief
Hey, Matt.
Pace Graphics.
Oh, that's long gone now.
Oh, that's long gone.
That's long
That's
gone.
retired.
That is retired.
Okay. How is it out there?
It's getting dusty.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lot of sun getting to the track, so it seems like then lap times are dropping a little bit, grip's going a bit, so it's getting pretty challenging, but this is something we seem to experience at all the Astro tracks, especially in the summer when the light and the sun gets onto it, always seems to get a little bit lower grip. And there's no sand on the track, so kind of, while everyone thinks makes it higher grip, in some cases it doesn't, so...
So basically it's a bit of a rocket round early on then.
Yeah, 100%. I think that first round, for example, Ben, if he can get another TQ and it's on the tie break, he's going to be in a good position.
Yeah. Have you raced on this track before?
No, it's my first time.
And how are you finding it? I think it's a really nice location.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool track. It's a lot smaller than what the photos make it look like, but it's pretty good. This layout seems pretty tight and technical. It's pretty challenging. It seems like you just got to stay on your line and be really tight and accurate. I think is the main goal here, but it's really hard to gain time. Is the main thing, is what I'm noticing.
Yeah. And is this your first year? Because you're doing all the nationals, is that right? Or you plan to do all the nationals?
I mean, I've been doing all the nationals for years now, so I'm like a bit of a veteran, I guess you could say, compared to these younger guys doing it. No, seriously, there's so many younger guys doing it now, which is great for the sport, but I honestly feel like I'm ancient now doing it, and I'm only 28. But if you look at the A final, everyone there is 100%, other than Lee, younger than me. So
Wow, really?
yeah, no, seriously. Take a look when the A finalists go on later. When you video them, you can...
So what's your record? What is your best result from a nationals?
I have made an A final before. I think I finished 9th at Robin Hood once.
Very good.
So
It's impressive.
I have that as one of my accolades. So
Which of the rounds is your favourite, or which of the tracks is your favourite?
as in this year, or just in general?
I would say this year.
This year, it's actually a hard one because none of the tracks on this list are my local. I've actually never been here before, for example, but
Yeah.
I guess you could probably say Robin Hood. I think that's I've spent a lot of time there. It's a pretty good track.
It's a very good track.
James does a lot of good work there, so I think that's kind of the mecca for the UK in terms of outdoor Astro tracks.
Good stuff.
Just
Good
wanting to bring that dirt track back. I really want to bring that dirt track back. That would be really good, but
It would.
I obviously get with the rain and getting people to prep a dirt track. That's another.
Is it
the
still
whole
there?
thing. It's still there, but they've put basically like office carpet on top of it.
Yes.
So they run
yeah.
like a they run a
Office
lot.
carpet.
No, seriously, like
Not ETS carpet, office carpet.
yeah, office carpet. It's not ETS. It's grey, not the black stuff. So, but that's pretty fun. Like I'd like to. I keep meaning to go there and do a race on that track. They do a lot of vintage meetings on that, or rear motor races.
Yeah.
Because it's lower grip, you put honeycombs in there. You actually can get around pretty fun on there. Well, pretty good, and it's pretty fun as well. I meant so.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for joining us, Will.
Yeah, anytime.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Do you think you'll do better tomorrow or today? Which is your most natural?
I always feel more confident with 2 wheel.
Oh, really?
That's my thing. It's in the last few years I've kind of gone at the hang of 4 wheel a little bit more. So 2 wheel, but you never know.
Wow.
4 wheel might be good tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on you. Wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks
And,
for everything you're doing for RCTV and the hobby.
Well, you know.
Even if I'm not helping out this weekend.
Thanks, Will. Bye.
Right, cheers.
So that's Will Venables, friend and member of the team sometimes, but he's racing this weekend. So our loss is racing's gain. So you might have guessed, because we don't have a proper commentator right now, it's just me. Adam has gone for a short break. He'll be back very soon. We have a bit of a lunchtime changeover. So I would like to thank our sponsors of this BRCA 10th National, TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher, and of course X-Ray. This is round 1. We're here all weekend. We'll be here again tomorrow, and then we'll be moving on to round 2 in just 2 weeks' time. Wow, they're coming thick and fast, these nationals. So, yeah, thanks for watching and commenting along. We'll get to your comments actually this afternoon. Adam's back. I think Cam's gone on a lunch run.
Nice. All going well.
Yep.
Everyone loving it.
Everyone loving it. Absolutely loving it.
I must admit, I was absolutely bobbing myself about this, to use a northern phrase, but no, I think it's all going no, well, was going well until I just decided to choke myself on that piece of flapjack. But no, all going well. Nice to put something back into a sport that I've been in association with for a long time. Also good to be back with you guys.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Been a while.
It has been a while. Did you designed one of these 10th scale? I mean, you're not in racing. I mean, you are in racing, but professionally, you've been in racing.
Been in racing, designed a couple of cars, yeah.
Yeah. But now you design the fun machines.
So I've moved from designing at Armour to now being in charge of production.
Right.
So deal with our vendors at home and abroad, and look after when our cars are finished the design side. I look after it with the factories to make sure that what we ask for is what we get, and deal with any production issues, and it's just really making sure that the cars are as good as we expect. I don't do any. Used to do some of the testing, but I don't do that now. So it's as I get. I've
So
got
you're just desk bound now. You don't get to go out like
No.
we used to in the olden days.
and go video it. No, we don't. No, there's none of that anymore. The trips out videoing. No, we've got better drivers than that. We've got Chris Doughty that does a lot of the stunt driving. Stu Noble does a lot of our filming over in the States, and we've got drivers over there. We've got some really good drivers over at Horizon, for our parents' company. But yeah, still enjoying it. Still enjoying my racing, because now I don't. This is going to sound weird. I don't do the modern stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I do vintage, which is
Like the rest of the world.
yeah. I just enjoy doing the fun, the social side of it. And I think it's much more a much more relaxed event on the social side.
Similar vibe to like 40 plus euros, where
Yeah.
it's just everyone's no one's there to make a name for themselves. They're all there to just have fun, which is kind of what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, which is how we all got into the hobby, and until it got too competitive and too fast for us, basically. I mean, the cars are... We run like a lot slower motors, so like 10.5 and 13.5, but still feels plenty fast enough. And probably on this surface, it'd be interesting to find out. I'm going to ask a couple of guys later on. Because on this surface, when it's low grip, just speaking to a couple of the guys now, that the grip has gone down, and they're all checking in their second set of tyres. Archie was on his second run tyres, so I went over and congratulated Archie. I've known Archie from him being this big, and remember giving him a box of tyres when he first started racing. I just saw him when I was at Durango, and he used to race our cars, and we got him a chassis signed. So, been good to watch a guy that I've seen from like maybe, I think it was 7, 8, back in like 2013, 2014 at the Opel meetings. And then him coming along to get a TQ in a round, because that is a big thing among your peers, to be the fastest guy here in that round.
Yeah.
Everyone had the same track at roughly the same time, and he was the only one to take advantage. Daniel Pole, another young kid, he's starting to come to the fore, and those who have gone up through the juniors together, so be good to see how those guys get on. Tommy just spoke to Tommy's dad, and he was just checking in the second set of tyres, and he just said like halfway through the second run those tyres just gave up. So I think we can expect to see now most people putting on their second set of tyres. Some may have already put on their second set and had a good run in round 2 because of it. But I think I know they said that some people don't like the rules, some people do. I think it had to go this way because it was getting a little ridiculous when you're throwing new sets of tyres at your car in practice for 2 runs and in racing for 4 runs and then finals.
Yeah.
That suddenly makes... I know we're racing at the top end of a sport by it being a national event, but...
Super expensive.
Expensive, and if you're a little bit further down the field, it's not the greatest thing seeing like the top guys throw on set after set after set. It's not sustainable as a hobby. We've seen it go the wrong way before. We have tried to tyre rule before. That was 1996, but it was 2 tyres from anything. So we literally turned up to a meeting with every tyre known to man, and you could only choose 2 out of it throughout the day. And that was a complete and utter disaster, because you still had to have all of the tyres. But now I think we've got the controlled tyre, and now we've got controlled sets. Maybe a little bit of tweaking. I'm not sure how the wet thing's going to work. I don't think that...
Let's hope we don't find out.
I don't, yeah. If we went through all this year and we didn't have to find out. So I think the wet weather rule is... It's going to be hard to... won't be hard to police, because you can just put the other set of... the other compound on. So for this event and all the events, I believe, throughout the year, it's yellow mesos for the dry and silver mesos if it's wet. You could run silver mesos in the dry if you wanted to, if it was drying, but the idea is that you have to come back to the tyres that you started on.
Right. And is the front tyre in 2-wheel drive controlled?
I believe so, yeah. So this year it's cut staggers for this event. I think it may be event. The guys for the event choose it. So this one is cut staggers. So you don't have, when you're turning up this weekend, what tyres you had to run.
Yeah, because EFRA have just gone to the front wheel of 2-wheel drive to be controlled just this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I mean, I think it's the way forward when you've got, especially like in EFRA, where you've got people travelling from plenty of different countries, and the last thing you want to be doing is taking a box full of tyres that you have to travel them both ways and buy them for a start.
But it's also a championship can be dictated by who you know and what you know and special secrets, and
Yeah, if it's an open tyre,
the
it
whole
could be.
the whole point of the control tyre is to not have that.
No, it should just be down to the drivers. I mean, the cars, the electronics now, all of that's been pretty common for the last few years now, and we have in off-road we have far too much power, so it doesn't really matter. We're not looking for any like cheat modes on speedos or anything like that. All of the electronics are fine. Batteries we can run for 15-20 minutes. So everything's accessible to everyone. And now I think the final piece of the puzzle was actually just restricting the tyres. I personally have voted for it. I don't mind saying it. I mean, there were people that don't, and that's their opinion, and we're all entitled to our own opinion. But at the time when the rule was announced, I thought it was actually a good rule to just limit the cost of the sport, because I mean, these guys, you're paying like 100 quid for a hotel, 2 nights.
Yep.
Fuel, which we all know recently has gone up. Why make it harder for people to race on an equal footing with everyone else? I don't think it'll make a difference for the top guys. I've done it for the last 2 years I raced. Last 2 years I raced, I only brought 2 sets of tyres to each meeting, to each national.
Yeah.
And that was just me being a northerner. But also I thought, for the amount of time I was putting in, that was the amount of money I wanted to spend. It was fine.
Food orders. We'll be back with you in 1 second.
So sorry about that, guys. A couple of us had to take a comfort break, and we're back now. Now we're going to try and interview a couple more of guys here. If anyone online's got any ideas who they'd like us to interview, we're going to try and get a couple of guys up here to chat about the racing. A couple of first-time guys, first-time national drivers, and also some of the you want to call them pros, guys at the top end of the real sharp end. We've now just moved into heat 4 of round 3. This today is moving along nicely. So just catching up now as I have a look at our overalls. I've got Jack Mills-White. Good job, Jack. Back on it. Holding TQ for this round. Josh Anderson, 12 in 5:31. So 6 seconds between Jack and Joshua. Adam Pry is 3rd, Lee Spate 4th, Jonathan Pluke 5th, Paul Ragg 6th, Sean Thompson 7th, Andrew Luxford 8th, Luke Westwood 9th, and Nicholas Harwood 10th. Huh? Yeah, so the official word on the street is that the track has gone slippy. A lot of guys now are putting on their second set of Schumacher Mezzo spikes. I think they're called Mezzo spikes, or Mezzos, however you want to call them. And yellow compound. No one can run the wet compound yet because it's not been declared a wet meeting, and I don't think, looking at that sky, it's going to be declared a wet meeting anytime soon. Like 4 weeks, which is nice. In this heat we've got Scott Wyman, Chris Elworthy, Chris Bowden, Mark Christopher. Jamie Banks, Colin Mulligan, Miklos Sabados and Lee Stokes are your runners for this one. Scott Wyman's been on pace and he's just having a bit of a mare at the start line at the minute, but ably assisted by one of the track marshals to get him pointing in the right direction. He's only been doing it 20 odd years and still trying to break everyone's car before we get going. We have Jack Mills-White TQ, currently 12 in 25. Might need to go back and have a look at what he did in round 1, but we're off and away on our static cam, like I said, for the minute, so I'll just try and commentate on the timing and what I can see out on track. But Scott Wyman's leads us around with Chris Elworthy. These two were both on a good run last time round, but they got in each other's way and caused a bit of an incident, is the best way we can describe it. Scott got away and still managed to salvage some form of run, but it wasn't the best one he could have done. So Chris starts off the faster with a 26.9, and that's showing us that the track is slower. I don't know if these guys have already used their second set of tyres. It's not like F1 where we have markings on the tyres that we can see, but these guys are not lapping as fast as they have in previous rounds. Mid 26.8 for Scott and Chris in lap 2, sorry. It'll be that thing where it doesn't feel it on, you can't describe where your car is just slower, but it is. Every time you get on the gas it's a little bit slower than it was before. And you add that up to multiple corners and suddenly that's where you're 1 second a lap, that you look at your lap times at the end and think, why am I so slow? It's not like you've lost it all in one go, you're just losing it every time you get on the gas, every time you turn the steering. It's just something that the top guys will adapt to, maybe catch on setup with some feedback from and ideas from like Craig, Joshua with the Associated team, Lee Martin with the X-Ray team, and Tris Neal with the Schumacher team. They'll be on hand to pass on their years of wisdom on how to get the most out of your car when the grip starts to go. Like I said to Matt, I firmly believe this is the way forward with controlled sets of tyres. The amount could be up for debate, but I think 2 is good. Just calms the expenditure down in the sport. But having gone off on a tangent, we're back to racing. Scott Wyman leads this one with a 26.53 best lap, and that was his last lap. Average lap 26.79. So Scott's coming to terms with the changeable conditions. See if I can pick Scott up on track and where he is. He's just coming round over the large roller or humpback bridge, over the tabletop, round by commentary corner, and he's going through the switchbacks, up onto the ski jump and round for his 7th lap. So 26.8 average, 26.5. That was a slower lap, 27.0 for Scott, but that's still not too far away from his average, so he's got a hang of this track in these conditions, and that's kind of what he's got to deal with, is the car he's got underneath him now. You can't do anything, it's just learning to drive in these conditions, maybe turning a little earlier, slowing down a little more. If you've got some space left on your dual rate on the steering, give that a hoik up and try and get some steering back if that's where you're losing it. But it looks like these guys are losing it across both axles at the same time. And something I've always tried to passing it on to one of a friend of mine, where I always set my car up, or used to always set my car up with dual rate at around 90, because that meant if you ended up in a situation like this where track started to lose grip and it was front axle, you could always dial a little bit back in. And if your tyres are starting to run out during a club meeting, you can always gain a little bit more back. But if you set your car up and your dual rate is at 100, then you've only got down, you've not got the ability to go back up. So as we draw to an end with this one, we will have a small break while we catch up with top 10 or one of the guys who was top 10 in the last round. Johnny Skidmore's here to sit and or stand and chat with us. Welcome, Johnny.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. All good.
Good. Difficult round one, I think, was the best way you put it.
Yeah, that is for sure. It was not the easiest, but I mean, kind of expected, to be honest. Having never been here before, and 101 excuses as always.
Yeah,
but,
the racer's book of excuses.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, we managed to clean it up for round 2, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah, so just looking at, going to have a quick look there. So round 2.
I think it was a 6.
Yeah, 6 in round 2. And you said, you just sat or stood marshalling just across me and said that grip had dropped down. That's what just explaining to the guys out here now that grips does seem to have gone. And is it on both axles, one axle, or?
No, both axles, I would say. I mean, I don't do this too often, but I've heard throughout the pits that usually as the day goes on, the grip generally drops.
Okay.
On AstroTurf tracks, and also when the sun's out, apparently the grip drops as well, which does seem to be the case. So yeah, the grip is definitely down from round 1 in practice.
Ah, okay. So new tyres then for round 3.
Yeah, round 1 and 2 I ran the same set, so I'm going new for round 3. Hopefully we can pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, I mean with a 6 should be a another pretty solid score, like a 4 or something will get you in there.
It would be nice. I mean, it was not too far off TQ in the end. I don't think, maybe 3 seconds or so, and it's obviously very close at the top.
Yeah, super close at the top in that last round.
I mean, I had to start in 10th as well, which is never ideal. No. So because when you're at the front, you kind of get pulled around at that speed.
Yep.
And I had to pass a few cars, which cost maybe the odd second here or there. So hopefully, starting near the front and should go well.
Good. So this year, we were talking about it earlier. First time that you've campaigned a full national series in 1/10. Last year, did some 4-wheel drive and got enough to get you your F1, which
right.
And helped you up helped you up to get into like top heats? 'Cause last year you were in like the lower heat, so you had to do a lot of the donkey work and get your way through. But 7th last year, I think.
Yeah, four-wheel drive. I think I was 7th. So it's good to be able to do two-wheel drive. I think, which is going to make four-wheel drive easier because obviously coming to do four-wheel drive, having not done two-wheel drive, you're on the back foot and stuff. So it's I'm happy to be here, doing the series and trying to do the best I can.
Good. So everyone will know you on here from mainly 8th scale or rallycross.
Mm-hmm.
Should we not talk about the start of this year?
I would prefer. I mean, we can. It's not a problem. It's
No, I was just keeping an eye because I was at a vintage meeting and I saw that like you TQ'd and then
that's right. Yeah.
Something go wrong in round 5 as well.
Yeah, I had the engine was still quite new and I think it basically finally broke in or something along those lines. It just kind of died out on track. Got it, put a new plug in it and stuff. Give it a tune before the semi-final. It was all good. And then, set off, obviously semi-practice, 5 minutes, no issues whatsoever. Set off for the first lap of the semi-final. And I think, my car just switched off and decided to drive off itself. So when we looked at it, the transponder was kind of half hanging out of the receiver, like the plug. Yeah. And I think it somehow managed to shorten the entire thing out and just turn it off. But that's the only real explanation I have. I went to Slough the weekend after, ran the exact same equipment and no issues. So that's
a nightmare when that happens. I remember doing it like last couple of years, doing it with Neil, and like you'd have. I think that's the most frustrating thing about 8th is you go to a meeting and something random happens, and you just don't know what's going. Almost no amount of prep. I know, like you guys will prep the cars to the nth degree, knowing what can happen, but still something happens.
I mean, it's extremely frustrating, especially when you put the time in, and it's one of them things, but it sort of feels like something you could prevent. I guess if we opened the radio tray up, you would have seen maybe that it was kind of hanging out, but it's never happened to me before, so it's not, there's only so many times you can check everything. Yep. And unfortunately, it's like one of a semi-final at a national, never a club race or a practice day.
Yep. So what are the plans for the rest of this year then? So obviously doing 10th, 8th Euros?
Yeah, busy year. 10th scale nationals, 8th scale nationals, 8th electric nationals as well. I think 14 nationals in total this year, so it's going to be busy with that. And then 8th Nitro Euros, which is Madrid.
Okay, I was going to ask where that is.
8th electric Euros, which is Estonia, which is pretty cool. Yep. And then the Worlds, which is
America.
Texas, which will be cool as well.
So. Yeah, that's Thornhill.
Thornhill, that's right. Yeah,
so
end of September.
Kind of indoors, isn't it?
It's got a roof, but no sides, kind of. I think.
So hopefully it doesn't rain sideways. But Texas, I don't think so.
I think it's 100% humidity and probably 50 degrees, so it should be fun.
Yeah. So any plans to go out before?
Not gonna make the Worlds. No. It's just too busy with everything else and stuff. It probably should be a priority, but I don't expect too many. I'm sure a few will go, but they'll be able to fresh. It's usually not too much. Euros usually are more difficult. You kind of need to go to a Euros more than you do a Worlds because it's always completely new for a Worlds, completely fresh track and stuff. They always, it's like starting again basically. So the warm-ups are not as valuable with for the Worlds. With the Euros, sometimes they don't change everything, so it's kind of more important to make a warm-up for a European event.
Yeah, it only has to be something like 80% of the track can be the same, can't it?
Exactly.
I think, for the Euros.
Exactly.
So. Good. Still working at MB?
That's right.
Still working at MB.
Strong. Yep.
And carpet season went well, I guess.
Yeah, it's it's difficult as well. Obviously, with the 10 scale stuff. I enjoy racing on carpet. I prefer this for sure, but I enjoy. We do a lot of running at MB and MKGP, this, that, and the other. So probably my favourite winter race with 10 scale is Worksop, I would say. But I enjoy racing on carpet as well. Yeah,
because you was it back to back? Back to back.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So 2 and 4 wheel back to back. So, competitive series that works upon the old school like cork floor.
That's right.
Kind of going to be a little bit like this, where not grips, not at a premium. It's just enough.
Yeah, I think I actually prefer surfaces where the traction is a little less intense scale because it's kind of you feel like you have to rely a little bit less on setup and more just being accurate and smooth and trying to drive the lines right as opposed to just full throttle everywhere and turning basically. So
okay. Any sponsors you'd like to thank while you're here? Give you the
pressure's on. Yeah, I'd like to thank X-Ray, of course, for supporting me, obviously, as they do. MB Models, SRT, RC Disco as well, the distributor of X-Ray. Hobby Wing, Hot Race Tyres, they also sponsor me. VP Design for the paintwork, and I think that's it. And my dad,
Well,
of course. My dad, of course.
Obviously, obviously your dad, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I've covered them all, I think.
So, no Will here this weekend?
No, he's actually at Blackpool with, they've got a 2-day race on there, obviously, with that being their next 8-scale national in a couple of weeks, so he's out there doing some running and trying to learn what he can.
Yeah, is he doing any 10th this year?
He planned to originally, but obviously he's had a good start at, the first national.
Second at the first national.
So he kind of wants to focus on that, and to be honest, to be able to come and do this, you need to put the time in, especially with the amount of effort that the top 5 or 6 or top 10 or top 20 that are all putting into this nowadays. It's you've got to be 100% committed to doing it, which is difficult when you're trying to do 8 scale as well. So he's going to just stick to 8 scale this year. That's
okay. So that's kind of good news. So one of the things I was thinking about was you could have the halls, the Skidmores, and the Holdsworths. Like that's 6 places gone in the A-plan. It's all brothers.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I mean, we have done it like a couple of years ago. I think both sets of brothers made like multiple A-finals. So, with sibling rivalry, how does that go on?
It doesn't really go on. I mean, we have banter and stuff and wind each other up, but I mean, when we're actually at the track and it's coming down to it, obviously you try help each other more than you would, anybody else kind of thing. So it's. We always work together, and I mean, he actually. It's funny because at Hearts for the 8-scale national, he actually managed. Obviously, I broke down in round 5, and the fact that he got the TQ in round 5 actually got me then the TQ overall. So he kind of saved me on that one.
Oh,
so
nice.
I do owe him one.
Okay, but don't say it out loud and on air.
Yeah. So I enjoy my brother coming racing. It definitely wouldn't be the same if he didn't. So it's all good.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Yeah,
good
problem.
luck for round 3. Hopefully, you get a good score to go.
Hopefully,
with that
a
6. Well, no, you don't want a 1 because you can't get those. You want a 0. That's
true.
Archie got that was a bit of a shock in that.
It was a good drive, that's for sure. I mean, it's not easy. I didn't see his run 'cause I'm in the heat, but it was clearly very fast.
Yeah, I did have to. I spoke to his dad afterwards. I had to reset the things like. Archie, is he cute?
I think all the practice at the Hoodie Arena's probably helped because he was obviously going around there last weekend.
So he did
a bit of dirt racing.
EOS, So he's probably
he's used to it. It's like carpet now for him.
Yeah, this is like high traction.
Yep.
Well, thank you for your time.
Anytime,
good luck.
No problem.
Take care.
Thank you.
See you later.
No problem.
Goodbye. Cheers, man. Thank you. Okay, back after refreshment is the best way I can describe that. Thank you for the burger. And just in time for the closing laps of Heat 6, Round 3. Reece Trawartha taking this one by the looks of it with a 12 in 16. Evie Thames and Lee Charnock were battling it out for second and third. Evie's taking second. Charney drops down with a rough last lap of 30.6. That's where that time went. So Charney drops from third to seventh with that one. So current TQ in round 3 is Freddie Thompson. Reece Trawartha, you've just gone second. Evie Thames 8. Cameron Wells, you've just gone 9. So finding another good run after a rough round 1. Your two-wheel drive has now started. Your two-wheel drive weekend. Matt Dodd in 4th. Sorry, I missed your run, Matt. Scott Wyman 6. You two are just going to ask me not to commentate on you anymore because you both had had good runs while I've been gone. But Freddie Thompson currently has a sizable gap to second place of 5 seconds. So judging by how close it's been in rounds 1 and 2, that's about 50 drivers we can get in 5 seconds. We're now up to Heat 7, and in Heat 7 we've got Keith Halsey, Hattie Thames, Cryag Lomax, Brett Birch, Luke Thompson, Reuben Russell, Scott Follington, Andy Madding, Jacob Tomlinson and Matthew Hodges. Reuben Russell, one of the guys I wanted to catch a little bit later on. Got his two-wheel drive meeting started in round 2, and with setting off, and while our cameraman also takes a well-deserved refreshment break, we're going to follow Keith Halsey round on microphone and with my poor eyes. But luckily Keith has painted his car bright orange and I can see it no problem. So Keith sets off with a good lap, I'm guessing putting on new tyres as most of the other guys have. As Johnny Skidmore said, that its track has gone loose, and because this track doesn't have sand in and it's got a lot of sun on it, track goes hot and your tyres just don't grip, and it's just both axles, so the compound's just not working on the track as well as it did when the track was cold. So as we follow Keith Halsey around, 26.3 and a 26.2 are his opening laps. He was in the 25, so we're probably looking at, we've shipped thick end of half a second a lap from previous best laps. These guys were in the 25s before and may get into the 25s once they start to work out what's changed. But Keith has done another 26.4, average lap 26.3, and is currently going second overall. Luke Thompson going 4th, Hattie Thames 5, Jacob Tomlinson 9. So Freddie would still have a 5-second gap over second after this run, so Keith needs to find around 5 seconds throughout the run. But a lot of that will just be keep doing what he's doing right now, which is consistent lap after lap and bringing that average down with good laps like the last lap, which is a 26.02. So heading back towards 25s, which is where he was in round 1 and 2. 26.7 those going the wrong way unfortunately, but not too bad. Still average 26.5 and 26.35, sorry. So those two laps back to back were exactly the same as his average. As he comes round up to the ski jump and still leads this one out. Luke Thompson though only just over a second behind. And Luke Thompson also doing a great job in changing track. The blue and white Schumacher, I'm going to say, of Luke Thompson. Unusually for two brothers. Luke stayed with Schumacher while Matt went to X-Ray. And Luke driving it around, and another good Mid-East region driver. We'll be looking forward to going to BMR next round for round 2. A track that Luke knows well from our regional series. And Luke is keeping Keith Halsey honest. And keeping Luke honest is also Jacob Tomlinson, who was on for a really good run in the last one until the last lap, where he clipped a lot of pipe and without crashing probably had one of the worst laps of his race, if not the worst lap. But Jacob's getting on the back of Luke and starting to fill his mirrors, clipping the pipe there, but nothing too drastic. But Luke's going to have to make a decision soon whether he's going to let Jacob through, and the referee might not give him an opportunity because it's Jacob who's on top on the timing screen and by 1 second over Luke. So Jacob currently going 3rd, Keith Halsey going 4th, Luke Thompson going 7th, Andy Manning 9th. Jacob just clipping another pipe after Luke letting through. So got all that work to do again. Luke's not going to be happy about letting him through twice, because when you're letting someone through, you're always going to just shed a bit of time yourself. But Luke makes the error and Jacob's through again. So these two need to get on with it, while Keith is starting to pull away from them both, while these two not really fight it out, just make little errors here and there. But Keith coming round onto the straight with his orange and white Schumacher, I'm going to say. Yeah, judging by the top that he's wearing, that's a Schumacher top. So it's Schumacher car for an LD3 for Keith Halsey. We'll go into finishing times, and Keith's had a pretty clean run, although it's not as fast as his previous runs. It's just in this round it's going to count, and Keith goes 3rd in round. Jacob Tomlinson, you've gone 5th. Luke Thompson, you've gone 8th. Andy Manning 9th. Ruben Russell, again another half decent run. So two good runs back to back. You're 13th, Brett Birch 14th, Scott Follington 15th, Hattie Thames 18th. So we'll look how this is, if this is affecting the overall, but it will be skewed at the minute because some of these guys have got low scores. So currently your top 20 overall is Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Ben Smith, Archie Bowman, Lewis Hopkins, Charlie Saunders, Luke Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Thomas Phipps, Matt Thompson, Freddie Thompson, Josh Holdsworth, Ryan Clark, Harley Eldridge, Reece Trewartha, Ewan Tumulty, Matt Dodd, making a good return, but one of his scores is 6 from this round. Will Venables, Ewan Mulcahy and Hudson Knight are your current top 20. Stuart Mann and Aaron Nash are just outside. They both got a good score of a 14 and a 15. Need to drop their 20 something. So normally for an A final we're looking at around 12 points for an A final place is normally a good indicator, depending on if people are getting if one person is dominating a meeting and getting the same scores, then that score can go up. At the minute we've got two guys in this one who've got TQs, but they're not really backed it up with anything yet. So we could end up with quite a low scoring A final at the minute. Could have done better is the official word from Ruben Russell, but we could always do better. But as long as he's happy, as long as Dad's happy, then we're all good. Oh, okay. We'll go and have a word with him. We'll interview your dad. We'll interview your dad. So, leading this one off, we've got Alex Pyatt, David Scott, Roger Tugwood, Manny Panesar, David Burton, William Fisher, Liam Robinson, Graham Lyle, Tristram Neal, and Harry Saunders did not start. Saw his dad looking, and the car did not move. Don't know what was going on with that. It's an unlucky start for young Harry, who's made his way up recently into Heat 8. But Alex Pyatt starts out with a 25.9 again, cementing the fact that this track is not any faster than it was. It's actually going slower. We've lost about half a second a lap somewhere. Break that down into each corner. I don't know, 20 corners on this track. That's like 0.02 or something. Every corner. It's nothing. And that's where your half a second just disappeared. But Alex Pyatt comes round for lap 2. And lap 3, sorry. And David Scott has the lead. 25.8 average, 25.8 last lap, and 25.4 best lap. So David Scott's found some of the pace back. Maybe he's just not had a good run in the other two that's shown his true pace. So car 3 of David Scott, the yellow machine, coming over the little roller just before the first part of the tabletop, and Alex Pyatt moves over and gives him room, which is really nice, and on and around to our tabletop and it's over. So Alex Pyatt will maybe lead again. David's got a little rollover with his Schumacher car, and he's parked on a hose, so that's a lap to forget for David Scott. Meanwhile, William Fisher jumps to the top with David Burton, who won a national back in the 90s, is now second with 25.9 best lap, 26.1 average. Although Dave's last lap was a 26.4, he's still on for 8th, or going third in round. Will Fisher, you're going second overall, and Alex Pyatt still going 4th. Trish Neal, you're going 15th. Your run, or your weekend starts here with a good run in this one, and scratch that, now going up to 13th, so going the right way up the leaderboard. So let me go back and look for Dave Burton, car 10. Where Dave's looking, and Dave is coming around now over the backside of the corner tabletop, around by us in commentary corner, and up and over the ski jump, back round onto the straight. I think that may have been a rough lap from Dave Burton. Yeah, it was. It's 28.4, so Alex Pyatt back to the point. Will Fisher second, David Burton to drop to third. Tristram Neal, you're back up to 4th. 26.25 last lap and his best lap. So Tris is finding his groove at the minute. Let's go and watch Tris, because you never know, he might be trying something new out for the Schumacher guys, or new setup, new tweak, and just trying to help his team out by trying something. And he does know what to do with a car to get it to work. Works on the engineering side at Schumacher, one of our sponsors this weekend. And supports the team wherever they go, even if he's not racing, comes along to help out, offering support and tech advice to get their cars going the best they can. Possibly the most popular car, I guess, here today. So Alex Pyatt and Dave Burton still leading this one, second and third overall. William Fisher, you're going 10th. Tristram Neal Or going 10th still. William Fisher's dropped with a bad lap there. If we wait for this one to finish out, everyone make it across the line. Alex Pyatt goes second, 4 seconds off, or behind Freddie Thompson's TQ. Dave Burton, great run there. 12 in 5:16, only 5 seconds back. Tristan Neal, you have finished 20 points of 12 in 20.61. So going back for round, let's have a look what round 2 was for Freddie. So Freddie did a 12 in 5:10 in round 2. In this round he's done a 12 in 5:11. So if it is going slower, it's about a second or second over a 5-minute run for Freddie, and round 2 was a good run. So maybe there is more in the track than it would seem. Heat 7 going on now with... No, sorry, Heat 7. No, Heat 9 going on. Working backwards. So Heat 9, Kevin Hodkinson, Callum Trewartha, James Helliwell. That's why I knew it was wrong. I saw Helliwell. James Pritchard, Gareth Stanton, Ben Stevenson, Seth Shillito Everest, Ewan Mulcahy, Reese Ward and Ben Elliott. So we've got a couple of guys inside the top 20 here. Ewan Mulcahy is currently 20th overall with an 18 and a 16, solid scores. I think he's probably going to be the one that's going to lead us off. And we're back with our roaming camera now. So we're going to follow Ewan round. Seems like orange is the way to go to be quick, because Keith showed in the last one, and Ewan's car, similar sort of colour scheme, but a little more delicate paint. Helliwell in second. Familiar colours of Andy O'Brien. James Helliwell in second. And he's rocking a Schumacher car this weekend. LD3 for James Helliwell. Owner of the land that we will go to at round 3 of this year's championship at RHR. I'll be on the Astro there later on in the year. RHR last few years have been the first or last meeting of the year, but this year in the middle of the calendar. And it's these two that are leading us around 25.6 last lap and 25.5 average for Ewan, and he tops that with, well, doesn't top that, but adds a 25.7 for his third lap, and he's taking 4 seconds off Freddie Thompson's TQ. So we're heading back towards 13 lap pace. I don't know, maybe the track has reached its peak and either got hotter and people are able to drive harder and the track is coming back to them, or they're finding out what to do with tyres, inserts or setup. I guess with it being so low grip, most people will be out there on ball diffs. Can't imagine people will be out on a gear diff with being this low traction, but some people will, and may be running very thin oil to try and get some traction. We've got Ewan out there in the lead at the minute. 27.69 last lap, so that's not helped his average, and he's dropped down to second, going second. Gareth Stanton going third, James Helliwell fourth, Reese Ward fifth, Ben Elliott seventh. So we're still following Ewan round. It goes round the sweep at the end of the straight, back through the hairpin, over the little hump, up to the tabletop and round, and nice and neat and tidy. Those apexes, there was nothing between his car and them that time around. Onto wheels, but brings it down, slams it down on the ground, and continues round. No lap time lost there, really. So I guess a 25, another 25. 25.88 that time round again. We've got the line round that hairpin, super nice. Round through these back-to-back hairpins. Over, he's one of the guys that's just jumping it a little. Not risking going too hard over the humpback bridge. Round past Commerce Corner, over the ski jump and onto the main straight. Ewan again a 25.3 last lap, so some consistent low laps from Ewan now, and he's in front of Freddie Thompson's TQ time by a second. Helliwell just 3 seconds off Freddie Thompson's TQ time at the minute, and only 4 seconds behind Ewan overall. Stantz is running 5th in this one and going 9th overall, so the top 5 in this heat are affecting the top 10 overall as we stand. But Ewan literally has led this from flag to flag at the minute, or flag to where we are now. Avoids the stricken car over the tabletop and coming up on another back marker, which I'm sure referee Mr. Pohl will get him out of the way as soon as it is needed. So you're not taking too much risk, but over the tabletop, jumping it just enough. Same over the back side. Looks like car's having to wait and wait and wait through there for the front end to just turn. The problem is you don't want the car to turn too much, and then because you've got not as much rear end grip as you used to have, it starts to break traction at the rear, so it's that fine balance. And great drive there by Ben, letting Ewan through. So Ben not having the greatest run today, didn't choose to get in the way of Ewan, who's now through to finishing time. So Ewan make it round. This is your last lap. Nearly cases the jump on the last lap, but Ewan's safely through. And does a 10 in 8.5, taking exactly 4/10 off Freddie Thompson's TQ time. Hello, you've gone 3rd with a 14. Reese Ward, great job. 12 in 15. Ben Elliott, 12 in 16. Callum, you've gone through with a 12 in 17. James Pritchard, you're through 12 in 18. And Stantz 21. So Ewan's being one of the class guys in that heat, and has an 18 and 16 from his first 2 rounds. That's now nicely nestled with a 0, but that will be topped, I guess, by people later on. James Helliwell, 27, 25 and a 3 so far. So we're now going to Heat 10. Eugene Galley, Stephen Brown, William Venables, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Jones, Andy Woods, Chris Everton, Oscar Keane, Colin May and Hudson Knight. So in this one, last time round would have been, I guess, it was Ewan, and it was the Ewan show, wasn't it? Ewan after Ewan, back to back in last ones, with Hudson in there. Just have a look what they got in round 2. So yeah, Hudson Knight got an 18 in 2. Ewan Tumulty got a 19, so those two will probably go off 1 and 2. So they're off and running. Ewan leads us around with Hudson Knight and William Venables. Our own William Venables from the RC Racing TV gang. Not sure what he does, but I'm sure Matt will tell me later on. But Ewan leads us round and starts out with a 25.9, 26.0 for Hudson Knight, 26.0 for Will Venables. A couple of guys having rough laps. Chris Everson is the main catastrophe in this one with 27 and Colin May 28 out lap. But Ewan starts off as he means to go on, clear track in front of him, and that is what he wants to see for the rest of the run. So 25.9 and 25.7 sees him going to head to the top of the timing sheet again. To pip his namesake, Ewan Mulcahy, by just over a second predicted at the minute. Looks like, no, we've not lost Hudson. He's just gapped Hudson a little bit. Thought we may have lost Hudson, but we don't. But Ewan's over, and that lets Hudson through. So 27.9, 2 seconds has dropped Hudson back to, Ewan back to third. Hudson now leads Andy Woods, Eugene Galley, then Ewan, Tumilty, and Mark Anton Jones, fifth. So what can Hudson now do? Winner of one of the rounds in the Worksop Schumacher Indoor Masters Series earlier on this year. A guy who's come to the fore in the last maybe 18 months, 2 years, and is now at the sharp end of this heat 10. So if you put it top of the heat, or top of the round after heat 10, and the worst you can be in round is 21st. Hudson Knight setting about doing that and going the right way about it by doing a 25.54 last lap. Average lap 25.86, he's the only one averaging in the 25s. And going TQ, only taking 0.6 of a second though from TQ of Ewan Mulcahy. Down the straightaway and clicking off another 25, so keep doing this, Hudson, this is great work. This is B final material, which is where I think we said we might put you earlier on in the day. Might have to go back through the YouTube and find out. I predicted Ben Smith would TQ round 1 and got that right, so hopefully I can get something else on point. But another good lap there by Hudson, 25.58, so those last 3 laps are within 3/100ths of a second. Yeah. So just clarifying, we are in round 3 of qualifying. 4 rounds in total. 2, you take your best 2 scores. Lowest 2 numbers. 0 for TQ, so you get an extra point for TQ, which Archie and Ben both have at the minute. And that can sometimes be just enough, because you get an extra point advantage over second place in the final standings. Hudson Knight down the straight, round the sweeper. This is looking like a very calm and steady run by Hudson. No dramas, no effort, just foot away from every corner, and that's where you want to be. No point risking this run now. So the Schumacher car of Hudson Knight will turn a little early, but got away with it. Realised what he'd done and got away with it, and hasn't really lost any time on that lap. Another 25, so he's clicking off 25 after 25 after 25. This will be a good set of lap times to look back at, Hudson. As you now you're looking at taking 2 seconds off current TQ and going TQ with a 12 in 5.8. Down the straightaway for your penultimate time, and another 25. So another 25, and I'm pretty sure this would have been a perfect run of 12 25s back to back. And any young racer, I would happily recommend you go and look at how that's come about with 12.25s back to back. No hero laps, just consistent, smooth driving. And Hudson finishes 12 in 5 minutes, 8.39, taking just over 2.5 seconds off TQ. Ewan Tamilty, you've gone 4th. Andy Woods, you've gone 5th. Stephen Brown, you've gone 7th. Oscar Keane, 8th. Mark Jones, 9th. And Chris Evison, 10. So Hudson, that's the worst you can be after this round. It's 21st. And you already have a 17 and 18, so you're going to be around the same points, I guess. I don't think, not everyone will beat you, but good, you've done the run. You could end up with a TQ. Right, so we're off into Heat 11 now. And Heat 11, I think, should be led off by new pole Archie Bowman. First time I believe Archie's TQ'd a national, I'm pretty sure, and I saw his dad afterwards. And he was, I think the word super happy would be the best way I can describe it, but a great drive by Archie in round 2 to set up a possible A final. Now Archie's had one A final before, so be good to go and get a second A final. So we'll be looking for something lower than a 12, which he's already carrying into this round. Something like a 5 or 6 would be great. So Archie does indeed lead us off. Blue, white and green car of Archie Bowman. Schumacher car a little wide over the humpback, but rest of the lap looks good, and Venables is over but gets away with it, and Ben Smith is through on Venables, so Ben's got a bit of clear track, but it is still Archie Bowman even with that slightly wide line at 25.1. So Archie's still got pace in the car, but as we were talking to Johnny earlier, he stayed over at Hoodie Arena and did a lot of driving on the low grip dirt over there, so probably used to low grip driving. And he's got the rear end of that car wagging nicely, just enough steering to get it round nice and tight, but then wagging the rear end through the corners and backing it in a little bit. Really driving that car on the nose is Archie. Johnny Skidmore starting where he needs to be, with a going second in round, and that looked to me like Archie making a slight error coming on to start finish. Venables is over I think again, but we've got Skidmore out in front and looking at taking TQ with a 12 and 2. I think Johnny's run in the last round was a 12 in 3, so Johnny Skidmore looking for a similar sort of run. Didn't look like he got great traction coming onto the straight there, and 25.57, but your top 3 are only split by 0.7 of a second. Ben Smith now leads this, but we'll keep on Johnny for a bit, see if we can keep on Johnny and pass him some good karma after he did an interview with us. New tyres, he said, this round. Just still looks like he's not getting the traction down onto the straight, where it's not quite hooking up where others are, but still lap times there, 25.33, nothing wrong with that. Ryan Clark running 4th, Aaron Nash running 5th. Your top 5 are going top 5. So they're doing all they can to improve their scores for the A final. So that's Johnny Skidmore round for his 6th lap, another 25, but the hot lap of the race, and looking to pick up where he left off in round 1 is Ben Smith. So if we can go and find Ben Smith now. Perfect, thank you, Cam. Ben Smith now 24.64 last lap. He's the only one in this heat into the 24s. So don't know what happened in the last one. Something happened and put Ben off, and he didn't get the run that he was hoping. So he's looking now to put something with his 0 from round 1. 24.82, so clicking off another 24. So Ben Smith going back to how he was in practice. So like he said in the interview, probably not changing a little too much throughout the day, but may have had to be forced to change, knowing that the track's now going a little bit looser. Ben again got that front end really tight, dragging the back end round, and that seems to be the way that you need to get into these corners. Whip the back end round and then just have enough traction to get out, point and squirt it out. It looks like you need the front end to hook up first and drag the back end in. But Ben Smith on for new TQ and on for 13 lap pace, the first one in this round to go on for 13 lap pace, looking at a 13 in 24. Johnny Skidmore, you're going second, and with a 12 in 5 minutes 3, so same as round 2. We're still keeping with Ben Smith. Current TQ from round 1. Ryan Clark moving up to 3rd in this one and 4th overall. Aaron Nash having a good run in 5th. Oliver Natras with the Kyosho car having a great run in 6th. Holly Eldridge also having a good run in this one, in going 7th overall. So with only 10 drivers left to go after this, the worst some of these guys are looking at is a top 20. Ben Smith not caring about that. He wants a 0 and wants it now and in a fast time. The good news is he got a fast time in round 1, so if it does come down to a tiebreaker, Ben will have the odds-on chance of winning it, because he will have possibly the fastest time from round 1. But Ben has got through and is round now for your final lap and finishes in a 13 in 23. Johnny Skidmore second in 12 in 5:20. So looking back at round 1, Ben did a 13 in 18, so I don't think that time is going to get challenged today, because that was a fairly clean run from Ben. 6 seconds is not going to be catchable. Johnny Skidmore puts a good score to go with his 6. We're going to need to wait to see how this heat plays out, but Johnny would be sitting 4th at the minute with 6 and 2 if none of these guys beat his time. But Tommy Hall and Daniel Pohl, Lewis Hopkins and Lee Martin will have something to say about that. Those guys are currently also in the top 10. Ryan Clark sitting pretty at the minute. Ryan Clark sitting pretty at the minute in 7th with an 11 and 3. So the worst, Ryan, you're going to end up with is an 11 and 13, which is better than your 16. So you're on a 24 points at the minute. Same. Oh, only a second. Aaron Nash, a good run then, going 4th in round to go with his 15. So worst Aaron can have is a 14 in this round. So that would 14 and 15 would, I'm going to say, be middle of the B at the minute, which I think will be a good result. But off and away, and this is heat 12. Josh Holdsworth leads us off. Second in round 1 to Ben Smith. He's round by Coventry Corner and coming up to The ski jump back onto the straight, and Josh starts off with a 25.1. Tommy Hall starts off with a 24.7. I think that's the first time I've seen a 24 on the outlap, so Tommy Hall means business and needs to get his championship defence underway with a good result. It's the best way you can lead a championship is from the front. Tommy's had 2 okay-ish runs with like a 3, but that's not going to be good enough for Tommy. He'll want a TQ in this round. After 2, it's Josh Holdsworth from Tommy Hall, from Lewis Hopkins, Thomas Phipps, Daniel Pohl and Lee Martin. So Josh on and the sweeper through the short hairpin, back round over the little sleeper, jumping that long into the tabletop, over the hump, round up to the back side of the tabletop, round by us in commentary corner, and up and on through the switchbacks, over the ski jump, and that's a lap, another lap in the 24s I'm going to say, and it is a 24.43, not his best. Tommy Hall does a 24.5 and is a 0.8 of a second down. Thomas Phipps is a further second back, but those 3 guys are going 1, 3 and 5 in round at the minute. Stick with our leader Josh Holdsworth. He's on for a 13 in 18, so I said that first round time of Ben Smith's wouldn't be beaten, and going to be, by the looks of it, disproved by Josh Holdsworth, so maybe the track is coming back to everyone a little bit, or the Schumacher guys have found something. I'm pretty sure they'll have been up here testing. Josh not too far away from the northwest, so it might have probably been down here a couple of times over the winter, but only 2 years this track's been down, since 2024, so it's not really one the guys are familiar with, so kind of a level playing field unless you've been up here practicing a lot, which some of the guys have, but the weather we had recently has not been this, so it's okay practicing, but if you don't practice in the weather that you have on race day, then it doesn't have as big an advantage. So Josh Holdsworth still leading this one, 24.3 last lap, 24.4 average. Looking at a 13 in 17, Tommy Hall looking at a 13 in 19 going second, Tom Phipps looking at 12 in 1 going 4th, Lee Martin looking at 12 in 4 going 6th. No one else is affecting, oh no, Matt Thompson is affecting the top 10 and going 7th at the minute. Josh Holdsworth round for another lap, not relinquishing this lead in this one. He's got Tommy covered by a second and a half. Those two going 1 and 2, so it would be Josh, Tommy and Ben. Johnny Skidmore would pick up a 5 if it stayed as it is right now. As 5 and a 6, 11 points. I'm going to say that's good, going to be good enough for an A final, and that would be, I believe, Johnny's first 2-wheel A final. Probably correct me on that later. But Lee Martin going 6th overall. Josh Holdsworth still leading this one out, and the gap is now up to 3.3 seconds. And it's Tommy going second, 4 seconds faster than Ben Smith's time, so this time would be the new fastest time of the meeting. So Josh, all he needs to do is bring this round, and will be a TQ in a new fastest overall time for the meeting. Round over the jump, down the straight, and that is it. A new TQ for the round. 13 in 5:17, taking 1 second off Ben Smith's round 1 time. So Josh now has fastest time of the meeting. Yeah. Yeah, so your top 10 in round 3 was Josh Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Thomas Phipps, Jonathan Skidmore, Lee Martin, Matt Thompson, Ryan Clark, Aaron Nash and Lewis Hopkins. Your overall after 3, with best 2 to count, is Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Thomas Phipps, Johnny Skidmore, Archie Bowman, Lewis Hopkins, Lee Martin and Charlie Saunders. Luke Holdsworth is currently polling the B on 14 points, same points as Charlie Saunders, but Charlie Saunders has a 4 and 10. Luke Holdsworth has a 9 and 5, so Charlie has the better way of getting 14 points. Matt Thompson unfortunately has the worst way of getting it, and that's 2 7s. So Matt Thompson also on 14 points. Ryan Clark, 19 points, 11 and an 8. So Ryan, you need to stick something with that 8 and hopefully get you on my sheet of having an A final. Aaron Nash, 14th. Harley Eldridge, 15th. Ewan Tumilty, 16th. Hudson Knight, 17th, with a great run there for an 11 in round. Ewan Mulcahy, 18th with a 14 that time. Will Venables, you're 19th, and Jamie Hall 20th. So we now go back to Heat 1, final round, last chance for these guys to improve the scores they have. Riley Butler, my hero from round 1, out there at the minute. Hopefully he can put something with that round 1 score. Round 2 was a rough one, and round 3 not his best either, so Riley needs to look for a nice, clean and consistent run in this one, and starts out with a 26-8. So he started out in the right frame of mind. Good start, nicely out. Wheels, perfect. So, whenever you crash, shout wheels, always works. Back through, past race control, past timing. Over the ski jump, gets away with it on the pipe, but just needs to tidy that lap up. So, like Ben Smith was on about earlier, you can have the first mistake, but don't have the second. So Riley, after that untidy from second lap, has dropped from 1st to 5th, but we're still going to follow him round because I think he's got it in him to get back up and be the dominant force in this heat. So Riley, 26.9, 26.8, he's a second a lap faster than anyone in this heat, just that one rough lap. So we'll stick with Riley and follow him round for what will be his 4th lap in round 4. Again, has that car set up just like the quick guys, with the front end hooking up and flicking the rear end round and then getting enough traction. Trick is not to get too carried away and get the car sliding too much, but a 27.2 last time round. Average lap 27.69, bringing that down just a little. Maybe a little too oversteery through those switchbacks, a little bit of lost time. But nevertheless, Riley's round and 26.4 that time round. That's more like it, Riley. Keep that going and you'll get something good to stick with that round 1 time. So keep it rubber side down over the ski jump, round onto the start finish, and another lap clicked off safely for Riley at 27.0. That average lap's starting to come down now and starting to go, getting close to sub 27, but another couple of 26 is what we want to see from Riley. 26.7. That's what we need. Another one of those. Nice and tidy over the tabletop. Round over the hump. Love that line. Just braking enough to keep the wheels on the ground. Keeping the car under control. Back through this section. Car seems to have to wait for ages to turn in. Round over start finish. Round bar race control. And Riley with a 27.0. A 27.25 average. Avoids that crashing car and doesn't bat an eyelid. It's round again for another lap. 27.04. So little mistake. Last two laps 27.03 and 27.04, bringing that average lap down. 27.2. Little mistake on this lap, but didn't cost him a huge amount of time. Didn't need a marshal, which is always good. Just maybe a little less steering input through those switchbacks would really help Riley. Maybe dial down that dual rate we were talking about earlier. He's got the car wagging, but could do with it just wagging a little less, and he's got it wagging right now. Just hanging onto the corner a little too long, not letting the front end release and get him out of the corner, but he's through. Oh no, he's not through. So 11 in 0 time. For Riley, Mark Keane goes second with 11 in 4, so only 4 seconds between the top two and this one. They had a big gap of 11 seconds to third. So Riley's had a 50, a 71 and 105, so that 105's got to go. That 71 we'd like to go. And this round we're hoping for something better than a 71 to give Riley a good chance of a top 100 or something. Should be no mean feat. So now into heat 2. Drivers are Mark Mitchell, Jonathan Pluke, Dave Flanagan, Lee Spate, Jack Mills-White, Trevor Follington, Stuart Robinson, Paul Steadman and Nathan Stanmore. With Mark Mitchell leading us away, followed by Jack Mills-White and Dave Flanagan. These three have, I think, had 3 rounds between them, and Mark Mitchell's had a nightmare over the humpback bridge. But that's released Jack Mills-White to the point and clear track in front, and this is what he needs to have another good round. So Jack sets out the 26.6. It's a good lap to start with. And Jack jumping that corner tabletop. Unlucky to catch the pipe there, but only lost like probably half a second. But keep it going. Don't lose your head just right now. This is when you need to, like Ben Smith said earlier on, refocusing. Just get back in the groove. It's only lap 2. 10 more laps to go. So Jack Mills-White back on track now with a 27.0, best lap 26.6, 27.32 average, and Jack is going predicted a 11.0, so just behind Riley's time. But there's still 3 minutes to do something about that and bring that time down, and that's what he's just done. On 12 lap pace is Jack. Avoids that crash car well, round over the hump, back through the backside of the tabletop, or the corner tabletop, round past the long apex left-hander, round over the ski jump, back onto start finish, and catches that car, and he lets him through nicely, so Jack doesn't lose any time. 26.7, so getting back to his best lap pace of a 26.3. It's Jack. I think I'm right in saying this is Jack's first national. I can't remember seeing him at a national previously. But Jack round for another lap, and that lap 26.44, so this is great work, Jack. Now that average lap is down to the 26.9. So he's on for 12 in 22. Si Smith, our referee up there for this one, will be giving Jack all the help he needs, and the driver's giving Jack also all the help he needs to put on the best run he can. Mark Mitchell and Jonathan Pluke are 7 seconds back of this run from Jack Mills-White, so Jack really putting on a great run here, the one that's going to go well with his round 2 score. Nice and neat and tidy onto the straight. Looks like he's got good traction in that car. Maybe not as much steering as he would like, but he's got good traction. The car looks safe and fast to drive. He's able to take liberties like that corner there. He's really attacking that corner. 26.6 last time round. So another 3 more laps like this, Jack, and we're going to have a good run. So 27 flat, not his best, but it's not his worst either, and that averages nicely at 26.89. Stays just off the pipe. This is going to be an important lap, Jack. Keep it nice and tidy. Over jumping a little there, but just needs to maybe tidy up the consistency of life, but he's got the driving skills to do what he wants with the car, put it where he wants. I'm pretty sure it's an associated B7 that Jack's running. 26.42 last lap, so that even with those over jumps, it's still on it, and he's jumping. This guy's got perfect. Nice driving on the last lap to let Jack have the best chance of doing. Good job, Jack Mills-White. A 12 in 5:22.09, setting new TQ for round number 4. It's at round 2 then. So Jack Mills-White has a 72, a 119 and a 61, and whatever this round is at the minute. So looking for something sub 72 to go with that 61 to give him something around 120 points, which is, let's see where that is. So it's going to be somewhere in the top 100. What I'd like to do is grab a word with Jack before Can I get you after this one? After you've marshalled? Yeah, alright, yeah. So, heat 3. Adam Pry, Joshua Anderson, Sean Thompson, Paul Ragg, Phil Campbell, Philip Hitchman and Andrew Luxford start are away and running. Paul Tonks, Matt McManus and Luke Westwood are pushing us round. Adam Price starts out with a 26.88. Joshua Anderson 27.1. Sean Thompson 27. So from memory, this heat has been led off by Adam Pry, I think from round 2, because he started off round 1 in 10th. But every round since then he's led this one off. And I don't think has been headed, so 26.88 follows it up with a 31.0. I missed something there. Oh, Paul Ragg from Mid-East. Also from Mid-East, Andrew Luxford. So those are your 1 and 2 at the minute. 27.6 average. Adam Pry making up for that 31 second lap with a 26.5. Needs a few of those now to get back 5 seconds that he lost on that. Well, I don't know where I missed it. I think I must have been talking to someone else. So we're back to the action, and it's Adam Price still leading this one even after his 31-second lap. Gap though is only 1 second back to Philip Hitchman and Luke Westwood. Andrew Luxford is further 3 seconds back, then Tonks and Rag are another second back of Andy. So Adam Perrott going third in round, Philip Hitchman 7th, Luke Westwood 8th. Might not be the best round that Adam's had, but still learning something maybe now for the final, or still just carry on. Like I said before, each round is its own separate entity, and you've just got to do what you can do in each round. No point just pulling it off, you might as well carry on. You don't know, other people might have issues. We're not going to get any rain today because I cannot see a cloud in the sky. So there's going to be no rain assist. We're just going to have wall-to-wall sunshine all day for the first round. Adam's over. So I think this run is going to be one that Adam will drop. But at least he's had 2 runs earlier in the day, and that's always handy to have 2 runs in the bag at some point, so you can have a run like this in round 4 and it not matter that you've not got to count this run, which could be one of your worst. So Adam Pry currently going third in round at the minute. Looking at an 11 in 4, but I'm sure Adam's been through for 12 in all 3 of his previous runs, so this pretty sure is going to be one that he's going to write off. It's an 11 in 3. 26.5, the pace is still in the car, just one or two too many mistakes in that one, and costly errors where he's previously had really clean and tidy run. Paul Ragg, not probably going to be the one that he was looking for either. A 11 in 11. Andrew Luxford 11 in 11. Luke Westwood 11 in 8. Philip Hitchman 11 in 6. So hopefully now, I've got to wait for the marshals to change over, but I want to talk to one of the young guys from 2. I'll get him across. As we go into Heat 4. In Heat 4 we've got Scott Wyman, Chris Elworthy, Andrew Shillito, Chris Bowden, Roger Mills, Mark Christopher, Jamie Banks, Colin Mulligan, Miklos Savados and Lee Stokes. Scott and Chris have been the class of this field in the last 2. And here he is, the young man I wanted to speak to. So, welcome along, Jack Mills White.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good, are you?
Good, thank you. First national?
Yeah, first ever national. Doing alright, I could be doing better, but I had a round to throw away.
Yeah,
and I want them, so.
Yeah, so round
2. It
Yeah,
was.
round 2, round to throw away. That one was a good one though. Led from pretty much from start to finish.
Yeah. Just put 3-gear gearbox and it was miles better.
Excellent work. Running the associated
B7.
B7.1, set point one, or
B7.
just B7 with a 3-gear gearbox. What motor have you got in this weekend?
I've got a 6-turning,
Uh-oh.
so very fast.
6-turn. I wondered if you'd have something from your vintage or indoors
No.
that works up now.
No.
6-turn. But driving really well this weekend.
Yeah.
What do you think to nationals then, as it's your first one?
They're alright, to be fair. They're alright. They're very competitive though.
Very competitive.
But yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
And I like the tracks because they're technical.
Yep.
But 4 will be even faster.
So you're doing 4-wheel as well this weekend?
Yeah, I am. Doing
Excellent.
that tomorrow.
Yeah,
Should be good.
Yeah. So just for everyone at home, how old are you?
I'm 13.
13. So
Just gone in February.
just gone in February. So gunning for the under 13 championship then this year.
Yeah. Or trying to.
Yeah, some good names on that list of under 13s from
Yeah.
previous years. So like people like Charlie Saunders. Don't think Craggy ever did it, but I think Tommy Tommy was on there. So there's quite a illustrious few names on there.
Yeah.
Favourite driver?
For RC.
Yeah,
Tommy Hall.
Tommy Hall.
Got to be.
Fanboy. Tommy Hall. What about? Well, you said RC. What about outside RC? Do you watch Formula One?
For F1, if it's dead, it'd be Ayrton Senna.
Yeah.
But if they're alive, it'd have to be Lando.
Nice, good work. Two of 'em, I was never a Senna fan at the time, but as I got older, I was much more of a Senna fan. I was
Yeah.
always a Mansell fan, but
Oh.
Lando now. So
Yeah,
we've
yeah.
got something in common there. But 13. Great to see you here.
Yeah.
Glad you're enjoying it. Dad enjoying it?
Yeah, other than when I asked him to change my gearbox and we didn't have enough time.
Oh. Is that...
That's around 2 when I had to throw it away.
Okay. Okay, so at least, but you're learning.
Yeah.
So what do you think? So have you used both sets of tyres now?
We've ran both rears
Yeah.
and we've only done one up fronts
Okay.
because the fronts aren't wearing.
Our fronts aren't wearing. So how have you found the grip? I know a couple of the other guys have said that the grip's gone down. Have you found it the same?
It don't feel like it's going down other than in the chicane.
Okay.
Before it's straight, it's going down there, but everywhere else
so
it
through
feels alright.
So through this switchback just before you come over the
Yeah.
speed jump, yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, feels pretty much the same.
Okay. Yeah, because I was surprised actually in round 3. I said that no one had beat Ben Smith's time from round 1. And Josh Holdsworth proved me wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be eating my hat later on today. But great run. Good to see you enjoying
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, it's
Any expectations? Have you
Well,
got any
last
expectations
year,
of what
it
final
was
you'd
my
like
first
to be?
regional,
Yep.
and I had expectations at the start, and I didn't do very good.
Yeah.
And then once I got rid of them, I did better.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping I'm D finalish
Oh, for this, so that's where you'd like to end up, somewhere around
Yeah.
the D final.
or E final,
Okay.
somewhere around there.
So you've got to wait to see how this round plays out. 'Cause
Yeah.
currently, just looking back now at where you are, you're still holding TQ for this round. So it was a really good, clean run.
Yeah.
You're the only one in the 12 with a 12 lapper at the minute.
Yeah. No mistakes. Got that tabletop sorted out.
Yeah, you seem to have the tabletop sorted out. Yeah, just your car looked to have really good traction, and I don't think maybe not enough steering, but your car looked super nice, super
Yeah.
easy to drive, and doing what when we talked about it at Workshop, you got into your rhythm nice and early, and
Kept it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and got a good run. Didn't let having a run go wrong early in the day
Yeah.
fluster you, which was really good to see. So yeah, chuffed to bits, and glad you're enjoying your first national.
Yeah. Wish I did better in third quali, but gearbox didn't want it, did it? So
No. So it happens. You'll at 13 and you're learning. Your dad will be learning, and it'll be a steep learning curve, these national series. But you know where the guys are over in the associated tent.
Yeah.
Just give them go and see Tommy, go and see Graham, his dad, or go and see Craig. Don't be afraid to ask, and they'll give you all the help you need.
yeah.
So anyone you'd like to thank while you're here?
Well, people that are watching at home, if they're on, they'll know. People that have helped me out when I was first starting.
Yep.
And I'd like to thank Race Stars.
Yep.
For sponsoring me.
Uh-huh.
And Hobby Wing. Well, not Hobby Wing. ABM.
Yep.
Model Sport and C-Star Paint.
Perfect, thank you.
Right.
Well, thank you, Jack. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
And we'll see where it'll come across, and we'll see you tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Take care, Jack.
Cheers. See you.
See you later. So that was great to hear from one of the young guns of RC racing at the minute, Jack Mills-White from, I'm going to say Leeds, I'm pretty sure it's from Leeds, or York, one of the two, separated by the A64, Cocker's home area. And like I said earlier, if you're tuning in and hoping to hear from Cocker's, he's somewhere else on holiday, we believe, so unfortunately, this weekend you've got the Temu version of Cocker's, which is me. But having a great time commentating on these guys at the first round of the BRCA 1/10 Off-Road National Championships, two-wheel drive. We'd like to thank our sponsors TKR, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher and X-Ray. Without their support, this would not be happening. And we'd like to thank all of them. Huh? Okay. So, Heat 5 is off and running. Freddie Thompson starts out with a 25.89. No one else in the 26s. So Freddie out and gone is the best way I can describe it. A great outlap. Let's see if we can back that 25.89 with a 26.2, so not as stellar as the outlap. But if we can pick up Freddie, there is. He's had two good runs already, and he's going to take 10 seconds off Jack Mills-White's TQ time at the minute. But that's nothing to be ashamed of for young Jack. It's his first national, and he's putting in some really good drives, understanding that maybe it didn't go right, but he didn't throw the toys out the pram, and he still stuck with it and hung on to get a good score in round 4. But Freddie Thompson, 25.89 last lap, bringing it round onto the straightaway, and this time it's a 26 flat. Average lap, 26 flat, so he's there or thereabouts lap after lap, and still looking to take 11 seconds off Jack Mills-White time. Jack's time will still stand well and stand him second in this round. Charlie Simmons going third, Jamie Long fourth, Oliver Frost 5, Chris Foster with the Yokomo 6, Peter Craig 7th, and Matt Dodd 9th. Matt Dodd looks like he's not finding it as easy in these loose conditions. He's down in the 27th, but it's just, as I say that, he's just chucked in a 26.6, so finding something where he needed, finding the lap time back to where he needed to be. Freddie Thompson, though, out front by a country mile is the best way I can describe this. Currently predicted to go 11 seconds quicker than anyone else in this heat. Chris Foster jumps up to the 2 spot and will be 1/100th inside of Jack Mills-White's time, so pushing Jack down to 3rd. But everyone down to Matt Dodd is affecting the top 10 as it stands in Heat 5. Freddie coming round with his X-ray ride. Not sure what he's powered by apart from ABM. He's wearing an ABM t-shirt, so I'm guessing maybe ABM batteries and motors. ABM, Amy Booth Models, for those who don't know. Good friend of mine, Jamie Booth, and his wife set up a model distributor for batteries and motors, and very popular among racers throughout this country. So Freddie Thompson bringing it round past us in timing corner. And he's got that. Ooh, could have been a little tight there, but still got away with it and back onto the straight. And it's a 25.84. So bringing it back down, average back down under 26 seconds, and he's on for an 12 in 5.11. So he's going to be close to what he's done in rounds 1, 2, and 3. So Freddie's certainly not lost any of the grip that other people thought they may have lost. You need to drop back a couple of cars, and now we pick up Freddie again on the straight. Simon Smith about to call a guy through. I can't see the numbers because the sun is, and Freddie just kind of gets away with that. Went tight to avoid the car that was giving him room and went a little too tight. Hopefully not too much time lost there for Freddie as he comes round and starts lap number 11. 26.8 hurt him a little, maybe only a second or so off his time. And as we bring Freddie round for his final lap, crossing the stripe in a couple of seconds, and this hasn't been the best last lap, but Freddie now across the line and at 12. If you did a 15, that would be impressive. 12 in 5 minutes, 12.5, so taking almost 10 seconds off Jack Mills-White's time. Jack, good news is you've stayed second overall, so you beat the 10 guys in the couple of heats after you as well. So Charlie Simmons goes third, Chris Foster 4, Ollie Frost 5, Matt Dodd 6, Jamie Long's gone 7, and Ashton Pry, you've done exactly the same time as your dad. 11 in 5, 3.18. So now we take a little break from timing and bring to corner Josh Holdsworth, TQ man, round 3.
How are we?
Good. In a time that I said wouldn't be beaten. So I said during your run, can't see you beating Ben Smith's time from round 1 because it looked like the track was going slower, but you seemed to find pace towards the end of your run.
It's strange. It's I think it's going slow. Like, you know, like the dust's coming up as it gets hotter with the sun and things like that, but you're not losing any like forward drive. I think the only thing you're losing is like side bite.
Yeah.
So I think if you can change the car and get a little bit more side bite, like you're equally as fast in a straight line. So.
Okay. We're talking to Johnny Skidmore, and he said it was like he kind of lost a little bit of. So it felt like it had gone off both axles. It wasn't just like one axle, like a drive or anything.
Yeah.
But interesting that you said that the dust's coming up. So does it feel like maybe like round 2 was bad, round 3 was actually probably maybe the track's like leveled out now? And
yeah, I mean it's.
I've not been here before. Have you been here before? Have you done anything?
To be honest, I've been once, and it was raining all day. So
yeah,
it didn't help me too much, but it's. I think the principle of driving the track, like it's not too much of a difficult track, just because there's not many bumps.
Yeah,
like it's pretty flat all over. I think the hardest thing is just getting used to the grip level.
Okay. So it seems to me, I mean, last time I raced on anything like this would be like Torch maybe or Boughton. I think that maybe Boughton looks probably a little bit looser than here.
Yes, yeah.
But
similar to Torch.
Yeah. It looks like a similar sort of Astro. I don't think there's much sand in it, is there?
No,
really?
I think it's there's not much sand, and it's also like I think they've hard packed it down underneath like extremely, which is why it's so flat as well.
Okay.
But it just means like it's really a great track because it's equal all over. You know, like it's from that end to this end, it's it's completely the same grip level.
Yeah. So there's nowhere that catches you out. Just
No, because I think as much as the grip's low as well, it's controllable. You know, as in like you'll stick the power on, and I tend to be quite aggressive with it. You kind of know what it's going to do. It's not going to spin you out or anything. It's, you know, so.
Yeah, I think it's nice that we're racing on Astro that isn't going to bite you in the ass when you like get into a corner a little bit hot and like it feels like you're racing on Velcro. And I think I like these sort of tracks where they're a little bit. I like Bowden, I like Torchway. It just felt like I was more in control of the car.
Yes, yeah.
And not waiting for the track to basically come up and axe murder me.
Yeah, yeah.
And I hated those sort of tracks, but this looks like a really good track. Like you say, I mean, it's only been up 2 years.
Yeah, yeah.
2024, I think, at Club. I was reading, just doing some like research just before, and I was like 2022 the club started.
Is that really?
Yeah, 2024 they're here and outdoors, and great venue, great layout. They seem to have done well for the first national. And
they've done a great job. I think you couldn't really ask for a better put together track. Yeah. I mean, everything works, it flows well. Yeah, there's all the space we have, like in the pits and things like that. It's a great venue. So yeah, it's good fun. I think it helps as well, as much as the track's changing with the heat, because of the lack of sand, you know, compared to other tracks, say like Robin Hood and things like that. You don't have that, like you have big drop-offs with them types of tracks.
Yep.
Because the sand will suddenly just shoot up on the racing line, and then based on kind of the temperature and whatever else. So it is nice. I think the biggest change I've made today is wheelbase.
Yeah.
And then that's
I guess like you're not really chasing any like bump handling or anything with the shocks because the jumps. This roller that they're going over in the middle, I mean, a couple of guys are like jumping it a little, but I guess you don't want to risk flat landing and it bouncing off. So,
I also think the only way to like if you were to jump that, you have to land with like a certain amount of power on, because then like it lets the drive shaft bind and then you actually get some drive.
Yes, yeah.
I found it easier to literally just
stop on top and roll down.
To roll it down, you get a better line for the next corner. So it was it was good.
So no real major changes between rounds. Gear diff or ball diff?
Gear diff.
Oh, you are running gear diff.
Gear diff, yeah.
I was surprised actually, but I guess quite light.
Grease.
Ah, yeah. So super light.
Yeah, so no oil.
Yeah. So I was thinking. We're talking to a couple of guys earlier on, like whether they'd be running like ball or gear. It's like if they're going to be running gear, it's going to be like super light.
Yeah.
Might help them with like consistency and not having to keep rebuilding. Because a ball diff in this.
Oh yeah,
you'd be rebuilding it every couple of runs.
I mean, you got to run it pretty tight, and it kills them with that. So no, I mean the gear diff for me has been perfect. It's just a bit of red grease in it, and not so much either. It's kind of just like coat the gears.
Yeah, just that tacky.
Yeah, it just lets it. I mean, for me as well, like I tend to drive quite a bit on like my end points of my steering. I like my full lock.
Okay.
Which just means that I can almost go to a corner, full lock it, and it snaps in almost nicely. Whereas I found with the ball diff, it wants you to arc the corner a bit more.
Yep.
You know, it's that type. It's not as point and shooty as I'd like to drive it. So I know that. I mean, Ben's running the ball diff.
Yeah, it's one of those big things when I've been talking to like guys over the winter, like when understanding like a driver and how they drive, and some setups don't work across like. Yeah. People can't drive each other's setup, you've just got to learn how, like the driver that you're working with, which be kind of a nightmare for Tris. Again, because he's got like Ben who drives super smooth, and that's how he's been brought up. And then, like you say, you kind of drive more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean Tris is great. You know, it's probably in a way, it's hard for him to remember that our different kind of driving styles.
Yeah.
Like he probably can't tell us the exact, me and Ben the exact same change to make because it wouldn't work on both of us. So,
no.
I mean, in fairness, for what the car is, me, Ben, and Luke. I mean, me and Luke are very, very similar. I mean, almost identical, but Ben's polar opposite.
Yeah.
And the car's still working.
Yeah, but proving the car's working well, though. I mean, I don't think any manufacturer's really got a head start on anyone this year, like with the cars. And also, I think this year, I was working out actually on my way across. I don't think there's been many driver changes this year.
No, not a huge amount.
So
no.
I think Tom Phipps is the only one I really know from associated to X-Ray,
Yeah.
but everyone else has stayed the same, so they're used to the platform now.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that's...
It's good. Yeah, it's you get more comfortable. That's what, I mean, we always, it's different for every manufacturer, but we always say we quite like that Schumacher don't bring out a new car every single year.
Yep.
Because it just gives you a bit more time to get used to it.
Yeah, it's just evolution, hop-up parts,
Yep.
and just little tweaks here and there.
Yeah, so it's
good to see. And the boss is here.
yeah.
I'll
I'll make sure I'm saying the right stuff.
Yeah. So now the boss is here. Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Congratulations on round. Is that you must have TQ'd a round at National before, yeah?
Yeah, I've won a national.
So I don't know if you've heard any of the commentary that I've been doing. Something I'm gonna get you to guess now and
Okay.
see if you know as much about you as you think you do.
Okay.
Do you know how many A finals you've made?
Oh.
So you're not a stat man then?
No. I would say 35?
No, more. 41.
41.
But you'll know how many you've won.
Yeah, just one.
Just the one.
Just one.
But just saying just the one, do you know how many people have won a national?
I actually do know that only because when you do win one, Paul Worsley sends you an email saying welcome to the club.
All right, okay. That I didn't know.
And is it 44 or something?
Yeah, it's 44.
Yeah. So it's
so part of an elite group, 44. Your brother's obviously won one.
Yes, he has, yeah.
But he's also got you by 4 on A final.
A finals, mate.
Yeah, he's got 45.
I might get him today then.
Yeah, he's not having best days. He's like 11th, I think, at the minute. Is he 11th?
Yeah, he's 11. I think he's counting a 9 though, so as long as he puts in a decent run,
yeah. I think it's going to be quite high scoring today.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it's going to be a low scoring day, but
I don't know. You say that. I think with Archie did an amazing run and he got a TQ as well.
Yeah,
and people like that it kind of puts it down. So I think it's.
Yeah, so 14 points at the minute, so that's quite high for A final. It's normally like 12-ish.
Yeah, I think it'll be probably 12 after round 4.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like, Archie. I said when I was talking to his dad, like a 0 and a 12, I said, you're in. I said, I can't imagine you being out. But, I mean, even if it's getting it the worst way possible, well, actually, it's going to be the best way.
Yes.
I mean, he'd want to stick something with a 0, but a 0 and a 12 would be, he'll be in. Great run. Great. I mean, I was telling him I had to click, like, Archie?
Yeah.
What?
He drove fantastic. He
must have hung up somewhere, but no.
Yeah, I think he's driving, it does favour an aggressive driver, this track.
Yep.
Ben's quite good in that regard. That he can, as you say, he's quite a smooth driver, but he can also be aggressive when he wants to be. I'm kind of always aggressive, so
you've got all or nothing, so it either fits or it doesn't. But yeah, you're sat there pretty at the minute with a 0 and a 2, Ben 0 and a 3, so you're in the driving seat really.
I think I can only move second maybe, if Ben or Tommy TQs.
Yeah, but even then it would have to be faster than your. Well, if Ben TQs or gets a 0, Ben has to TQ now to take TQ off you, because a 2 would be no good.
Yeah,
because you did what I didn't think would be possible and beat his time. And then Tommy, he would have to TQ and beat your time as well.
Yes.
So it's still three-way battle. Actually, Dan Pole still in there with a 2.
Yeah.
So 4-way battle for Pole going into the last round. But
I think it's tyres is the main game player now. I mean, I went on new in round 3.
Yeah, I think most people did. I was wondering whether people had go gangbusters if they got a good round 1 and chuck them on in round 2 as well.
Well, so me and Ben spoke before round 3, and I kind of said, well, if I go on new tyres in round 3 and you don't, you go on new tyres in round 4.
Yeah.
So Ben will be on new tyres in this one.
Yeah, so a bit like Tony. So he ran 1 and then
he ran 3 on the same.
3 on the same tyre. So
same tyre. Yeah.
So actually, it's round 3 times actually pretty good there.
Yeah, it was
that
really
was
good.
on old 3-run tyres. Okay, I'll let you get back because you'll be on soon. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on TQ in that round. Good to speak to you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. See you in a bit.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Take care. So, big thanks there to Josh Holdsworth for taking the time out of his afternoon. He's going to have couple of heats now to get his car ready, but those guys are on for... Yeah, we've got like 4 guys who can now TQ this meeting. Josh in pole position, really, with a 0 and a 2. People have got to better his score of a 0 and a 2. And also, Ben Smith would have to TQ and also beat Josh's time. Tommy Hall would have to TQ and beat Josh's time. And same for Daniel Pole. So anyone really with a 2 or lower could still TQ this. Like Josh said there, Ben looks like he might have a little bit of an advantage going into the last round with new tyres. But who knows? Still all to play for. And top 10, we think 12 points is current belief. Lee Martin then will be outside of that, but he's got a 6 and 7 and 9. Not been the greatest day for Lee so far. But I think Lee will pull something out of the bag. Charlie Saunders, 4 and a 10. That 4 is really going to help as long as he can throw away that 10. Even a 5 or a 6, and he would jump straight up and solidify a nice A final place. But I think the only real guys who are pretty much nailed on at the minute are the guys down to Tom Phipps. 11, Jonathan Skidmore, I'd never say 11 would be a dead cert. We've seen 10 not be a dead cert before, and people go out on a tiebreaker on 10 points. So I think Johnny Skidmore on 11 is on the cusp, but a lot of people would have to outscore him. Now look down at the guys in the B final who have got a round to really attack with, and Matt Thompson sat there with 14 points on the worst way you can score it, which is 2 7s. He'd have been much better off with like a 0 and a 14 or something like that, but Matt with 2 7s could make an A final. Ryan Clark yet to make an A final, but sat there with an 11 and an 8. So that 8 for Ryan is going to be really useful as long as he can stick something like a 5 or 6 with it and give him a chance. I think anyone after Ryan has probably got a little bit too much to do for this and would probably be happy with a B final. Jamie Hall struggling at the minute with a 15 and 17, just going down the list now. And who else is... Matt Dodd carrying a 10, but that's from this round. Rhys Trewarth carrying a 2, that's from this round. So I think our A final is starting to take shape with Josh, Ben, Tommy and Daniel the main protagonists for TQ, and we're now going to go back live trackside as well on the mic as we pick up heat number... Now I recognise Manny, so it's a heat number 8 that we're going to pick up with. So I'll get Matt to review some of the text in a bit. And so heat 8 led off by Alex Pyatt. No, not starting everyone back. Looks like someone wasn't ready on the grid and would have caused an issue. Okay. So, just having a discussion with Matt now, who's going to TQ. So, I'm going to say Ben Smith. Still, Ben Smith. You?
I was thinking that, but I don't know what happened. He came out the gate pretty impressive, didn't he? But then
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Well, so we had the incident that we've yet to talk about on air.
The flag incident. No, the banner
The
incident.
banner incident.
Yeah, he got taken out by a banner. Well, he
Yeah.
didn't. His concentration got taken out, I think, by
Yeah.
a banner.
So apparently a banner flipped up into his face in round 2, and that's where he lost time. Round 3.
I'm not laughing. That's not funny.
No. If it was a Schumacher banner, then it would be funny. But the irony is it was a BRCA banner. So round 3, Ben Smith ran on third run tyres, so he saved a set for round 4. So that was what we just found out from Josh. So they
Okay.
went separate ways to basically give themselves the maximum opportunity between them of TQing.
Ah, I like it. Good team strategy.
Team strategy.
Yeah.
And so
Ben just needs to not have any disasters now.
yeah, so and Ben off in Ben. So he's in the alternate heat to Josh, so he'll still be off at the front of that heat because he was TQ. So he'll be off front with fresh tyres, I think. But Tommy's been there or thereabouts, and he's just had one or two too many mistakes.
I was going to
every
say,
run.
what's happened to the reigning champion? He's not even in the top 10, is he?
Yeah, he's
Is he?
third. Yeah, it's his brother's not in the top 10. Jamie's down, languishing in 23rd.
Yeah.
But Tommy's
Oh,
there.
he is there then.
He's
Yeah.
there. So there's 4 of them that can TQ now. Holdsworth, Smith, Hall, Tommy and Daniel Pohl. They're the only 4 that can TQ. They've all got to beat Josh's time and TQ the round to beat Josh. So Josh is
Schumacher versus Associated.
yeah, the age-old story. I mean, it used to be Losi versus Associated in the olden days, but
Yeah.
now it's E versus.
So what's
Schumacher.
happening with X-Ray then? They haven't got...
They've got 2 cars. They've got Tom Phipps and Johnny Skidmore, or 3, Lee Martin.
Yeah,
So we've got 3 manufacturers in the top 10.
good. That's good.
So nice. The only ones we haven't got are like guys that we're looking at straight across. So Kyosho, Yokomo, and Serpent.
There was some requests that we talk about Yokomo, or talk to somebody from Yokomo in the chat, just because people are excited that they seem to be
Making
having a resurgence.
Yeah, so probably like Chris Foster. I need to find out who the head Yokomo or the lead Yokomo runner is. Might be one of the Ewans. I can't remember which one it is. I think one of those is running a Yokomo. I think it by me Ewan Tumulty. So we might try and grab him. Currently 18th, so middle of the B final, so not a shabby run at all.
Showing my naivety here with the finals, is this run in the way of the Euros where only the A finals get 3?
Yep.
It is, okay.
It is, yeah. All the other finals are just one singular leg. So we start off with A main number 1, and in the middle, just after the G final, we'll have A main number 2, and then we'll have A main number 3 after the B final.
Cool.
So they get 3 runs and unlimited tyres, which I interpreted the rule as 1 extra set of tyres for the final, but apparently finals are open, so for the A final they can run
3 sets.
3 sets, which I get. If you made the A, then it's not about cost saving anymore if you made the A, but actually I think what they've done is right with the qualifying is they've limited the amount of tyres you can run in qualifying. So I think that'll work. Just looking back now, see if we've given. Just have a look. That's round 3, so that's good. So yeah, we've passed on some good vibes. Jack Mills White is still sat there at the minute in 7th, and we'll wait for this heat to finish out, and then we'll join live back on the main mic to the pits. But our top 10 currently in this round is still Freddie Thompson, Rhys Trewartha, William Fisher, David Scott from this heat, Jacob Tomlinson from the previous heat, Alex Pyatt from this heat, Jack Mills-White from heat 3, I believe, the young lad we talked to earlier who's doing his first national and hoping to make, I know he's in heat 2, so that is a cracking drive from young Jack to still be 7th after another 60 guys have gone after him.
Wow.
So he's hoping for a D final this weekend. I think maybe F or G is where he's going to end up. D final would be top 40. I think he's going to have one score, but I don't think he's backed it up with enough of a good score in one of the others. Oh, that's not good.
That's the welcome message. And yeah, Wellcore Nation 20.
Who is Nation 20?
Wellcore.
Wellcore Nation. It's like the Olympics. Uzbekistan.
There we go. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Chris.
Oh no, this is going to take forever to.
Well, while that's doing that, I'll say thank you to TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher, TMG Speed, MB Models, Rude Bits, and Team Associated.
Well, look at you doing it a different way
I
around.
just like to mix it up a bit. I went clockwise.
So this is what happens when you're in the sun for too long.
Oh, it gets much worse.
In shorts. Well, no, I'm not even in shorts. I've not even had time to change.
Oh dear.
But that is one heck of a view. Moon and a plane. And a clear blue sky. Why do we need to go on holiday to faraway lands when we've got this on our doorstep? Once a year.
It's very rarely on our doorstep. Cam says there's the delirium set in already over there. I think it's taking hold, that's for sure.
Yeah. Alright, so we've taken a little bit of time away there for you guys. We've done a couple of interviews and interviewed your round 3 TQ man, Josh Holdsworth. Gave us a good insight into what he's doing, so anyone who wants to get a heads up on what he's done to his car, quickly rewind RC Racing TV and find out what he said. Plug the show while you're doing the show. You just end up in a big loop. So heat 9, Callum Trewartha, Ben Stevenson getting his act together. In this one, Gareth Stanton, Ben Elliott, Kevin Hodkinson are your top 10. So after 2, Stanton, 26.47. That is very good opening 2 laps. 26.4 and 26.43. Ben Stevenson, 2.26s. Ben Elliott, 2.26s. Callum, a 26 and a 27. So these guys starting out with a good score. And as our timing is rebooting after we lost connection to race control for a split second, I can't tell you where they're going in round. But that will unravel itself as we go on. And we'll just concentrate on the heat as it unfolds. So we're following round I think that's the 2 car. I'm going to check. I don't think it is. No, that's Ewan. We're following round the 8 car. So Ewan 8 cars led this heat most of the time, is currently down in 7th place. So we need to jump forward, or backwards actually, probably to Callum. Although, I say that, and Ewan is near the top. Now we need to drop back a couple of cars to pick up car number 2, Callum Trewartha, our current race leader, or Grease Ward. Either of those two would be good to pick up. So either car 2 or car 9, and it looks like we picked up car 2 of Callum Trewartha. Circulating last time right by in a 27.7, so 25.9, so he's got rid of that 27 with a 25 and jumps back to the top. So this heat had a bit of up and down at the start. Our timing's updated and Callum is aiming for 5th in round at the minute. Reese Ward will be 7th and Ewan 9th. Jack Mills-White still hanging in there in 10th at heat 9. So great job from Jack on his first national. Callum now making his way through this gag traffic. Duncan Pole will be on the blower F1 style up the road to these guys, giving them the hurry up to get out of Callum's way as he tries to navigate this traffic onto the straight, 'cause that is a mess of cars there that could go. So 6 cars separate that set off second and a half apart all over each other. Callum fighting his way past and getting through. Ewan tagging on behind him now, and these two need to get through the traffic and work together as one to get through onto the main straight. Callum goes now, and he's through with a 27.47, so these nasty laps getting through traffic are really hurting the time. Callum now dropping down to a predicted 12 in 18. Ben Stevenson looking at a 12 in 23, second in this heat, finally getting a run together. Difficult day so far for Ben. James Pritchard 13th, Ewan Mulcahy 14th, Ben Elliott 17th and Reese Ward 20th. So these guys will be looking for somewhere ideally, normally in the top 30 or so at the end of a round, but some of these times are not going the right way for them, and Callum is trying to claw his way back up the leaderboard. In fairness, he only needs a second and a half to gain 4 places overall this round, or predicted second and a half, and he's going the right way about. Well, no, he's gone the wrong way about it that lap with another 27.9. So this run has been a run of do's and don'ts, where you just catch people up in the wrong place at the wrong time and they don't let you through, and it's frustrating. It's the best way I can describe it. But Ewan's got through. He's the first one to finish with a 13 in 21. Callum beats that with a 13 in 20. Reese Ward, 12 in 20. Not 13. 13 will be coming later on, maybe. But Freddie Thompson from Heat 5, I think. Yep. Freddie Thompson from Heat 5 still has TQ for this round, so great run by Freddie earlier on. Reese Trewartha, a great run from Heat 6 earlier on, is still second. David Scott still third. William Fisher 4th. Jacob Tomlinson is still 5th. Alex Pyatt 6th. Callum Trewartha is 7th. Ewan Mulcahy 8th. And Jack Mills-White still in 9th. Andy Manning 10th. That's what's on my screen. I'm just going to check that that's actually correct, because it is correct. So the times are incredibly tight this time round. You really need, if you've got a 12 lapper, you're in the top 20 pretty much this time round. So Heat 10 gridding up just as we speak, and Heat 10 is Eugene Galley, Stephen Brown, William Venables, Ewan Tumilty, Mark Jones, Andy Woods, Chris Evison, Oscar Keane, Colin May and Hudson Knight. So if memory serves me right, it's Will Venables, Ewan Tumilty and Hudson Knight who were the quick guys in this from previous runs. Twelve. Live and learn. So this Heat 10 is off and running. Ewan leads this round, followed by the pink car of Hudson Knight. Those two have worked together in the last two rounds really well and got two good runs in them, and so far they open out both with 25-second laps and are, after one, are aiming already at the top two positions. Hudson looking at a 12 in 6, Ewan at 12 in 11. So Ewan taking a second out of Freddie's TQ, Hudson taking 4. So that's what Hudson does well, to drive around a crashing Ewan Tumulty there. Hudson with his pink Schumacher car down the main straight, and another lap in the books as a 25.69. So I think this is what happened last time. Hudson got away and clicked off lap after lap after lap in the 25s, and that's how he got a good top 20 score. So you're going to need two mid to low top 20 scores to get in the B final normally. So normally around 30 points or down is where you want to be for the B final, and that's what Hudson's going to be looking at this time round. Hudson taking the line that we were talking to Josh about earlier, where he's jumping the humpback and not rolling it over, finding it safer for him to do it that way than the way that Josh was doing it. But like we said, the Schumacher guys all with slightly different setups, and just proving that their car does work on all surfaces and for all of their drivers. Again, so it wasn't just one lap, he's jumping that, taking the brake or the braking at the top out of it and just jumping over the humpback. So someone is closing down on Hudson. I guess it will be Ewan from Ewan's earlier mistake, and Ewan may be driving a little harder, knowing that he's got two runs in the bag. He can really throw it at the track this time. So Ewan's on for a 12 in 13. William Venables on for a 12 in 13. Andy Woods 12 in 15. Eugene Galley 12 in 15. Mark Jones on for 12 in 17. So all of these guys heading into the 12s, you're putting yourself in top 10 positions. Steve Brown also in the 12th, and that's rounding out the top 20 currently. So currently 14 seconds separates your potential TQ man Hudson Knight from Steve Brown in 9th in this heat and 20th overall. So Hudson and Ewan still in the same frame on track. Hudson will be ahead on track and also on the clock, as he set off 1.5 seconds behind Ewan. They both going down the straight. Cameron doing a great job of keeping these two in the same frame at the same time, so we can keep an eye on them both, as they both now look to go 1 and 2 in round. William Venables, he's not far back. Briefcase Graphics fame with a red associated. He'll be maybe just out of this frame, but not out of the running. He's only going to go 4th in this round. Eugene Galley finding pace and rolling back the years in 6th. Andy Wood 7th. Mark Jones 8th. William Venables has just dropped back to 10th with a rough lap. A 28.9 is not what he would be looking for. 25s are more the order of the day, and that's what Hudson's doing, clicking off 25 after 25. So this could be 2 runs back to back where Hudson's not touched a pipe and just let his car and drive and do the talking, and he's down to a 12 in 9 pace. Ewan 12 in 11, so both of these guys going 1 and 2 in round. Andy Woods is going 5th, Eugene Galley 6th, Mark Jones 7th. William Venables back up to 8th after a little bit of a bobble. Steve Brown is the last guy in this heat, affecting the top 20 and going 15th. So finishing was Hudson Knight with 12 in 9, Ewan with a 12 in 11, Andy Woods 12 in 15, Eugene Galley 12 in 15, only 4/10 of a second apart. Mark Jones 12 in 16, along with William Venables, another couple separated by only 0.1 of a second. So your top 10 going into the final 2 heats of round 4 is Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumulty, Freddie Thompson, Rhys Trewartha, Andy Woods, Eugene Galley, Mark Jones, William Venables, David Scott, William Fisher. I'm going to go down and find out where young Mr. White is. And he's 17th. I scrolled down too far. So a great run by Jack. The worst he's going to end up in this round is 37th. So heat 11, one of the potential TQ protagonists, Ben Smith, TQ in round 1. As we found out from Josh, he ran those same tyres in 2 and 3, so now puts new tyres on for round 4. Does that give him the slight advantage he needs to get TQ? To get TQ, Ben needs to TQ this round and beat Josh's time. But all he can do is beat that TQ now, beat Josh's time, and then wait for heat 12, which contained Josh, Tommy and Daniel, who are the other 3 main protagonists who can TQ. So from this heat, the only man that can TQ is Ben Smith, and he's away and running. See how he started off quickly in the last couple. Not with startling pace, but a good fast opening lap is what we need. Nice and clean. Building up to a really fast TQ run would be nice for Ben. So opens out the 25.32, straight to the top of the pile is where Ben would go. And he's the quickest in this heat on the outlap by nearly half a second. So maybe just changing, leaving your tyres till the last round was a stroke of genius, and could pay huge reward for Ben in his hunt for TQ for this first round of the 2026 BRCA National Championship. So back to the switchback car, changing direction nicely over the ski jump onto the straight, and he's got good traction and a lap 25.1 to back up to 24.9. 25.1 average for Ben Smith, looking to take 8 seconds out of Hudson's time. Luke Holdsworth going second, taking 3 seconds out of Hudson's time. Aaron Nash going fourth, just out off of Hudson's time at the minute. But we still follow Ben Smith on his quest for TQ in round number 4. Shadow now starting to appear underneath the driver's stand. I'm not sure if that's going to catch people out, but over a jump section, so your car's in the air most of the time, so I doubt it. But Ben's car looking nice, turning, good turn. We know he's running the board if in that car now. After Josh told us that they're running quite different setups, but Schumacher car working well for both drivers this weekend. 25.18 last time by, average down to 25.14. So Ben Smith getting close to 13 lap pace, which is what he needs to do. He needs to beat Josh's round 3 time. So even if Ben TQs this, if he doesn't beat the time, then that's the TQ challenge over for Ben today. Jonathan Johnny Skidmore jumping up now to the 2 spot. 25.38 last time by, average 25.72. 7/10 down on Ben, which equates to 8 seconds over a 5-minute run. Ben gets it slightly wrong on landing there and just has to check up a little, but doesn't lose too much time, maybe 2-3 tenths. Keep it going, but that's not going to help. He's on the bubble for getting through for a 13 lapper, and it's dropped him back a second. That time by 25.7, pretty good for everyone else, but not for Ben Smith on this run. He needs to be in the 24s, pulling down that average so he gets through for a 13 lap to give himself at least an outside chance. But it needs to be a 13.17, so he needs to be well inside 13 lap pace, and I don't think that's going to come from this run. Johnny Skidmore 6 seconds back, but going, 5 seconds back, but going second in round. Aaron Nash 9 seconds back, predicted, but going 4 in round. Jamie Hall finding a run at last and going 6th in round. Ryan Clark 7th, Harley Eldridge 9th. Oliver Natras is going 12th. Looks like Archie Bowman's going to leave his qualifying to the 10 and 2. He has, 12 and 0 he has. Getting my numbers mixed up. But he's on 12 points and will be playing the waiting game to see if anyone else, if 12 points is enough to make the A final. 12 points normally would, but you don't really want to be sat there with a TQ. There's a couple of famous people that have, Ben Smith is over, and I think that may be his challenge for TQ today gone in that one little crash. So one of the guys who can TQ the meeting is down. And Ben Smith does in fact only get through for 12 in 5 minutes 3.61. So TQ for the round so far. Johnny Skidmore 12 in 5.5. Luke Holsworth 12 in 8. Jamie Hall 12 in 10. Aaron Nash 12 in 10, only 0.2 between those two guys. Harley Eldridge 12 in 11. And Oliver Natras is the last one to finish in 12 in 5.15. So Ben Smith, although TQ at the minute, doesn't have a score. Maybe he does have a score. Josh would have to TQ the round, maybe. I may be wrong. I think I am. Yeah, sorry, Ben Smith does actually go to the top of the pile. Forget what I said. Ben Smith does actually go to the top of the pile. He does have 2 zeros. Josh Holdsworth now needs to take TQ off Ben.
But he hasn't got new tyres.
No. No, but if they ended up on the same score, he had a 3. Okay. But we have Tommy and Daniel Pole who could TQ this. So there's 3 drivers in this heat that can still TQ the meeting. Apologies to Ben Smith. I thought you couldn't, but you still can TQ this meeting because you do have that 0 from round 1. So Josh leads us away with his challenge now. He needs to TQ this round to secure TQ. Doesn't matter about time. Like I said, he's found his car pretty easy to drive, but we know this is his second run on those tyres. So how's his car faring? A little loose on traction coming onto the straightaway. Underneath Rostrom, round by the hump, over the hump, through and down towards the reverse side of the tabletop, over by us at commentary corner and up through the switchback and over the ski jump goes Josh, clicking off 2 laps, 24.75, 24.75 is the last lap, 24.82 is average. Tommy Hall hot on his heels, are only 0.2 back on time. Tommy started second on track and is currently lapping just off of Josh's time. Those two both showing for 13 lap pace. So going 1 and 2, Ben Smith's time was a 12 in 3. So this is what these two will be aiming for. And Josh just gets hooked upon a pipe. Corrugated pipe just grabbed hold of his front tyre and would not let go. There. But Tommy Hall now jumps to the top. So Tommy Hall now starts his challenge for TQ. I think Tommy needs to TQ and also beat Josh's time. So Tommy needs to, well, doesn't need to throw this at it because he can either go for TQ or for second. But he's just going to have as good a go as he can to try and wrestle TQ in just the best time he can and just see what the other guys do. He has no control over the other guy's time. So who's that? They both just passed. I think that was Tommy Dale. They both just passed. And these two now. Tommy following. Oh, and nosedives over the ski jump, and that is a weird crash. Johnny was expecting to have to marshal Tommy there, and neither was I. Just weird takeoff from Tommy's car, but that's released Josh Holdsworth now. And he's got no pressure behind him. 4-second gap now to Tommy Hall. Thomas Phipps running 4th, Lee Martin 6th, Lewis Hopkins 9th, and Matthew Thompson 10th. So. Sorry about that, we just needed to clarify something with our race director for the meeting. So while we've been away, Josh Holdsworth is still on for TQ with a 13 and finishes with a 12 in 2. So what happened last lap? Josh looks like he's thrown it away on the last lap. This may have let Ben in through the door, and it looks like we're being shown he's hit a pipe. So really sorry about that, but it looks like our top 10. As we wait for Callum to finish. So your top 10 overall after round 4 is Josh Holdsworth TQ on 2 points. Tommy Hall second on 2. Ben Smith third on 3. Daniel Pole fourth on 7. Thomas Phipps your 5th on 8. Johnny Skidmore your 6th on 10 with 2 5s. Lewis Hopkins your 7th with 11 points. Archie Bowman, you do make the final with your 0 and 12. Lee Martin 9th with 12 points, and Luke Holdsworth bookends with his brother the A final in 10th with 13 points. Unlucky man of the meeting, BQ, is not Matthew Thompson or Ryan Clark. Charlie Saunders, you're the unlucky BQ man. Matt Thompson and Ryan Clark 12, 13. Aaron Nash 14. Hudson Knight, well done, 15. Ewan Tumilty 16. Jamie Hall 17. Harley Eldridge 18. Ewan Mulcahy 19. And Tommy Dale 20. Pole in the sea goes to one of our early guys, Freddie Thompson from Heat 3. No, for Heat 5, sorry.
So we've got a 15-minute gap now.
Yeah.
Cool. So we will leave you with the sounds of passing traffic, a generator, and the occasional bird tweeting. In the meantime, thank you to TKR Graphics, Food Harbour, Kyosho, MB Models, Rude Bits, Team Associated, Andy's Models, Schumacher, Yokomo, X-Ray, Rudog, and TMG Speed. That's been your qualifying for two-wheel drive. And after a short intermission, we'll be back with the finals. Don't go anywhere.
So here we are. L final, two-wheel drive, up and running. Poleman Colin Mulligan getting us away, and a clean start for the front 3, 4, 5 cars. Second place is over, giving Colin Mulligan a clear track. We'll concentrate on Colin out in front. As Colin comes round over the ski jump by race control, gaggle of cars behind him, second, third and fourth in close proximity. That's Stuart Robinson, Dominic Morby, Nathan Stanmore and Paul Steadman. But your poleman, he's away and running with a 25.97 opening lap. Colin Mulligan past timing booth and back up and over the ski jump out onto the straight to lead away lap 2. That's 2 down. And probably around 9 to go for an 11 lap run in this L final. And your two leaders are gone, and the race is on for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. A gaggle of the remaining guys in this heat. But it looks like Colin's had an error because Stuart Robinson's on his rear at the minute. So it's Colin Mulligan, Stuart Robinson. Across the line we've got Nathan Stanmore, Trevor Follington, Dominic Morby. Colin and Stuart doing battle out front. Colin trying to get away out of that little error down by us on the previous lap. So Colin, Stuart. Looks like the battle is still raging down. Someone's crashed in the face of the jump. That's going to cause a bit of mayhem. Gets dropped in. It's Colin from Stuart, from Trevor Follington, Nathan Stanmore, Dominic Morby and Jamie Careless. Paul Steadman and Miklos Sabados is your final driver. Get round Colin, Stuart down the straightaway, and they have a huge lead of around 7 seconds, I believe. Yep, around 7 seconds is the gap. Colin and Stuart doing battle through the infield. Colin, your poleman, early mistake, but now battling Stuart and keeping him behind. Stuart not able to make any gains on this lap. 28 second laps for the lead pair. 29s for the rest of the field, and the rest of the field are now spreading out a little. So Trevor Follington and Dominic Morby are making a break in third and fourth. So we've got two pairs of cars now. Stuart and Colin out front, followed by Trevor and Dominic. Colin driving nice and steady now, not clipping any pipes, getting rid of that early incident. Stuart not able to make any inroads into, and Stuart's over, so that's giving Colin even more breathing room. Colin will be leading by around 2-3 seconds over the stripe this time, and in third, Trevor Follington. Moving up to third, followed by Dominic Maxby. So Colin back over the front side of the tabletop, round over the hump, through the infield and up onto the back side of the tabletop, not taking any chances with the pipe, driving nice and safe and clean, and with 1 minute left to go, looks to have this L final sewn up without any more mistakes. Stuart Robinson down the straightaway in second, Trevor Follington third, Dominic Maxby fourth. You guys coming past timing now. Jamie Careless, Nathan Stanmore, Miklos and Paul Steadman round out this L final. So with 4 minutes 40 down, 20 seconds to go, it'll be one more lap for your race leaders. So 2.5 seconds your gap between first and second. I don't think, unless a mistake from Colin is apparent, then I don't think Colin will be headed. And Stuart is throwing everything at it on this last lap though. But still, Colin will just needs to make the ski jump, make a right onto the main straight, and that's it, a win in the L final for Colin Mulligan. Second, Stuart Robinson. Third, Dominic Morby, and Trevor Follington rounds out your top 4. So that's your L final. Next up, K final. So your K final drivers are Martin Lee on pole, Nicholas Harwood second, Lee Stokes third, Roger Mills fourth, Phil Campbell fifth, Paul Tonks sixth, Mac McManus seventh, Charlie Hall eighth, Richard Hipkiss ninth, and Simon Hall rounds out your K final in 10th. So warm up laps drivers and then line them up on the grid. So lining them up this time round, please. Ashley Pattison, lining the grid up. May just be a small delay while we make a slight change to the marshal barrier so the guys can see their cars. No, I'm fine, thank you. And they're off and away. Martin Lee leads it off with Nicholas Harewood, Lee Stokes, Roger Mills, Phil Campbell, Paul Tonks, Mac McManus. So you lead 3 guys, your 1, 2, 6 car, I believe, 8. So been a bit of a collision somewhere in the mid-pack. So 1, 2 and 6 be your guides across the line first time round. It's Martin Lee, Nicholas Harewood and Paul Tonks. Your front 3 making a breakaway. So I'll focus on this this battle at the front. So Martin making a slight error, only he's made a big error now, and the marshal's going to struggle to get that guy. He's going to have to wait for everyone, so that's a nightmare for Martin. Nicholas Harewood takes full advantage. Paul Tonks and Richard Hipkiss now promoted up to third. So Nicholas Harwood picking up, coming just past commentary corner right now, through the switchbacks and up over the ski ramp will be his next jump. Doesn't want to fall foul to the same issue that Martin had on last lap, but it looks like Paul Tonks has just made the error and allowing Richard Hipkiss up to second. So Richard now benefiting from the two guys who were leading mistakes by just driving round nice and smooth. Nicholas Harewood taking this final by the horns from P2. Martin Lee, our poleman's dropped down to 7th with that crash over the ski jump. But Nicholas Harewood miles in front now, coming back under the rostrum through the shadows. Don't know if that's going to play some effect in the finals. But Nicholas coming round by race control now. Through the switchbacks, over the ski jump and round and up to start finish straight, round the sweep at the end of the straight, through the short hairpin, over the small hump, up onto the tabletop and round, and that's another lap in the books for Nicholas. So Nicholas's lead now just over 2 seconds, and the battle for second, third and fourth is hotting up now between Richard Hipkiss, Paul Tonks, and Paul Tonks takes second. Charlie Hall and Richard Hipkiss now doing battle. Those three guys underneath the rostrum now, and we could probably drop back one from our leader to catch this second place battle around by commentary corner. Three guys here, Paul Tonks, Charlie Hall and Richard Hipkiss, doing battle over second, third and fourth. They're slowly but surely reeling in Nicholas Harwood as he makes an error on that lap and loses 2 seconds to the chasing pack. So that lead, which looked insurmountable, is now starting to look like it's wholly possible for these two guys to catch. They just need to work together, not fight each other, and they will maybe catch our current race leader, Nicholas Harwood, and the gap is down now. Only a couple of second and third getting together, and that's not going to help. So your leader now round, and he's over, and carnage in the middle. So I think that's now Paul. No, it's not Paul. No, it's Charlie Hall that's through to second. No, first now. Paul Tonks second. Charlie Hall leads. Richard Hipkiss, second. Nicholas Harwood third. Paul Tonks fourth. Martin Lee fifth. So our poleman trying to make a recovery back up from that early mistake. And Charlie Hall, the blue and orange car, down the main straight now, followed by the Richard Hipkiss. So the 8 and 9 cars made good progress in this final from their places on the grid. Guys up front throwing this one away early doors. And Roger Mills did not start this final again, so some issues for Roger today. So let's pick up our leader. So Charlie Hall over the ski jump one final time around onto the main straight, and that should be enough for Charlie Hall to take this one. Richard Hipkiss second. Nicholas Harwood, a long-time leader of this final, gets a third. Paul Tonks fourth, and Phil Campbell is fifth. So, judging by the crowd, it looks like something's happening. I'm guessing A main, number one. So your A final runs up next. Josh Holdsworth on pole, Tommy Hall second, Ben Smith third, Daniel Pole fourth, Thomas Phipps lines up fifth, Johnny Skidmore sixth, Lewis Hopkins seventh, Archie Bowman eighth, Lee Martin ninth, and Luke Holdsworth 10th. We've got 5 Schumachers, 3 X-Ray and 2 AE cars on the grid. So we'll do announcements for leg 2, like we normally do. It'll be a short announcement for the drivers and the sponsors, but the guys have gone up in order and chosen their spot on the rostrum, as is normal. So these guys have got free choice on tyres, so I'm guessing they will have all gone for new Schumacher yellow mezzos rear, and I'm not sure about fronts. We'll have a look around because I think they're dropping the cars down pretty close to where I am. It does look like new tyres for the majority of the grid. Do they want the... Yeah. Okay, so drivers on their warm-up lap. One full lap. Get their tyres bedded in. Most of the drivers, I guess, would have gone for new tyres. It did seem to be a slight advantage in the last round. Maybe some more slight tweaks to the car, but Luke on pole. No, sorry, Josh on pole. So that off and running, clean start into the first corner, and it's Luke followed by Tommy, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole. Everyone seems to be in regulation order for the first half a lap or so. No big moves as yet. We come round past commentary corner. Luke not gapping Tommy. Tommy not gapping Ben Smith. They're all streaming around in regulation order as we. But no, Lee drops back one spot. Is the only change from qualifying order. But out front, it's Luke, followed by Tommy, Ben, Daniel. Daniel looking up the inside of Ben. There no room at the inn. So the closest battle on track is third and fourth between Ben and Daniel Pole. Daniel a little bit disappointed in qualifying with a couple of his runs, but made it into the final. Tommy, Daniel gets into back of Ben as Ben has to check up slightly. No harm. Tommy kind of closing in on Luke Holdsworth. Sorry, Josh Holdsworth. I'll get them right eventually, sorry. So Josh leading Tommy. Followed by Ben, Daniel, Thomas Phipps and Johnny Skidmore after his, as he put it, not great start, running around in 6th. So Josh out front, chased down by Tommy. Gap now, those two are gapping Ben Smith and Daniel Pole as they fight over 3rd and 4th, with Thomas Phipps closing in 5th. Johnny Skidmore and Lewis Hopkins 6th and 7th. So Ben and Daniel getting together again. Little mistake from Ben causing Daniel to check up this time, but still no room, and Daniel aimed to try and get past, stalling Ben, then made a mistake himself, but those three now closer than ever and letting Tommy get away, but Luke Holdsworth and Archie Bowman at the back, but Josh Holdsworth now at the front and clear by a good 2.5 2 seconds. Over Tommy Hall, Ben Smith gapping Daniel slightly on this lap and putting him under pressure from Thomas Phipps and Johnny Skidmore. But still at the front, Josh Holdsworth has his one hand on this first leg. Tommy's not been able to put a glove on him right even from the start. Josh has just pulled away lap after lap. That aggressive driving style he talked about earlier on today, getting the car to pivot, just seems to work for him today. Like he said, it sometimes can be an all or nothing driver, and today is definitely all. All boxes ticked. TQ and running away with this first leg of the A final. Tommy Hall best of the rest, and Ben and Daniel doing battle for what seems like the 20th minute in this final, but it's only 3 minutes 49 down. They've got a minute to sort that battle out between 3rd and 4th, and that's the closest battle we've got on track, so maybe we could drop back to catch those two. Ben Smith and Daniel Pole are our closest guys on track. We'll keep one eye on our leaders, but these two battling over 3rd and 4th. Daniel being ever so patient. When Ben's clipped a pipe, he's been a little too close and not been able to get past, but still these two, Daniel's now all over, maybe make a move on the inside, I can't see, but no, Ben's the super close racing between these two. Onto the straight and round 4, the next to last lap. I think they'll get through for this one and maybe one more. Ben's just gapped Daniel a little on this lap now. Luke's through. Sorry, Josh. Josh is through for his final lap. Tommy is through and Daniel gets cut line. So it's Tommy Hall, but on his victory lap, your winner of leg 1 today is Josh Holdsworth. Apologies for my error at the start of that, where I was calling out Luke, who was winning the final, but he wasn't. And thank you to Muzz for giving me the heads up that I was calling out the wrong brother. So leg 1 to Josh Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Thomas Phipps, Jonathan Skidmore, Lewis Hopkins, Archie Bowman, Lee Martin and Luke Holdsworth. For the first time in a long time, they finished in the order they started. In a leg. And we now move on to the J final. We've got Dave Flanagan, Paul Jenkinson, Philip Hitchman, Neil Tinsley, Andrew Shillito, Jamie Banks, Luke Westwood, Andrew Luxford, Harry Saunders and Steve... Sorry, I can't see because the sun's in my eyes. Stephen Harley. This final. Okay. J final underway. Dave Flanagan led us off in this one. And leads us round. So 1, 2, 5, 9, 4, 7, 3 and 10. Car 3's over. The ski jumper needs marshalling. But Dave Flanagan out front, leading this one, and he's over. Makes contact, but gets away with it, and Paul Jenkinson gives him the room to rejoin. Then gives Andrew Shillito even more room and gives him second place, but he kind of jumps out of the way, and we're back into more like regulation order. With Dave Flanagan, Paul Jenkinson and Harry Saunders making a move. I think Harry's had the best of qualifying by his standards and moves up to the lead from 9th. So Harry definitely underqualified today. I'm pretty sure I saw his car in one round not make the line. So that might be why Harry's down in this final, not where we'd expect Harry recently. Especially starting up, I think it was in heat 8 or 7. So we'd have expected to see Harry much later on, but Harry now making a move at the front and trying to just get a run in. It might be the final, but it's still a confidence booster for tomorrow because Harry will be back tomorrow in four-wheel drive. So Harry round, coming up to the backside of the tabletop, round by us in commentary corner over the little hump, which I don't get to see, through the switchbacks, over the ski jump, and he's got this final well under control. 26.15 best lap, 26.45 the best of the rest, and that's Luke Westwood in second, Dave Flanagan third, Andrew Shillito now moves up to third spot, with Paul Jenkinson fourth and Stephen Harley from the 10th on the grid making good headway in this final up to 5th. But the guy that's made the best of this final is definitely Harry Saunders. So Harry is Charlie Saunders' younger brother, one of our B finalists today, and part running the associated B 7.1. Car 3 lets Harry go, and Harry's lead now is a massive 6 seconds over Luke Westwood, Andrew Shillito and Paul Jenkinson. .26.47 last lap for Harry Saunders, so 26.15 best lap, 26.47 last lap. Stringing what would have been a good qualifying run together is Harry now. A little late, but getting today out of his system, and his weekend will start again tomorrow morning with four-wheel drive. So as Harry closes in on another one of our back markers, that was the actual poleman. It was, so that poleman in this one, Dave Flanagan, has had a nightmare. His car looks a little loose, and he's gone from pole to 8th in 4 minutes. So Harry Saunders, 27.09 last lap, dropping down a little, but still has an 8-second lead over the field. And we'll make sure we follow Harry round. One of our young talent for the future, I think. Well, no, I know it'll be one of talent for the future. Just keeps going on the way he's going, has the right attitude to racing. Nice and clean, not making any mistakes in this final. Got a nice swing on the car through there, and even able to throw a whip over the ski jump, and he's through, and the only caught at the line. But Harry Saunders, you've won the J final from Luke Westwood, which is finishing. So gap in the end was 11 seconds. So Harry, good job on that final. 11 in 5 flat, so would have been on par for 12 lapper in the last round of qualifying. So your finishing order was 9, 7, 2, 5, 8, 4, 6, 1, 10 and 3. Just waiting a minute while we get our timing back. It just seems to have halted. So we are on the I final now with Craig Lomax, Matt Hodges, Lee Spate, Mark Keane, Chris Bowden, Sean Thompson, Jonathan Pluke, Paul Ragg, Mark Christopher and Michael Halsey.
Sorry, apparently you're not on YouTube live anymore. No one can see you.
Oh.
Well, that's fine. People are having phone calls, like people at home are ringing us. So
Okay.
Is there a different link?
So I'm off and running, and I don't have any timing up on my screen at the minute. So I know that that's Craig Lomax leading us round with Matt Hodges, the associated car. Matt Hodges second. So if those two would like to keep in front, that would be really helpful for me until I get my timing back, because I can't see who else is out there. So Craig Lomax out front, followed by Matt Hodges. I recognise the 5 car of Chris Bowden and the 1 can wonder of Sean Thompson going down the straight now. So Sean running around in 5th, Bowden 4th. Don't have timing up, so I can't see who's running around in 3rd. It's an associated car. But Craig Lomax is out in front and leading by a country mile in this one. So apologies, we've lost timing out in commentary. Yeah, but no. So trying to pick up our lead car, still Craig Lomax. So doing a good job of keeping my job easy by keeping in front. Matt Hodges in 2nd. I'm trying to look who car 3 is going down straight now. Don't recognise him, but Bowden's catching him. So it's Lomax by commentary corner. Got that Schumacher car hooking up and got some wheel spin in there, so he's running some power. And that beats not the 10.5 or 13.5 he normally runs in vintage, but he's definitely got some horsepower in his Schumacher LD3 today. Matt Hodges safely in 2nd, doing a good job of collecting as many points as he can this weekend. Another guy I used to race with back in the day from the Wales area with some other greats. I remember John Tucker and John Leonard. And those guys from down there, but Craig Lomax way out in front. Bowden now getting in a battle in the midfield with Sean Thompson. So recognise the Dremel car of Mark Christopher round at the, just going over the tabletop now. At the back, So that's, we're following round, who are we following round now? The 3 car. Our timing is completely dead now, so back to the front, up over the ski jump, we've got Craig Lomax followed by Matt Hodges. Bowden is loitering in 5th with Sean Thompson 6th and Mark Christopher, our BRCA entry secretary or membership secretary, hunting down Sean Thompson. But Lomax has really had this in the bag from start to finish. Can't even see how long's left. We're just going to have to run until the buzzer goes. Oh, so sorry about that. We have our timing back up. Technical issue averted. So Craig Lomax did win that. It was Lee Spate, who I didn't recognise, in 3rd. Chris Bowden takes 4th. Sean Thompson 5th. Mark Christopher 6th. Michael Halsey 7th. Mark Keane 8th. Jonathan Pluke and Paul Ragg did not start. Apologies for our timing lost midway through that. We don't know what happened. So we now move on to H final, 2-wheel drive. And our H final is led away by Kevin Hodkinson, Graham Lyle, Brett Birch, Scott Follington, Liam Robinson, James Dixon, Chris Elworthy, Ashton Parai, Joshua Anderson and Mark Mitchell. So these guys I remember from earlier on in the day, all doing well in their respective heats. It's all right. At least you didn't get beat. So we're off and running with our H final, and your poleman gets away well, but gets done on the second corner by our car 2 of Graham Lyle. So Graham and Kevin getting away, making a small break, and Kevin's back through. So it's 1, 2, 4, 3. Brett Birch dropping back. Liam Robinson staying in 5th. So your first 5 trying to make a small breakaway from the rest of the field. We've got Kevin out in front. Graham 2nd and Scott Follington 3rd. So he was the guy that must have made the move on Brett, or Brett made a small error. The rest of the guys in regulation order: Jim Dixon in 6th and making a place because he didn't crash, and that's Jim Dixon up to 5th. So Kevin Hodkinson leads us round, followed by Graham Lyle and Scott Follington. These two, Graham Lyle just taps a pipe, and these pipes, you don't want to clip them, they just drag you in. And he drops down to 3rd, so it's Scott Follington now jumping up to the 2 spot. Graham Lyle drops to 3, Brett Birch recovering to 4, Liam Robinson holding station in 5, and Jim Dixon holding in 6. So Liam Robinson and Brett Birch getting together a little off camera there in 4th and 5th. We're concentrating on Graham Lyle, your 3rd placeman. We can keep the front 3 kind of in the same frame, so these 3 not really getting away from each other, but making a small break from the rest of the field. And Liam and Brett Birch seem to be having a good old battle. So if we drop back a couple of cars from our lead 3, oh, sorry, we just caught them at the wrong time. So Brett Birch now up to the 4 spot. Chris Elworthy making amends and up to the 5 spot. Jim Dixon somehow, after all that, still staying in 6. Everyone else rounding, swapping positions while he just holds station. But out front, Kevin Hodkinson still leading. Graham Lyle 2nd, Scott Follington 3rd. Kevin Hodkinson has made a clean break now and has a round 3-second lead over your 2 spot. That 3 seconds goes back from 2 back to around your 5 spot of Chris Elworthy. Jim Dixon still running 6th, so he'll be painting that number on his car forever if he stays there for the full length of the final. Liam Robinson 7th. And Ashton Parai lost out in a battle with his dad, I think, and qualified 8th and is running 8th in this one. So Scott Follington's car looks really good. Nice balance between turn and traction, and whatever he's found later on in the day is certainly working for him in this H final. We could probably drop back now as the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle starts to build. So we've got Graham, Scott and Brett. So Brett and Scott getting together. Brett, one of a previous National A finalist. Scott's over. And Marshall puts him down kindly this side of the track so it doesn't collect anyone else. But Brett Birch now up to 3rd. So back up to where he qualified. So your running order now is 1, 2 and 3. I'm guessing Jim Dixon will come across the line in 6th. Yep. And Chris Elworthy 7th. So race order currently is 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 7, 10, 8 and 9. And that's, I think, the first mistake I've seen Kevin make, where he just cased the jump. And we're into finishing times. So Graham Lyle's already finished. So Kevin Hodkinson's on a victory lap, and well deserved. He's led this final from start. A little bobble early on, swap places on lap 1, but instantly got back to the front and has led this from start to finish pretty much. Well done, Kevin.
We'll freeze our nuts off later on, guarantee it.
Yeah, you know. Well, it depends how cold it gets, that's the problem.
Not be warming up.
What do you do for kids?
Don't know yet. Ask Farm Craig.
You camping as well?
Yeah. And the car most likely.
Go, Chris.
So this is your G final two-wheel drive. Scott Wyman on pole, Evie Thames. Scott Wyman, Evie Thames, Jamie Long, Peter Craig, Charlie Rhodes, Riley Butler, the hero from Heat 1, and Cameron Wells, Lee Charnock, Ruben Russell and Hattie Thames. So we've got one of the guys that we championed earlier on in RC Racing TV HQ from Heat 1. Drove awesome early on today, and look to me, hopefully he's here tomorrow, Mike, but he's just made a shocking error, drop back. So no matter, Riley, head up, you can't lose it on the first lap, you can surely get back. So up front, Scott Wyman from the Midwest Massive, followed by Evie Thames, and Scott's parked it and drops down to fourth. So no one wants to win this one, but Evie Thames is making a run for the hills. Evie out front, followed by Jamie Long, Peter Craig, Charlie Rhodes and Hattie Thames. So both the Thames sisters in this final. So that's going to be good for Mum and Dad, cheering on for one each, I guess. But Hattie currently making best headway from 10th on the grid up to 5th, and in a battle with Charlie Rhodes, Ruben Russell and Cameron Wells for that 4th spot. So Cameron Wells had a couple of starts to good runs and didn't quite finish them off, in my honest opinion. So Evie out front, Jamie second, Peter Craig third, Charlie Rhodes fourth, Cameron Wells up to 5th now. Ruben Russell, another guy who's maybe not had the meeting that he was hoping today, but can still make it happen in the final. But on the screen we're following so Evie Thames still leads this one from Jamie Long, Peter Craig, Charlie Rhodes, Cameron Wells, Ruben Russell, Hattie Thames, Scott Wyman or Poleman dropping back. Lee Charnock not having a great run in the final, but qualified 8th, running 9th. Not too bad for Lee in this G final. And Riley Butler, our hero from Heat 1. in 10th after that mistake over the ski jump on early laps, and he's having the time of his life rinsing his car around at the back.
10 down to 1.
Yes. So we're still following Evie Thames out front, and Jamie Long is the only car really giving her chase. Peter Craig, though, got a watching brief in 3rd. Cameron Wells running in 4th, making good headway from 7th. So Cameron, good points to be had in this G final. If you can hold where you are, always good to finish a final higher than you qualified. It feels like you've made the best of the day you've had. If you qualify 10th and you win, that's 10 points extra than you were expecting. But as I said, that Cameron clips a pipe, doesn't lose a position, but he's now in the clutches of 5th, 6th, and Scott Wyman in the pipe again. Cameron getting away with casing the jump, so that's 2 of your 9 lives gone, Cameron, in this final. Keep it on 4 wheels, please, for the remainder, and you will get 4th place out of this. So Evie Thames out front, Jamie Long, Peter Craig, Cameron Wells, Charlie Rhodes and Ruben Russell is your top 6. Hattie Thames 7th, Scott Wyman 8th, Lee Charnock 9th and Riley Butler 10th. So way out front, Evie Thames and Jamie Long separated by just under a second. Coming round past us in commentary corner through the switchback. Looks like Jamie's now starting to make his move, but are they going to get caught at the line? They are both caught at the line. Evie Thames takes the win from Jamie Long, Peter Craig. Cameron Wells, good job, finishing 4th. Charlie Rhodes 5th. Ruben Russell 6th. Hattie Thames 7th. Charney, you finished 8th. Scott Wyman, your 9th. And Riley Butler, well done. From 6 on the grid and heat 1. Next up we have a final leg 2. We're going to announce our drivers up onto the rostrum. Yeah. Are they at the bottom yet? I need to know if I need to walk around so I can see them. Full Scotty. Okay, so drivers for your A final, we announce them up in reverse order as is customary. So I'd like a round of applause for each driver, please. Sponsor in 10th place, your number 10 driver, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, Power HD, Nosram and Trishbits, is Luke Holdsworth. Yeah, hope so. In 9th place, sponsored by X-Ray, Hoodie, Elsaram, Nosram, Sunwar, LMR and T-Works. Lee Martin. Your 8 car, sponsored by Schumacher, Model Sport and Speedworks, taking TQ in round 3, was Archie Bowman. Your 7 car, sneaking up in stealth mode, sponsored by Schumacher, Paint Magic, Logo Magic, Fisher Design, Simplify RC, Lewis Hopkins. Your 6 car, sponsored by X-Ray, Hobbywing, Hot Race, SRT, Zombie, MB Models and TRC, Johnny Skidmore. Your 5 car, sponsored by X-Ray, Hoodie, RC Disco, FF Racing and Wheel Spin Models, Thomas Phipps. Your 4 car, all the way from Scotland, sponsored by Associated, Reedy, Sanwa and Rudog, Daniel Pole. Your 3 car, one of the guys to hold the TQ this meeting, sponsored by Schumacher, Elsaram, Coyote, TKR, Model Sport and Trish Bits, Ben Smith. Your 2 car and reigning 2-wheel drive BRCA National Champion, sponsored by Associated, Reedy and Futaba, Tommy Hall. And your poleman taking the win in leg 1, not Luke, it's sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, Power HD, Nosram and Trish Bits, it's Josh Holdsworth. So Ashley Pattinson lining up in leg 1 was in just regulation order in the end. So 2 legs to count from your 3-leg A finals this weekend. Best 2 tiebreaker would then go on fastest time in a leg. So off and away, nice clean start from the front for Josh, Tommy and Ben Smith. Daniel Pole also making a break, and Daniel's over collecting a couple of cars, and that's caused carnage. The front 3 able to get a clean break. Tommy hauls through, didn't see the action, but Tommy's through on Josh and Ben Smith in close proximity. So, and that's going to need a clean-up. That's down to the referee, that one. But Ben Smith now takes full advantage of that collision between Josh and Tommy on the straight. Lewis Hopkins takes even more advantage from 7 cars. Stealth in qualifying and now stealth in the final. Ben Smith looking to get away and get this one in the books, taking it to a 3rd leg. But Lewis not letting him get away, and Josh is making a move. Nope. Josh wants to get past Lewis as soon as he can to make a pass on Ben. Johnny Skidmore up to 4th, Lee Martin 5, Luke Holdsworth 6, Archie Bowman 7, Tommy Hall relegated to 8th, and someone has pulled off by me in 10th. I think that might be Daniel Pole, who's broke. So better luck for Daniel in leg 3, but back to the front, Ben Smith coming over the ski jump, Josh Holdsworth, Lewis Hopkins, Johnny Skidmore. So Johnny could close these guys down, and what he said at the start, but Ben's through. Right. Josh is back through on Ben, so Josh, Ben and Lewis, and 1, 2 and 3 now. Johnny's not out of this in 4th, making a really good fist of this A final leg number 2. Lee Martin also not out of it in 5th. Scrappy leg this one, but gives us some good racing to watch, and Josh hasn't had it all his own way, but he's managed to somehow make his way back to the front. So Johnny up behind Lewis Hopkins now, and Ben Smith looking for a way by, and as he said earlier on, his day wasn't really expecting too much from today, but 4th, and he's got a good chance of 2nd. But these two could get into each other, but teammates, won't be good to have 2 Schumacher cars colliding and letting it X-ray through, but little tap, but no harm, no foul, and they're away, and same order back down the straight. So out in front, cruise control engaged for Josh Holdsworth. Ben Smith not able to lay a glove on him in this one either, and it could be all said and done after 2 legs. Lewis Hopkins and Johnny Skidmore is your close battle for 3rd and 4th. Lee Martin and Luke Holdsworth 5th, and Luke popping a wheelie on the straight and somehow getting out of that and still catching Lee by the end. So Ben, Lewis, Johnny just got gapped a little on this lap, maybe a couple of loose corners, but he can soon make that time back up as these two battle. So we're back up to a 3-way battle for 2nd. Lee Martin not... No, it's not Lee Martin, sorry, it's Tommy Hall. My apologies, it's Tommy Hall. So Tommy Hall making his way back up now to 5th place. Johnny and Tommy getting together, and Johnny getting together with Lewis means that Tommy's through now to 4th. So Tommy, after that earlier collision on the straight, not sure if anything will happen from that, but Tommy and Lewis makes a mistake, so Tommy now gets up to 3rd place. Ben Smith holding 2nd, but out in front Josh has gone. I think is the best way we can describe that. He's just got this meeting in his back pocket. With 15 seconds to go on the race clock, Josh will have this lap and one more. So if you can follow Josh round, who's just coming past commentary corner now. Through the switchbacks, Josh comes, and over the ski jump. And Josh will be your leg and round winner for round 1 of your national championship. Congratulations, Josh. I think he must have missed a lap. But Josh won that by a country mile. I see, I was calling it from track. Ryan, Josh won that, didn't he? Yeah. I said timings got him down. I think when they clipped each other on the straight. I was like, I just looked down and I'm calling it as I'm seeing it. And so yeah, just confirming that the timing is not correct. And that just.
What? Yeah, you won. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Craig. Yeah. Craig won that. Yeah. So we're just making sure that Josh did win that leg. Timing showing him not winning it and down in 8th, but I think there'll be a mislap when the collision happened on the straight. Not sure what's going to happen, but I guess the guys in. Craig's calling for a no counting. I wonder how many titles Craig won by a no county. So we'll await confirmation of that from race control, but I'm pretty sure that's how it was going to be as we now go into your F final, led away by the man I will speak no longer of because he's a blade, Luke Thompson. James Pritchard in the 2 car, Adam Pry 3, Seth Shillito 4, Ben Stevenson 5, Chris Pattinson 6, Roger Tugwood 7, Manny Panesar 8, Jack Mills White, our young gun from we interviewed earlier, and Tris Neal makes up your F final. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, so it looks like our A final has now been corrected and Josh Holdsworth is confirmed as winning that leg and the meeting. On Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Johnny Skidmore, Luke Holdsworth, Lewis Hopkins, Lee Martin, Archie Bowman, Tom Phipps and Daniel Paul. So off and running, Luke Thompson leads us off from the mid-east. And he's making a good getaway from James Proctor with the Will Speed car. One of the most unusual cars I've seen in a while. Ben Stevenson 4th, only having really one round to count today, but nevertheless 5th on the grid in this final and already up to 4th. Adam Pry in 3rd, getting the no, it's dropped down. It was 3rd, dropped down to 5th, so that's our main loser. That's why Ben Stevenson's up from 5 to 4 because the 3 car is down to 5th. So back at the front, we've got Luke Thompson, James Proctor having a good battle, and this could get interesting. As Adam Pry has another little error and drops back. And the nightmare continues for Adam, and he drops down to 9th. Jack Mills White 10th. Nothing wrong with 10th. Jack, just keep going. So up at the front, Luke Thompson stretching his lead away from James Proctor and Seth Shillito Everest. Seth makes a move and is past James Proctor up to 2nd. So probably following our 2nd and 3rd place cars of Seth and James Proctor, and James I think is over. Yep. So James gets in the back of that gaggle, so that was a costly mistake. So Seth and Luke Thompson now head this field by a country mile. Ben Stevenson, this is a good run for you up to 3rd in this F final, making good of your one half decent run as you put it today. So keep it going, don't want to make an error because there's a gaggle of cars all the way back from 3rd down to 10th are covered by less than 2 seconds. So Luke is out and gone. He has a 4.5 second lead over Seth Shillito, who in turn has a 2 second lead, but looks like someone's over in the middle, and it is Seth Shillito Everest. Ben Stevenson now up to the 2 spots at this stage, just getting better and better for Ben. Luke, however, is gone and just happy that everyone else is making the mistakes and he doesn't have to worry about them. He's just driving his own race out front. But we'll drop back to our battle because 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 car are in close proximity. We'll keep an eye on Luke to make sure he doesn't clip a pipe, and I have to give him a points deduction like Wednesday. We have Ben Stevenson now, followed by Seth. 7 car of Roger Tugwood and Manny Panasar, my hero from back in the day. One of the first guys I read about in an RC car magazine back in 1987. That shows you how long we've been going. But Manny's still got the skills and not pay the bills. So Ben still leading Seth. These two guys know each other well from the MB Models Indoor Series and the Wednesday Worlds and their Carpet Series through the winter. Oh, Seth got into back, but gave him, and that's caused a little bit of hassle behind them, but these two still get away. Roger Tugwood with another one of the Will Speed cars, I believe. I think it's another Will Speed car in your 4th spot. Followed by Adam Pry, who's making a good fist of what can only be described as a disastrous start. And he's back up to the 5 spot. James Proctor with the other Will Speed car is down in 6th. Manny Panasar up to 7th. Tris Neal from the 10 car to 8th. And Chris Pattinson and Jack Mills-White are North East representatives in 9th and 10th. Jack looks like he's having some fun at the back, and quite right too. His first National A final and a great result. F final in your first National is something to be very proud of, and a good trip home this weekend. So Luke Thompson, you're on a victory lap. You're in a different league, just like United. And Ben Stevenson is 2nd, Seth Shillito 3rd, Roger Tugwood 4th, Adam Pry, James Proctor, Manny Panasar, Chris Pattinson. As we watch Luke Thompson finish his victory lap, the blade in Owl's colours, how much does that hurt? Cheers, boss. Yeah. Good run.
I've got a long drive. Okay. Cold.
I've got a short drive to the travel lodge. So thank you to Lee Charnock for bringing me a cool light refreshment. Is the best way I can describe that I'm looking at there. So that was your F final. Great win there for Luke Thompson, taking home maximum points. Great run also for Ben Stevenson and Seth Shillito Everest from 5 and 4. Roger Tugwood also making big gains in that final up to 4th and 7th. And Jack Mills-White, you finished where you qualified in 9th. So like I said earlier, great result. Be proud of that. Because there are a lot of other drivers that won't make an F final on their first national. So your E final lines up next. And in this we have Will Fisher, Ben Elliott, Keith Halsey, Charlie Simmons, Gareth Stanton. James Pritchard, Dave Burton, Chris Foster, Annie Manning and Oliver Frost. Oliver Frost is a name I recognise from 1/8 Rallycross, doing the last couple of years of 1/8 Rallycross. So coming and doing a little bit of 10th, not sure. Maybe another good one of our young guys to grab a hold of tomorrow and give an interview to. So any of you guys online got anyone that you'd like us to interview, please let us know today and we'll grab them tomorrow. Off and running Will Fisher leads us away. Ben Elliott with the signature pink car. Keith Halsey, orange car, remember that one from the earlier heats. Charlie Simmons, Gareth Stanton, James Pritchard, Dave Burton. So at the moment, you're 1, 2, 4, 5. Someone's made a mess of the ski jump on lap 1, but Will Fisher has not made a mess of his lap 1 and is off and running. Ben Elliott. Charlie Simmons clips a pipe and needs to turn around and collect someone else, and more carnage ensues in the middle. So out front it's Will Fisher, Ben Elliott, Charlie Simmons and Gareth Stanton. Dave Burton joining the back of that group, and then it looks like it's Keith Halsey is next. So Will Fisher with the Associated car out front. Ben Elliott with the Schumacher car. Associated of Stanton, I recognise those colours, in third. Dave Burton with the nice old retro vintage Associated colours in fourth. And they've got together at the sweep at the end of the straight. Couldn't get out of Dave's way as Dave collected the pipe, and they've dropped back a couple of places, but we're back at the front with Will Fisher. So Will Fisher down the straight, round the sweeper, through the short hairpin, catching the pipe and clipping the next. So it's not the first mistake, it's the second that cost, as we learnt earlier on from Ben Smith. So Ben Elliott now to the point, and Will Fisher has the chasing to do. Ben from the Mid-East region, a regular A finalist in the Mid-East region, going there to BMR for round 2 of this year's BRCA 1/10 series. A new track for a lot of these guys, but some of the Mid-East guys will be looking to get some good points on their home track. So Will Fisher clips up another pipe, but rejoined. These two have a big enough lead that he could afford that mistake and still be second and some. Charlie Simmons running third with, I believe, the Yokomo chassis. Andy Manning fourth, Dave Burton, Gareth Stanton, Chris Foster, Oliver Frost, Keith Halsey and James Pritchard has dropped out. Not sure what happened to James, but Ben Elliott leads us round, and it looks like Will Fisher's collected at the side of the track again, and this time it does cost him a place. He's dropped behind Charlie Simmons. Charlie now making a move up to the 2 spot from 4th on the grid. Andy Manning making big gains, or was, but still is really 9th to 6th. But Gareth Stanton now in 4th, Dave Burton 5th, Chris Foster 7th, Ollie Frost 8th and Keith Halsey 9th. So Ben Elliott has a massive 7-second lead over the field. He just needs to drive round at full Miss Daisy pace for the remaining 1 minute, and he will win this final without question. No mistakes, no point winning it by a massive margin, might as well win it by the smallest margin, as Sterling Moss once said. So, the race by the smallest margin. Best way of doing it. Charlie Simmons. Okay, so Charlie Simmons second. Andy Manning third. Gareth Stanton fourth. Gareth looks like he's made a mistake this lap because he's now behind Keith Halsey. So up front, Ben Elliott really is taking no chances by driving a mile away from each corner as we come down to 56, 57. He may just squeak through, and doesn't. He gets caught at the line. A lot of drivers getting caught at the line, so Ben Elliott, you've won this. Great result for Ben from P2. Charlie Simmons second, Andy Manning third, Chris Foster fourth, Oliver Frost fifth, Gareth Stanton sixth, Keith Halsey seventh, Dave Burton rounds it out in eighth. So we now move on to our D final. This is top F1 points are being handed out now. So this is where you want to be in the D final or higher if you want to gain your F1 license. 4 scores, normally in the D final or higher, will give you an F1 grading at the end of the year. Still hear me? Yeah, okay. Just seemed like the mic had gone, all went quiet in here. No? All good? So this is your D final. Matt Dodd, Chris Evison, Stephen Brown, Eugene Galley, Oscar Keane, David Scott, Colin May, Jacob Tomlinson, Callum Trewartha and Reese Ward are your drivers in this one. Looks like we need a track repair for the tabletop. So off and running in this D final, Matt Dodd leads us off with these purple, orange and yellow. I'm going to say Schumacher colours, Matt Dodd. Now he's sponsored by RC Octane. And I need to work out what car Matt's running. Looks like, I think it could be an X-Ray, I don't know. But Matt's leading us off. Chris Evison, no, Stephen Brown jumps up to the 2 spot, followed by Eugene Oscar. Chris Evison drops from 2 down to 5, so he's a big loser on lap 1. Matt Dodd round past us in timing corner for another run. And Stephen Brown, our race director, both guys previous national A finalists, as is Eugene Galley, Chris Everton, Colin May, all previous national A finalists, and we find them in the D final. But that is the level of racing that we have in the UK now, where the A final could be any one of our top 40 guys on their good day. Any of these guys could have made an A final, right time, right track. Matt Dodd round up over the tabletop, round over the Humpty Dump, up over the backside of the tabletop, past us at commentary corner, through the switchbacks. But the second place battle now is hotting up between Steve Brown and Oscar Keane. Eugene Galley not far behind in 4th. So Eugene, one of the regulars from Worksop, and has been ever present in this series for a number of years now, our reigning V50 national champion. So Matt Dodd, Steve Brown doing battle down the straight. Up past the driver's stand, over the hump. Steve taking a different line to everyone else. Steve jumping, attacking that, and also jumping the corner tabletop. And that's a risky line that he took, but got away with it, and he's made some time up on Matt Dodd. Oscar Keane keeping a watching brief in 3rd. Oscar nearly getting into the back of Steve then, but just getting off the gas just in time. So Matt Dodd leads us down the straight. Front 3 making a little bit of a break away. Oscar Keane watching brief in 3rd. At any point these 3 could get together, or 2 of them could get together, but hopefully they don't, and don't throw away the good points that they're going to get from this D final. So you're looking at places 31 through 40 in this final, and those are great points for your F1 licence at the end of the year. Colin May making a big move up from 7th to 4th now. Pink, white and blue car, but we're still watching these 3 because their close battle is bringing Colin and David Scott up to them, and one mistake there from Stephen Brown has brought this group of 2 and a 3 back to a group of 5 cars, all battling for the win. David Scott just cases a jump and drops him back, so it looks like it's a 4 car, going to be 2 pairs, maybe a 4 car battle soon for the lead. But Matt Dodd holding on, taking the pressure from Oscar Keane. And it looks like they're stood next to each other on the driver's stand as well, so they both they knew what was going to happen. And Matt Dodd is taking the pressure from young Oscar, showing all the years of experience of driving in Midwest, holding off people like Robbo and Tom Yardy and Wyman off. But Oscar makes a move and just tags it back, but waits, does the right thing, and now we're back up to a group of 5 for the lead. Colin May getting tangled up and just causing David Scott to check up in 5th. But these 5 are a full length of the straightaway in front. Matthew Dodd has got through. Lap of honour, and well done Matthew Dodd, winning the D final. Great points, Matt. So next up, your C final. Freddie Thompson, Oliver Nattrass, William Venables, Stuart Marn, Andy Woods, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Rhys Trewartha, James Halliwell, Mark Jones, and Alex Pyatt are your drivers in this one. So Freddie with the X-Ray, Oliver Nattrass running, I think, maybe the sole KO show this weekend. Not sure if there's another KO show running around, but forever brand loyal to KO show, both in modern and also in vintage racing. Will Venables running the associated car. I think Stuart Marn will be running X-Ray, I think. Check as we watch them go around. Andy Woods, those two guys pit together. Callum Ackroyd Bench in 6th, Rhys Trewartha 7th, James Halliwell 8th, Mark Anthony Jones 9th, and Alex Pyatt 10th. Off and away, Freddie Thompson, our poleman, leads us round, and there's a little bit of chaos at the back, but it's mostly regulation order. A couple of guys making a move over the first corner tabletop, but it's Thompson from Nattrass from Venables, Stuart Marn in 4th. It's like Rhys Trewartha's made a move up from 7th on the grid to 5th. So Oliver Nattrass and Freddie getting away, making a bit of a break on this early couple of laps, and Oliver looking every which way around the back of Freddie Thompson's X-Ray car with that Kyosho. Will Venables holding station in 3rd with Stuart Marn and Rhys Trewartha right behind him. So no one. Rhys has just made a little error, but rolls back onto his wheels and drops back, but not in position, just drops back in time into the clutches of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. The first 4 are now making the slightest breakaway, but our 2 lead cars of Freddie Thompson and Oliver Nattrass doing battle. Will Venables not out of this yet, just holding on at the back. So C final. And again, good end of season points in the C final for your F1 licence, which is the main goal for most of these drivers in these top heats and finals, to get enough points at the end of the year to either retain or gain their F1 licence. So Freddie and Ollie have now got a big lead over our third place man, which is now Reese. The 9 car of Mark Jones is up to 4th, and I didn't recognise Mark's car because it's normally just bright orange, but now he's actually got some different colours, so apologies for that. It looks like our leader's made a big error, and Reese has made an error, and that's allowed Ollie Natras to lead this final by a country mile. So Freddie, second's not too bad, just don't throw this good position away. Ollie Natras now leads by 4 seconds. Mark Jones is up from 9th to 3rd. So making great headway into this C final and getting great points. Ollie Natras, however, down the straightaway, and that car's looking good. Looks like he's got a good amount of turn-in and traction. He can sling it into the corners, a bit like we were talking to Josh Holdsworth earlier, where it seems to be the best way of getting around this track is to smash the lock stops with your steering and get the rear end to rotate just enough and catch it with some power and get the drive out of corners and make that rear end squat, and that's just what Ollie Natras is doing. Lap times for Ollie 25.96. He's the only one in the 25s on this in this final. 25.72 is his best lap. Freddie Thompson has done a 26.1. But these guys are pulling away. Mark Anthony Jones safe-ish in 3rd. The 6 car of Callum Ackroyd Bench in 4th. James Helliwell making a good move up from 8th on the grid to 5th, also getting good points to regain his F1 licence again for another season. So we're back round now on the screen following Freddie Thompson, our 2nd place guy. I'll keep up with Freddie because Ollie's just gone. I know, back with Ollie now on screen. So Ollie taking a liberty there and only just landing right next to the pipe, but still got it well under control. 25.85 his last lap. Still the only guy in this final with a 25-second lap to his name. So finish your laps, and Ollie is going to be the first going to win this final from Freddie and Mark, as everyone else got caught at the line. So Ollie Natras, well done, winning the C final. Freddie Thompson, a great run for you, only dropping 1 place but 2nd, and Mark Jones from 9th grabbing 3rd. A great haul of points for you 3 guys in the C final.
You've got to do something to try and get past it. Exactly. It's moaning again.
So your nearly men, the B final. On pole, Charlie Saunders, and then the battle. Matthew Thompson, Ryan Clark, Aaron Nash, Hudson Knight. Great runs in qualifying for Hudson, qualifying 15th overall. Ewan Tumilty, 16th. Jamie Hall, not the day he would have wanted, but 17th. Howley Eldridge, 18th. Ewan Mulcahy, 19th. And Tommy Dale, another guy who seemed to have snuck in under the radar, and I've not picked him up in qualifying at all, but 10th on the grid in the B final. Good result for Tommy. So Charlie Saunders will be hoping he emulates what his younger brother Harry did earlier on and walk away with the final, but he's got a good chance of walking away with it from the front. Matt Thompson and Ryan Clark will do everything in their power to not wipe each other out and catch him up. Off and away, and Charlie makes a quick getaway and he wants to disappear off into the distance. Matt Thompson second, Ryan Clark third. The pink car of Hudson Knight running fourth. Oh. Aaron Nash with a body shell that I don't recognise, dropping down to fifth. So, like I said, Charlie wants to get this one done and dusted and is making a run for the hills. Matt Thompson following up. Ryan Clark closest he's been, I think, to an A final but 13th is no mean feat for Ryan. Great driver from the northeast region. Cars always super well prepped. These two are great friends and pitting next to each other all day today. So let's hope they're still friends after this final. But Charlie has disappeared. Matt Thompson makes an error and lets Ryan through. That's going to cost him later on today. Hudson Knight sneaks up to fourth. The 7 car of Jamie Hall in fifth, and I think that's Aaron Nash with a body that I didn't recognise in sixth. Charlie out front and he's gone. That big wing on the rear of his car looking like it's giving him the traction he needs for this B final. Ryan Clark looking to cement maybe his best run at a national, I think, in 12th. Matt Thompson getting a slight tag from Hudson, but doesn't really cost either of them too much time, just puts them closer back into the grasp of Jamie Hall, the next associated car, and Jamie makes a move. So Nash, Thompson and Nash and Hudson get together and cause mayhem, and that's cost a lot of people, and the back of this B final is turning into a bit of a car crash, and Charlie Saunders way out front does not want to know any of this. Ryan Clark will do well to just drive around as well, as will Matt Thompson. Ryan tries to throw it away, but so your 1, 2, 3 is Charlie Saunders, Ryan Clark, Matt Thompson, and then we have, it was a gaggle of cars. Jamie Hall catching up to Matt Thompson and trying to make the best of his qualifying position of 17th. Hudson Knight jumping up to the 5 spot. Harley Eldridge in 6th. Tommy Dale moving up to 7th from 10th on the grid. But like I said, now Charlie's lead is 6 seconds. And he's having some fun out there drifting his car around, but it looks like it's the way to go, and that's the way that seems that Josh Holdsworth found early on today, that was the way to get round this track. To get the front end in and let the rear end catch up a little bit later. Charlie really throwing it at it, and a 25.09 is his best lap, 25.74 last lap. Everyone else is in the 25s apart from Clark, Nash and Ewan, but Clarkey keeps doing what he keeps doing and just driving around the middle of the track, and that's going to bring him home a second place in this B final. Hudson Knight jumped up to 3rd, so great result for Hudson, which I think this could be his best national result in 3rd. Matt Thompson has made a national A final before, So we know that this won't be his best, but Matt Thompson always there or thereabouts at the head of a B final. Jamie Hall, Tommy's elder brother, just closing that down, and those two are going to have a good battle to the end of the race with 30 seconds to go. Charlie Saunders, though, is out in front and on his 11th lap. Won't get round for another one, so this will be Charlie's final lap, as it will be for Ryan. Hudson, Thompson, Hall, Nash will maybe get caught at line or not, but these guys I think are all... So Harley and Tommy Dale got caught in the line, and big round of applause please for our race winner Charlie Saunders, and also a big round of applause for your second place man Ryan Clark. Hudson Knight, great result in 13th. Matt Thompson 14th. Jamie Hall 15th. Aaron Nash 16th. Ewan Tumulty finished 17th overall today. So Charlie Saunders winning that one by 11 seconds from Ryan Clark. Ryan's got braggy nights tonight over Matt Thompson. Hudson Knight, great day today. Some really good results in qualifying. Some solid performances, always there or thereabouts in the middle of the B final, and rewarded with a 13th. So now we've got your third leg of the A final. Big question, does Josh Holdsworth go? No. Josh Holdsworth doesn't go, and that's normally so that they don't pick up a penalty and lose a position because they've caused an issue or something. So wise result, or wise thinking. So, as we said, Josh Holdsworth does not go in leg 3. His two scores of 0 and 0 can't be beaten, so there's no point in risking any damage to either Carl or his chances of taking the meeting by having an altercation with someone or something. And that's why sometimes you used to see on tech charts why people had a 1-1 and then suddenly a bad result in leg 3 of 10. Hey?
You'd be ready for a lag out. Sit in a dark room inside.
Well, I'm not going to watch it all back. So your grid order will be Hall, Smith, Pole, Phipps, Skidmore, Hopkins, Bowman, Martin and Holdsworth. So they're off and running. Tommy gets a great start, but collects pipe, and it's absolute mayhem in the first corner. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's no, it's Daniel Pole to the front. Johnny and Daniel, very similar body shells, but those two getting away. Daniel had a shocking round or leg 2, and Johnny Skidmore is making the best of what he thought was not going to be a great day. Good result for Johnny in leg 2. I think he got a 5th after the results were rejigged. So a second to go with a 5 would be great for Johnny. So up front it's Daniel Pole, Johnny Skidmore, Tommy Hall recovering from that crash. Luke Holdsworth making it up to 4th from 10th on the grid. Ben Smith drops down to 5th. Archie Bowman, Lee Martin, Lewis Hopkins and Thomas Phipps round out your 9 cars running in this final. But up front it's Daniel Pole controlling the pace. Johnny Skidmore showing a wheel, giving us and what a move Johnny Pole just pulled on Daniel Pole there, just gave him a little nudge and then showed him where, but Daniel's not having any of it and goes up the inside, but then Daniel collects a pipe and Tommy's gets caught in another pile-up. He just can't get a break in this final. Meanwhile out front, Johnny Skidmore leading a 2-wheel drive A final for the first time. From Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall recovering to 4th, Luke Holdsworth 5th, Lee Martin 6th, Lewis Hopkins 7th, Archie Bowman 8th and Thomas Phipps 9th. Back to the front 3-way battle after Tommy just gets hung up on a pipe there, and your 3-way battle for the lead is Skidmore, Smith, Pole, Hall. So Skidmore, Smith, Pole and Hall. X-Ray, Schumacher, Associated are your top 4 cars in this leg 3. We'll have to wait for the overalls at the end to find out who is going where, but Johnny Skidmore with a 0 to go with an earlier 5 will definitely will have a outside shot at the podium today. Ben Smith running 2nd, Daniel Pole 3rd and closing in on Smith. Hall watching. He doesn't want to get caught in someone else's accident again. He's had 2 of those already and it's really cost him. He could be at the front of this gaggle of 4 cars, but instead he finds himself at the back. Skidmore, with all his experience of rallycross, 5 minutes to him should feel like a very short run. He's used to doing 30 and 45 minute finals, but 1/10 is just that little bit different, and action is fast and frenetic. So Skidmore up over the corner tabletop, and he's clipped a pipe and Smith is through, but Skidmore back through. Pole, that all 3 of them super close. 4 cars separated by less than half a second over the line. As we enter the final minute, 40 seconds to go, so 2 more laps they'll get round for 2 more laps. This lap and 1 more will be all they wrote. It's Smith now in front from Skidmore, from Pole, from Hall. Ben wanting to close this meeting out in the best way he can. So 15 seconds left. This is definitely the final lap, so it's now or never for these guys. Smith just gapping Skidmore. Hall trying to get past his teammate Daniel Pole. Pole makes a move on Skidmore and just gives him a nudge wide, and that drops Skidmore down to 4th. Hall, can Tommy get back up and Nope. Great race there between our front four guys. So we have Ben Smith winning that from Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall, Jonathan Skidmore takes 4th, Lee Martin 5th, Lewis Hopkins 6th, Thomas Phipps 7th, Luke Holdsworth 8th, Archie Bowman 9th, and we know Josh did not start because he had already won this meeting. I don't know. Here. Well, you're going to get some camera footage. So we're just going to get good. We're just going to get a quick interview now with our race winner today, Josh Holdsworth, making his way across. And try not to trip over the cable. So race winner, no, not Luke, it's Josh.
Finally.
Congratulations, Josh. Well done.
Thank you very
Second National A final win.
It is, yeah.
So
yeah. First two-wheel one.
First two-wheel,
Yep.
brilliant. So well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
What happened in leg 2? I know there was a little bit of a kerfuffle on the straight. Is that when you lost? The timing went crazy for us.
It did, yeah.
You dropped down. I'm calling it as I see it.
Yeah.
Pretty sure you're leading. So
it was. I think it was just. Obviously, we came together, and it was. I think it was just one of those. It was more 50-50 than anything. I don't think either of us think the other one was to blame. It was just. It was one of them.
So no bad blood on the roster or anything after?
No. We've we both said kind of sorry to each other, and it was nothing. No controversy anyway.
No, so it looked, I mean, from this side, we saw it from the back and it looked pretty bad, but if you guys are happy, that's great. Nice way to win a final with 2 legs.
Yes, well, it's the first time I've not done a third leg, and not intentionally anyway.
And not had to, but congratulations. Great. So your driving style seemed to be the way then today. Point and squirt and smash the lock stops.
Yeah, I mean, it was...
is the way we're going to...
Yeah, just press the power and hope for the best, usually. So, it was good, though. I mean, I think my driving style paired with the car was just... I mean, I said to them, like, when I went back to the tent, like, with Tris, I know me and Tommy came together, but to even be alongside him on the straight means that the car had, a serious amount of drive kind of thing, so...
Yeah.
It was really good. It was a nice little kind of result after we've done quite a lot of work and stuff like that. So
it's good when all of that hard work pays out, and I mean the way you were able in the second leg, even when you'd had that rough lap on the straight and you caught them back up, then got past them, then just pulled away, and it was just like leg 1 again, just drive off into the distance, and those guys didn't seem to be able to lay on the glove on you, to be honest.
It was just, I mean, we did a bit of Luke ran my car in the last leg then.
Okay.
Yeah, just a test, because he was obviously, I think in his head it was just the car that was beating him and things like that. So I don't know where he actually finished, but
I think
I don't think he was.
He was like 5th, I think.
Was he 5th?
No, we're back to 2-wheel drive on that one. So yeah, I think he was. We've lost the timing. Have we lost the timing completely? Oh no. Oh no, he was 8th.
8th, okay.
But at one point he was up to 5th, so I think...
Yeah, he was doing well, yeah, so... But no, I think that, the car's been great, the team's worked really well together, so... We'll try and replicate that tomorrow, but... I think in general, I mean, I don't know what it is about the UK, but we don't run 4-wheel as much.
No.
Anyway, so...
No, it's weird. It used to be the opposite way around, where we always used to run 4-wheel more. I always used to love 4-wheel, but more recently I think 2-wheel drivers become the finesse. it was the finesse class, and it is I think it is still the finesse class, even though we're racing on this sort of surface now. It's a lot harder to get round
Yeah.
a two-wheel drive, and the two-wheel drives now are almost as quick on some tracks as four-wheel,
Yeah.
and probably just less angry to drive and less like a raging bull or a bucking bronco, and that I think is where four-wheel drive, people just don't like driving them anymore.
No, I think, to be honest, four-wheel on this track should be quite good.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a lot of grip roll or anything like that, so you can get on the power quite a bit. I think it's just going to be whether you run the slipper or the centre diff will be the biggest one tomorrow.
Yeah, for you guys, yeah, I guess the A guys, and I think everyone will have the same issue, and probably
Yeah, so.
would have thought something like this, but I would probably thought slipper would be
I
better.
agree.
Yeah, you don't think you're going to don't think there's any bumps really for the centre diff to but looks like they're making major track changes. This is not what I was expecting. It's normally like move a corner 2 feet, but this is
a lot, isn't it? I think that tabletop's getting run as a full
airborne.
I heard it was getting run either of the day, so.
No, I mean, nice to see. So getting some air and good at least it's good in four-wheel where you can control it on the brakes in the air and you can actually get the car to do what you want. Whereas two-wheel drive, it's always bad if you get the front end up and you're in a whole world of trouble.
I mean, we're running pretty big wings as well.
Yeah, so
grip,
it seemed like the biggest thing, like Charlie in the B final, Charlie walked away the B final, he got like what I remember as being like a big German wing on with a big German wing in the middle of that massive side plates.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone seems to be doing like big wings, and I think when I pitted for Neil a couple of years ago down at Boughton, that was something we did with him. And he was like, I don't care, I just want traction.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
And he kind of drove the same way at Boughton, was like, I don't care about anything else, I just want traction, I just want to be able to smash it into a corner and just get out.
Well, the thing is, you can always make it rotate, but you can't make it have more grip.
No.
So it's literally just, I can smash the power a bit more and get it to turn in, but...
Yeah, so great result.
Yeah, really good. I mean, the team worked really well together today. I think that was the main thing. Practice was a bit up in the air because I don't think anyone's done like a huge amount of running on the track. Because they only opened like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think I was talking to Johnny and he was thinking that he was going to be at disadvantage, but it was like, well, none of the other guys have, and if they have run on it, it's going to be wet.
Yes.
They may have run on it last year, but that was last year. And it looks like the track, I mean, completely different track layout, and we can see now as they're pulling the track apart, they're going to have a completely unique layout, and that's a great idea with this flat surface to work on. They can put the jumps where they want.
Yeah.
I think a couple of guys were talking about this like jump being a little bit hard to see under the knee, being directly into the rostrum, the corners being right on top of you, or you right on top of the two corners.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I'm not sure if they're going to try and move that, but I don't think they can move it really
it's
anywhere else
pretty big.
unless they moved it onto the other side of the straight.
Yeah,
and then you had the straight underneath it, which isn't never great. But no, congratulations on win number 2.
Thank you.
That'll be a good one for Worsley. It'll be moving you up the list.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, it'll be. It's a nice start to the
Let's
season.
see where you go up to now. Let's see, I've got my full sheet.
I surely beat Luke now.
Yeah, you go above 2 and 40. So it'll be 2 and 42. So you're now up with Graham Allsop.
Okay, I'll see.
Paul Crompton.
Oh yeah.
Who's now? Don't think he does.
Fine.
I think
he'll be back next year.
Back next
but,
year.
I mean, I don't want to talk on his behalf. But
Okay. So you're with up to the 25th, 26th on the all-time list, tied with Sloppy. So yeah, great result. Only moves you up a few places, but another.
It's above Luke anyway, so I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's
bragging right.
That's all we need.
So stopping over tonight, hotel or?
Yes. Yeah. Just the travel lodge, wherever.
You're not far from here. You don't live really that far from here, do you?
Not too far. I live in Bolton, so hour and a quarter, something like that.
Yeah, so yeah,
it's not too bad. But it's just it's not something you want to do in the morning. So.
No, I did it this morning. It's like I think I set off at like 6 to get here for 7:30.
Yeah. I mean, it's usually. I mean, tonight obviously I'll get the 4-wheel ready based on what we learnt today and things like that. So
a little bit of wrenching time, but light. Yeah. Got plenty of light, plenty of time, nice weather.
Definitely.
So on to tomorrow. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And good luck for tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josh.